Sorry, motherfuckers, I'm a minute late. I hate being late. Hate being late. I hate being late. I hate being late. But I'm late. I'm late. I am late once again. I am late once again. I'm only late by like 30 fucking seconds though. No, I'm late by 2 minutes. A minute and a half. Minute and a half late. What am I gonna do about this? It's cold out today. It is cold as a motherfucker out here. Cold as a motherfucker out here. Cold as a motherfucker out here. It's cold. I'm gonna have to get my little heater out. What's up, motherfuckers? What's up, dude driving by? What is going on today? It's a rainy day today. It's rainy and kind of fucked up. What's up, Zai? What do you need a link for? There you go. Well, Stone, you almost got some sense knocked into you. Sometimes somebody needs the sense knocked into them, and I can do that for you. Look at this fucking hand, man. I'll knock some sense into you. Stone. Uppercut. Have you fall down on your butt. You'd be like, what? I'll be like, shut up. Take your fucking licking like a man, motherfucker. Why you tricking like you a man, motherfucker? Why you speaking like you the man, motherfucker? Damn, this StreamYard shit is fucked up. Damn. Damn, Stone. Well, at least you're good, Stone. Good thing you didn't get no sense knocked into you. No, you probably would have been more than sense getting knocked into you too. You'd probably get off of that. Fuck your dome piece up. Motley range. Yeah, I made it. I made it into the basket. Damn, I gotta break my heater out. It's too cold. It's too cold for this. I gotta break my heater out. Why you making fun of my hair, motherfucker? My hair's fine. Don't worry about my hair. Nice color, nice color. Now what do you do in front of my house with the car? You better be dropping off Amazon or something, motherfucker. What's up, DD? Just get home, DD. We usually get up at the same time. Blood spray. It's to keep the sun out of my room. Madness dropped the hard R last night. You got the clip? You got the timestamp? So probably not going to clip that. Yeah. Raining. What's up?
Yo, how's it going, man? Just watching you. I'm smoking it up right now, too, brother. chilling.
Yeah.
Having a good day.
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah, pretty good, man. I just been chilling with my girl. Now I'm just smoking.
That's cool.
Yes, sir. The smog is coming. I'm about to blow some out right now.
What's up, Daniel Berry? Happy Friday.
I can get some out of it. God damn, what? Every stoner's nightmare.
So what brings you to this channel?
Well, I've stopped by a couple times. I'm not like a huge like known fan. I just hang out, usually under a different channel name, but it got banned. But I saw you just hanging out, chilling, just seeing, need some company while I was here.
I know like 3 other people that got that same bong you got. My roommate's got that same bong you got.
Yeah, it's basic stoner special.
Yeah, basic.
$25 or something.
Hmm.
I have nice bongs, but I always break them. Or every time I like a bong, it lasts about a couple months.
Damn. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I just got off work not too long ago.
So this guy saying you need a lobotomy if I got one. Is that some code word, or this boy wants me to take you out?
What about a lobotomy?
I don't know. It's just too cool for school. Said, "What up, my ninja?" And he says, "Custom needs a lobotomy if you got one, small."
You got one?
That's why I said, "Is that some kind of slang?" I guess I'm lost on that one.
No, I think he means what he wanted. I think it means what it means. A lobotomy. Like where you drill a little hole in the head.
God damn, boy.
Clinical lobotomy. Yeah, I'm on medication. I'm a real schizo. I'm a schizo that takes an injection. I get an injection every couple months for my schizoaffective disorder. That shit burns too, and I get the injection. It burns bad.
Oh, well, yeah, I can't help. I can't help with that, guys. I'm not no medical doctor. I'm smoking here too. I probably need the same thing. I'm not as deep. I need some of that mind-numbing stuff. Y'all need to help us out.
Custom, who did you let on? Who is this?
Smog.
Who's Smog? Hello. I don't know
He's
you.
just some dude. I don't know him either.
Are you new?
He's just some.
Yeah. I guess I'm new. I've popped on the show, but I think it's been about a year ago since I've been on the show.
That's why I don't know you, because I showed up a year ago.
Yeah, I'm just a random guy. I'm nothing of importance.
Sorry, we're dealing with a lot of trolls lately, so.
Yeah, the last time I came on, to date, the time when I was last on, there was a fight with a big wheel going on.
That's always going on.
Okay.
Nothing's changed.
Yeah, alrighty. Beautiful.
Him and Madness were going at it last night. Madness, Hellride, and Big Will were going at it really bad last night. Words were said.
I'm surprised he's still alive. Every time I pop in, I see that guy alive.
Gruff was moderator. Custom, where the fuck were you last night?
I popped in there for a second and there was nothing going on, so I fucking just went to bed.
Well, fuck you!
I wish I didn't miss it.
You really shouldn't have. I woke up halfway through and have been up ever since. Like, I was literally starting to nod off, and then Madness said something, and you could see me wake up, like, jolt up, like, what just happened? And I haven't slept since. Re-upped on weed today. Ooh, 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 ooh. Do-do-do-do. Smoke it if you got
I thought you said you had to wait till the first.
I was gonna try and hold out till the first, but then I caved and begged my mom for some money, and then I didn't feel like waiting for her to get out of work and give it to me, so I texted both my brothers, and it was a race to see who could get me the money first. It was great. The elder of the two won. My mom calls me after I've already got the cash in my hand, like, why are you calling your brother for money? You know he's about to get married, blah, 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 blah. It's like, bitch, you're giving me the money tomorrow. It'll be in his account tomorrow. What's the deal? So, of course, I texted him, you fucking snitch. You told mom. And he's like, dude, I just told her I paid you. So, of course, it's like, of course. And I told mom, and it was like, did he call you? She's like, no, he texted me. I'm not an ATM. I'm like, dude, that's just a statement. That doesn't mean he's mad or not. He said the same thing to me, and we had a conversation about it. You jumped down my throat. Like, what the fuck? See, I was here on stream, so I missed the eclipse, and I'd rather have seen the eclipse, if I'm being honest.
I missed it.
I didn't even know there was an eclipse. I guess I'm nowhere near it.
It was like a blood moon or something. I saw some of it, but it just looked like a crescent, so it wasn't that exciting. But you gotta wait for it to get fully eclipsed before it turns red. but the blood moon caused some chaos
What kind?
here on the stream.
Oh, gotcha.
Damn, I guess I'm gonna go to my computer right now and play yesterday's
You want
stream.
me to play it on? You want me to play the one clip on here that RIP Big Will got?
Oh, RIP Big Will got a clip.
Yeah.
Just check it out then, I guess.
Yeah, am I not subscribed? Oh, it's gonna take me a minute. Oh wait, Rimmer shared it. Hold on, let me go here. Then here. Is this it? No, it was. Where was it posted? Where did she post it? News updates, no. Positive vibes, no. Random, no. Big clips and links, yes. Does it say I have to subscribe? All right, subscribed. There were periods in it. All right, so let's present, share screen, and the guy left.
I think he's in the chat under the name I got a big Pekka. I don't know if that's him or not, but this guy right here.
All right, let's see where. Oh, I went to the wrong thing.
He now hates you and beat the fuck out of you.
No, he didn't.
And Kurt, just know.
Okay, hold up.
Just know.
I'll
I'm
beat
not
the
done.
fuck out of
I got
Stony.
about 30 seconds
Stony,
left.
look in my eyes, nigga.
Just know, Rob,
Look in my
I'm
eyes, you
calling you to
black
perform at the
Whoa.
25th gathering.
Okay, hold on.
I'll
kill you, Stony. I'll kill you. Hold up.
Throw it over.
All right, Madness.
Black Pollock,
Madness, it's your
Black
turn.
Jew boy
But
Pollock.
holy shit.
Fuck that, I tell you, fucking Big Will.
Okay, Madness.
Suckers, I
Okay.
hate all your race.
Hold up. Madness, hold up.
Because I'm a
hold up.
Republican.
Before you turn
I
up.
hate you all. I
Madness.
hate you all. I want to fucking
Madness.
destroy the world.
Hold
I
on.
fuck Republican women. Go to
Madness.
hell.
Hold
Go to
up.
hell. I'm
Hold up.
fucking go to hell.
I think
Go to hell.
Big Will
Alvin.
gets a just for that. Can we get Big
Big
Will
Will's
Okay.
a fat ass faggot.
Not even talking. What do you mean?
Big Will's a fat faggot.
or Madness loses a point on that?
I don't care.
Okay,
What
hold
I
up.
said.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, Madness, it's your turn. I want you to retort to whatever his accusation was, because when you said the hard R, I forgot.
Grabbed your cock over it, didn't you? You jerked your balls. You grabbed them.
Hold up, wait a minute. Madness.
Too much coke, Madness.
Too much coke. Too much.
Too much faggots.
Too much
Okay,
bad shirt.
Madness.
Too much
For
bad
one,
shirt.
Fuck you.
Madness.
Go to
For
hell.
one,
Die.
for one.
gotta put a hard
Shit
R
your
in it.
pants like Will.
Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Madness, you got upset with me because I wanted Will to finish his retort and you thought I was
Leave.
against you. No, don't
want me to
leave. I
leave?
don't need
You
you
want
to
me to
leave.
leave? Go-
I'm
you
not
guys want
I'm
me to
not
leave?
even getting on to you, Madness.
We're talk this way to women. I don't need to deal with you.
Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Said a word yet, but do your
Will,
fucking
you haven't
thing
cut your
first.
hair
Whoa,
yet.
okay, fuck it. Okay, we're gonna get a new topic going now because whoa, that fucking round was fucked. Okay, so Madness,
Want me
I
to
want
beat
you.
myself up because you faggots can't do it.
First of all, I'm not asking you to beat anybody to fuck up. I'm trying to get you
Myself.
to fucking talk, and I want you to drink with us. That's the whole
No, you're being a
freaking
queer.
point.
You're being
I'm
a
being
ball
queer.
busting faggot.
You're being a little buster right now. That's what
Now
the fuck
leave.
you're being.
Now leave.
Don't leave. Don't be a
Way to
coward.
way
Fucking
to not be a
talk.
coward. I'm going the real
Madness,
fucking
talk
scream the
to
hard
us.
R.
There's
You know,
no
you
reason
be
for you to
very
fucking
fair.
spark
I
out
go
right
straight
now.
to scream the hard R. in front of
Hold
all
up. It's
Hey,
okay. Chill out. It's okay, guys.
Big
I'm
Will
not
has no
mad.
teeth.
That sounded like a soft A to me.
Will, come on the panel. Show custom how it's done.
Yeah, show me how to host, Big Will. Show me how to host, but there's only one thing, Big Will. You can't talk about sports at all. You gotta host. You gotta host a show, but you can't talk about sports or alcohol. Because I don't talk about sports or alcohol, so you can't do it either. You have to just do it freestyle. Freestyle hosting. You out host nothing. You're the trash, bitch. Get in here and out host me then, Big Will. Come on. Out host me, dude. What's wrong? You ain't got no alcohol in your system yet?
Why do you have to have
Waiting to get.
alcohol in your system? Weed's
Well, I don't
way
know why he
better.
needs to have it. That's
Weed's
just what
way
he
better
needs.
and way better for you.
He doesn't understand that. He's still into alcohol.
Marijuana, don't you wanna? Marijuana, don't you wanna?
My hands are getting wrinkly. I'm getting old.
I feel like the skin on my hands is getting thinner and thinner. God, I'm dying.
Venomous, I go live as early as I can. I go live as soon as I get home. That didn't even sound like the hard R though. That sounded like the soft A to me. Maybe he did say the hard R. I don't know, but it didn't really sound like. There was other people talking too, so it's hard to tell. See, about time you got a better name. Blue sucks, so does Unbreaded. I should report this channel for doxing people like that other video. What video are you referring to, sir? Report this fucking channel. Report it! I'll report the fucker for you! Nobody cares about your reports. You don't got the balls to report shit, fool. That's what I think about you. You ain't got the fucking balls. to report nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't about nothing. You ain't bad about it. Quit acting like you bad about it, fool. Yeah, there's that fucking punk ass Anon in the chat. Punk Anon, get the fuck on this panel, bitch. Don't be no punk. Don't be no buster. Don't want to hear your excuses. I know you're gonna give me an excuse like, oh, I can't talk. I got talking problems. You don't have to talk, Anon. I thought we already established that. I'm not going to ring. People can also win prizes apparently, and they do commercials for after channels, for other channels. Woo. Are you fucking promoting your channel, Anon, right now?
All right, here, brother. Okay, you listen to me, you sad sack of. God damn it! I can't even keep that up.
You son of a bitch! Are you trying to promote your damn channel?
My channel. I just happen to work for the Absolute Mayhem Machine. I'm Nabisco Roundhouse, and I'm up here to tell everybody you don't need to watch no one Reddits. You can watch Absolute Mayhem Machines. We have half the trailer parks and twice the pizzazz. We even have a chick who goes up there and does jazz hands. We're classy.
We got some flash and some pizzazz.
Yeah, and we got glitter, the good stuff. You know, the type that strippers use that gets into your carpet and you find 5 years later when vacuuming.
Isn't that the edible glitter?
It may be. To be honest, Custom OG, I do not spend my time trying to eat glitter. You do you, though, sir. Do you eat glitter? Is this something we need to be? I don't know. It sure sounded like you knew about it. You knew the ins and outs of eating glitter there a second ago, sir.
I didn't know nothing about nothing.
Now, that much I believe is true.
Fuck you. You country slanging ass motherfucker.
Let's see here. Tuchel says, I heard they all step all over the top rope over there, too. Yes, that is correct. They are not sissies who go under the rope. All right. Absolute Mayhem Machine step over the rope like men.
Here at the Unbreaded, we front flip over the top rope. That's how we get into the ring.
Nope. Unbreaded lifts the rope and goes under it like a bunch of pansies, and you know it. Hell, you don't even know it for yourself.
Stone.
You have the head of a stance do it for you.
I can assure you, I flip over the top rope.
Mm-hmm.
Every time. I'm like
We
Marty
do-
Jannetty up in this motherfucker.
when members of the Absolute Mayhem even approach the ring, the rope lowers itself. We don't even have to go over it. It parts. Custom steps under the middle rope.
Shut up.
Oh, I gotta send Custom that thing because he refuses to join the Discord. Send him a link to the OBS tutorial, the 2-second tutorial that teaches people how to do that shit. Him and Stone both need that to learn how to do that shit. Although I don't even know if Stone has. Yeah, he has a laptop, doesn't he? Yeah. So does Custom, even though Custom usually uses his phone. Excuse me. That didn't even mean to come out while I was talking. That was weird. That was like a sound effect. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Did you guys hear that? That's crazy.
Yeah, I
don't,
heard it.
and it came out as while I was talking. Wow. That was incidental. I'm sorry. I'm sure Rumor's watching. She's probably gritting her teeth right now. But yeah.
And when I exit the ring, I'm like Kane. I do that backflip and land on the ground.
We do
you
have-
know what I'm talking about.
We do have two different lists. We have people who we put on suspension, and we have an absolute banned list. We do not do what other podcasts do. We allow people who are on the absolute ban list try to manipulate their way up. We are not going to be doing any of that nonsense. We do have a suspension list though too, which is different. But don't worry about that. Most people are going to be able to come up. It is an exclusive deal. We will probably be doing giveaways at some point, as well as prizes and shit like that. Who knows? It should be fun. We're also going to see if we can do game nights. Something for everyone. Stuff we tried to do on a certain something other podcast, Custom, but for some reason everybody dropped the ball when it came to doing any more game nights on some of these for whatever reason.
I'll do game night whenever the fuck. I don't care.
No. For game nights, we're gonna have to be exclusive on Absolute Mayhem because we're gonna have to make sure we get the people who understand how to sync up with games and stuff. One of the biggest problems that we had on here is not everyone had a. Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I just got a message from my dentist reminding me that I have another appointment next week. This is great. I've got to be in the dentist chair now probably for a total of it's going to be months in total. And I'm talking about of time sitting in the fucking chair because I got a lot of fucking surgery, a lot of fucking things I have to go through. Some of it's little, some of it's big. I'd say, but I'd be embarrassed about like what they have to fix. Because none of it's the obvious stuff. Like my teeth aren't like rotten out or anything at all. They look completely normal, but the problem is it thinned along the natural crags of where your teeth are, and I didn't realize it. Despite they say I brush, but it just fucking goddamn sucks. I'm sorry, I got the notice, and I've been talking about that shit nobody wants to listen to. My bad. Let's see here. What do we got? No time for wrestling when they got wrestling promos to watch. Yep, that too. One can one also can't have an aborted fetus haircut. You have to have a serial killer haircut. Absolutely. Now his eye is combing her hair, and she's starting to look like that chick from the Cyberpunk game. She knows she's muted. She's been muted this whole time.
The whole time?
Yeah, the whole time.
The whole time I've
Since
been
I-
up here.
Yeah, the whole time you've been up there, no one's heard a word you said. Custom, you could have said something at some point in time before I even popped
Are you-
up.
I thought she did that on purpose. I thought she was doing that on purpose. I knew she was muted. I just thought there
Ooh,
was a
John's
reason for it.
calling you a hot potato. Ooh.
Should I change the sweet potato to hot potato then?
Don't look at me for telling people what to do. I only ever
What's up,
feel the
John?
impulse to tell one person what to do. We
It
all
is
know who
really
that
warm
is.
outside. It was really warm outside. I waited for like longer than I probably should have for the dispensary guy. But I didn't care because it was nice out. The only problem, it was kind of the silver lining to everything. The cutest fucking dog. It was a little tiny, maybe this big dachshund. It had white tips on its toes, brown legs, and it was like pepper colored. It was like this pepper gray and this black spotted. Oh my god, it was so cute. It was a dachshund, and I wanted it. It was so tiny. It was only 3 months old. She said, "Oh," but there was like 3 ladies that gathered like way too close to me to talk. And it's like I had my chair there to wait for the dispensary guy, and it's like really you had to come to this side of the parking lot. You could have gone to the other side of the parking lot, and it's just like I was lucky it was the same guy though. As soon as you said black test, I'm like, oh, please be the same guy as last time, and it was. But
Yeah.
Stasher, you want to talk about fairies? I can
No,
talk
he's
about
calling
fairies
he's
all day
calling
long, but they're
everyone
not the
up
ones
here
you're talking
fairies as
about.
in the insulting way. He's trying to insult
Some
us.
fairies are assholes, so it's warranted.
Don't say assholes, you're gonna get him hard.
Fairy assholes make Stasher hard.
Alright. So even though I've posted this shit in the gaming thing about fucking dice, I do want to get at least one pair, but I'm stuck on
Guess what game hubby and I are gonna play together?
which.
Oh fuck, I want to call it Strange Fiction, but it's not Strange Fiction. It's something with an S. Fuck, do I have the tab? No. Strict Fiction? No. Split Fiction. Split Fiction. It's
What is
like,
it?
I can just play the trailer.
You know, this sure caused a lot of explosions.
Oh, split. Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
you better get ready because I'm about to show you
Okay.
Hazelight's next co-op adventure called Split Fiction. Now, let me tell you this: get ready for a ride.
This seems very gimmicky.
You play as
I'm not
Neo
hating, I'm just
and
saying.
Zoe, two aspiring writers that hope to get published by a new tech
Bottom
company that
left.
can simulate their stories to life.
I can't do this.
Please calm down.
Accidentally, they end up in the same simulation,
What are you doing in my story? Something bad is going on here.
and there they find out that their stories are about to get stolen.
No one escapes my simulation.
And in order to save them, they have to escape back to reality through the very worlds that they created.
Hands above your heads.
But the thing is, they're strangers, and me writes sci-fi, while Zoe writes fantasy. So you will, for every level in the game, jump between a sci-fi world and a fantasy world. We at Haze Light love variation, and you'll have a unique mechanic for every level. Let me give you some examples. In this level, you start out by finding dragon eggs that hatch.
Hey, stop licking.
And then they become a little bit bigger dragons with new abilities. By the end, they grow up to be full-ass dragons. And now, you can fly around and kick ass. In another level, you play these ball droids that can magnetize and shift to different forms. And then the droids become your exosuits. And you can now attack and hack different objects. Here's another one. You play as pigs, and they later become... Anyway, let's not talk about that level for now. And as always, with the Friends Pass, you only need to buy one copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Haze Light is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I want to get that game. I want to play the Fantasy Worlds. I got weed. I want it multiplied.
What did you get? 7 grams?
$21.
21 grams?
Yep. And a vape cart. A Jeep vape cart. Oh God, I can't breathe. I need an inhaler. Inhaler. I will be right back.
Did she left us? She left us again? Yes,
Yeah.
Danny's awake.
No, I'm not. I'm sleeping.
Let's see here. Starting a channel, you guys better be on your ends.
Crusty Pissy Bit. Oh wow. I can't. Is that the real Big Will or not in the chat now? I have no idea.
No, the real Big Will is fucking. Let me find it.
M8R.
Ban this, you coward. Ban this, you coward. This account. That's Big Will.
He's gone though. He hasn't said anything in a while.
Yeah, he's probably just listening. Me and DJ Blood Spray are starting a channel. You guys better hide under your beds. Good game yesterday, Blood Spray. You know, Benham has caught like fucking 15 fish last night. Or was it the night before?
Oh, well, yes, of course he did. They don't call him the Minnow Man for no reason.
The Minnow Man. He
The
was
Minnow
catching
Man.
little bluegills.
Exactly.
And
The Minnow Man.
trackable.
Hey, Untrackable, I need you to click a link. It may or may not end up tracking you. I'm just kidding. Kidding.
As I post the link for the show for him to come on.
That's just coincidental. It's fine.
That was completely coincidental, but funny as hell.
Let's see here. How's your whale of a... How dare you, sir? What people do with their citations are none of your business. Hey, Zai, why should you never ask a dolphin for sources? Because all you will get are citations.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I'm not sure how long this is going to last because of the
Let me
fucking
just find
internet.
the button real quick. No, I'm kidding.
So, Danny.
Yeah.
Hey, you remember we were talking a couple months ago about movies and shit, and you said you never saw Kill Bill?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I picked these up for you. I'm going to send them down to you. You in the same place?
Yeah.
Hold on. Look. Zai, will you full screen me so he can see?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I picked these up for you, dude. I'm gonna say, do I need to put anything special on the label? Like just your name, your government?
Yeah, just my name.
And you can play these, right?
Yeah, I can play those.
All right. All right, man, cool. I'm proud of you, man. You've been doing really fucking good, you know. You got your job going, everything's going good for you. Oh no, Molly, what are you doing? Oh God, she's getting out of hand.
He's pouring
Molly,
Molly.
stop. Oh my God. What is she
She's got
doing?
a weapon.
No,
Put it down.
no.
Put the weapon down, Molly. No.
Bad Molly.
That's what happens when the doll goes off her meds. What can we do?
Down with the unbreaded. The Chaos Machine rules.
Yeah.
Absolute mayhem machine for the win.
Why was that thing all taped up? Like, what did he break it? The blow up doll? It looked like it had tape all over it.
Maybe to hold the gun up.
Oh, untrackable. What the fuck, man? Saying, put her back up. Almost finished. Yeah.
Wait, what? I have a fat wife? Not yet. I don't think Rumor's fat, though. I think she's average, so... No, I don't have a fat wife, and I'm not gonna have a fat wife.
Oh, sorry. Here, GN 4P. What the fuck is this last? Oh, 4. Sorry, doing a CAPTCHA.
How is average fat?
What? You just
DJ
implied her.
Bledsoe said I implied Rumor is fat by calling her average.
Calling her what?
Average.
Ah.
You take all the people in the world of all the countries, and your average is, skinnier than me, but well, I don't really know any people. But normal, not Eugenia Cooney, not me. I don't know what to say. She's like in the middle. Average.
Well, put a rifle under your boobs and it'll raise your credit score, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think she's beautiful. I will say that. I envy her on that.
Who, Molly or Rumor?
Rumor!
Okay.
Molly. When she's got the elfier head, then yeah. But when she's the normal head, then no. And John's got to pop out the eyes and put the green one in.
Pop out the eyes, forehead.
What?
Note taken.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I said you have to pop out the eyes, forehead. Note taken.
Yeah, you gotta pop out the eyes and you can change them to whatever color eyes you want.
I don't know. Sometimes I have a sick sense of humor.
I'll let you know things go over my head a lot.
Oh, calm down, DJ Bloodspray. Wow.
How have you guys been?
I'm
Nah.
getting high. I'm happy. I'm
Good.
gonna let my mom bother me.
What's up, Justiny in the chat? Justiny.
Justiny, hop on panel. It'll piss Big Will off, that's for sure.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta let the hair go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, wait, let's see if I can find a. Oh, come on, really? Of course, she's got to have the. We are right now. We finished a live stream in the woods. What were you guys doing in the woods? You know what? Never mind. I probably don't want to know. Are one of you carrying a shovel?
They're probably with Molly hunting with their boobs out. You know what I mean?
Yes, all three of them, including Justin.
The moves. I feel like I could dance to that beat. You know what I mean?
Her phone ringer or my typing?
You're typing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Spit some Eminem fast rhymes. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I've been saying, Benimus, I've been saying that they need to start doing rituals on cam just for fun. They should have done one. Daz was taking photos of the blood moon last night. I was going to ask her if she did any blood rituals. But no. Every time I say that, everyone thinks I'm being serious. Yeah. What about you, Untrackable? Did you see the blood moon last night?
No, I just saw a full one this morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Seer621 says, I will on you. I don't care what you are. I'll on you. I don't give a. Seems like lyrics of something. I don't know what that is. I'm not up to date with my modern music. I listen strictly to underground music for the most part, or old music, one or the other. I can't stand modern pop. And I consider modern rap modern pop.
That's a lot of shit, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. D12, I'll on you. Listening to D12, 6. I'm pulling your J card. Nope. Pulling your J card, sir. Absolutely. No, I'm just kidding. For those who
That
don't
kind of
remember,
reminds me of that Dave Chappelle skit when he was making fun of R. Kelly. And he goes, nothing more would make my life complete than to use your face like a toilet seat. Drip, drip, drop. I'm going to piss on you.
yeah. Custom, are you alive, or do we need to send somebody over there to check your pulse?
I'm alive. I'm just doing my. I'm doing my. I'm washing my blankets and stuff for my bed.
I got a shitload of laundry I got to do tonight too myself. Should have gone out and got more detergent. I've got enough though.
I'm just using my roommate's detergent. I never have to buy detergent. I just use theirs.
Ooh, Custom's the bad
They
roommate.
ain't gonna
You know
do
it
nothing.
initially. We suspected it.
They
for
ain't
a
gonna
while
do
that he's the bad
nothing.
roommate.
Nothing.
No, you're the bad roommate. Everyone suspected it for a while because someone has to be the bad one. You're the bad roommate. Do you also go in the fridge and eat
No,
their
I'm a
food?
good roommate.
Do you eat their food in the fridge?
No, I don't
Yes
eat
or
their
no?
shit. No, I don't eat their shit. But when they offer me, something bizarre.
I mean, hell, I'm married and I go in the refrigerator and I'm scared to eat something that looks delicious sometimes because it's like the last time that happened, it sat there for 2 days and it was just looking absolutely delicious. So I ate it. And then my wife was just like texting me while I'm at work. It's like, you ate my lunch. Those were my leftovers. And I was like, it was there for 2 days. One more, you wouldn't even liked it.
See, I thought it was going to be like she was like getting that ready for like a girls' party thing, like a shower or something. You know, like that.
Oh no, it's not like it was nothing new or anything like that. It was in Tupperware. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gonna get another beverage.
You know, make some coffee.
I haven't had coffee in so long. I'm addicted to my caffeine in the morning is energy drinks, and I know they suck, but
I don't drink that stuff.
Don't drink what?
Energy drinks.
That's not true. You're always sharing with me behind the scenes of what's the brand new energy drink, what's your new addiction. You know, telling me about look at the cool can design on this one. You contacted the company to know more about the ingredients and where they source them from. Everything, man. What are you talking about?
Bullshit.
Last night we were on for like 4 hours about this. Are you kidding me? We got into like a rage fight over this. You
I
called
don't
my
drink
neighbors,
energy
man, and sent them to my
drinks.
house.
Those are so nasty.
Now, I will agree that most energy drinks do taste like battery acid. But there's some that are actually really good, though, to be honest.
What? Licking batteries tastes amazing.
What did you say?
Licking batteries tastes amazing.
No, do not lick batteries.
Why not? It's so energizing.
Right.
The bunny goes.
That bunny's on crack.
No, one of the best energy drinks you can get is the, as I keep jokingly pretending I'm sponsored by, is Rip It, CYPX, which is their, it's an interesting mix of creamsicle and blood orange, but it's not too citrusy, oddly enough. They did it pretty well. But all my favorite ones are all gone. The fucking Jolt's Blue Raz, which didn't have that tart that most raspberry ones have. It was more blueberry centric. That one was really good. Kind of annoyed me that they Jolt kicked the bucket. And then also Monster Rockstar, Rockstar Energy used to have a cola, and most people forget about that. And that one was really good. Closest thing I could compare that to is the new Pepsi Nitros.
I like Cherry Amp, Vault.
Amps were good. I think they still make Amp.
I think they make only one flavor of it still. At least in my area. I don't know about the US.
Oh yeah, they do, but they changed the formula.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I'm kind of like a full throttle a NOS kind of person.
NOS is
But,
good. I like their mango version.
Yeah. And in the full throttle, they have like an agave, a blue agave. I don't know if it's like a seasonal thing or if it comes and goes, but I think that one's pretty good. But Monster just, man, it got harsh.
I like the blue one. The one that I love that they discontinued was the Muscle Milk. It was like they partnered with Muscle Milk and they had a vanilla flavor, a chocolate flavor, and I think a strawberry flavor. The vanilla was my shit, yo. It was like the energy of a Monster without all the acid and heartburn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they also do make Monster coffee, though, too, remember?
Yeah, but I'm not big enough of a coffee drinker to be brave enough to try.
Oh, please. They are barely coffee.
I tried the Monster Mule, and that shit was nasty as fuck.
Yeah. Monster coffee is mostly milk.
$8, I gave it to my coworker for free.
Actually, we're lucky with them being such a large company that they do put actual dairy in it. But yeah, no, Monster coffee is mostly milk, especially if you get the vanilla. They don't add a lot of vanilla to it. They just add more of the milk, more of the dairy. Irish cream is good. But the thing is, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say with Irish cream, my mind played a little bit of a trick on me at first because I was imagining they might have a slight mint flavor to it. And it doesn't actually have that, but it did mess with my brain in that way for a second while I was reading the can.
Was that the Irish Monster coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was delicious.
Oh, it's good. Yeah. They're just trying to do a synthetic way to make it taste like as if it's got a little bit of something in it.
Oh God. I see so much that like there's you can't just have Coca-Cola you got to have cherry Coke, right? And then you got to have what is it now? Now they've got like an orange cream Coke. They've had coffee infused Coke.
Had that star.
Actually, there's an interesting story behind that though too. You know who was actually first doing that unofficially was stores in Israel were selling that, where they would do that because they still had what do they call them? Soda jerks, soda fountains in Israel, and they were doing that. They were selling that already. And then when the Coke execs found out, they were like, people actually buy this. They're like, yeah, surprisingly in the morning, yeah. So they just basically copied what people were doing. That's actually how a lot of these flavors got kicked off. Cherry Coke was invented by American soda fountains. People were adding stuff. Chocolate Coke too was a thing for a while. Vanilla Coke came from the vanilla, adding ice cream to it. All sorts of things. People think Pilk, which is Pepsi and milk, is a new thing, but no, that goes back to like the 1940s. People were drinking Pilk.
Yeah, my theory on it is that when you talk about soft drinks, they call them soft drinks because they don't have any alcohol, and you look back at Prohibition, but then you look at the way like a fancy drink is made, and a squeeze of lime or some grenadine or whatever it's called, like the maraschino juice and stuff.
Yeah.
And then it's like, hey, when you're doing stuff at a cheap party, you're not going to have a whole bunch of ingredients that you got to pay money for. You're just going to get your soda, your cola, and your flavor all from one can. You know what I mean?
Right. I've only actually been to
drugs in it.
Yeah, that's true. Coca-Cola had cocaine, and 7-Up had lithium. And actually, even up recently, until recently, NOS actually had L-theanine in it, but they took that out.
What's L-theanine?
Because L-theanine is a precursor to dopamine and serotonin. It's unregulated. But there was buzz around 2013 that it was going to start to be regulated, which didn't pass. But because NOS didn't want to have to start paying extra to put it in drinks or to make sure because they didn't know what was going to happen, so they took it out ahead of time. So now it doesn't contain L-theanine anymore. But yeah, it's considered the strongest of all the antigenetic precursors for dopamine and serotonin. So, oh shit, he's cooking again. He's gonna make fools of the rest of us again. Look at this. I can't even post pictures of my own food anymore because then he posts his and it makes me look like an idiot. Are those pork chops?
Pork steaks.
Pork steaks, man.
Yeah, pork chops. I really don't cook on the grill much.
That's nice though. He's got the fucking avatar.
But yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's fucking like 68 degrees, it seems like.
Yeah, it got warm quick.
Yeah, it's supposed to be warmer tomorrow. I think I'm going to cook fucking chicken leg quarters. I'm going to smoke them on the grill.
It's 71 here in Chicago right now, which is shocking since we were just freezing about a week ago.
Yeah, it says it's 71 here, but with the wind, it feels like it's 68.
They say that there's apparently things are becoming fire weather because of the quick change, though, too. There's fire watches over the next week here in the Midwest. Yeah. I think you guys have them, too, but I think you guys only have a light fire watch in Michigan. Yeah, you guys have light fire watch.
Yeah. Around here, we ain't got to worry about the fires.
Actually, it skips exactly where you guys are at. That's weird. I'm looking at the map right now. Southeast Michigan is the only part of Michigan which is not fucking
Yeah,
under
it's
warning.
fucking probably up north where there's less population.
They're afraid of the firearms. That's what the problem is. The fire doesn't fuck with Detroit.
Dude, it's been so long since I've smoked grass. I'm baked. I gotta change hot potato eye to baked potato eye.
No, just put twice baked potatoes eye. There you go.
Exactly, John. A redneck air fryer.
Redneck air fryer.
It's called a fucking Weber.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna go in there. Why am I gonna tell a story where I end up whatever. Oh wait, did he? Yeah, he's gone. 621 says it's 77 where he's at and he's sweating it.
Yeah, we had I'm down here in North Carolina, and we had 2 days where it reached 80, and then it was freezing cold this morning, and we're expecting cold rain this weekend. And now that's your weather, and back to traffic.
Right. Oh, you millennial. You put down two times instead of twice baked potato. Wow. That's such a millennial thing right there. If you tried to show that to a boomer right now, they'd be so confused. Like my generation gets it, but still. That's such a millennial thing to do. Either we can put in 2 symbols or we can write out the word twice. Let's see here. What are we going to do?
Well, you see the way I type to you.
I know. You would be easily identified as a millennial by any machine searching for it, for sure.
I mean, searching for shit a nightmare.
Although I think Stonehenge is actually is technically a Zillennial, or he's a Zoomer. Almost. No, he's millennial. Actually, wait, I'd have to look. I think he's at the cusp of millennial at the end between there and the Zoomers. I keep forgetting that Justiny are Zoomers. I keep forgetting that.
I think the first time I noticed it was I think it was with Twitter, where you had to get your message off, but you had a certain amount of characters, and then you start, no punctuation, shortened words, straight up medical abbreviations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they do that all, like the millennials and the Zoomers, except for Zoomers are even worse with it, and so is Generation Alpha now too, with all their new lingo and stuff. And I thought when I was older, I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna fall out of understanding, modern lingo. Absolutely no way. I'm not gonna be a fuddy-duddy, like the boomers." And then they're all coming out with these skibbity toilets. I'm like, what the hell are these kids talking about? The only one of these things I like is that they shortened delusional to Delulu. Yeah, exactly. That's the only one I liked.
No,
but the rest of the stuff
came up with Delulu.
Who did?
Millennials.
I when I talk to you when I talk to your guys' generation, I've never heard that. I've seen that as like a new thing though for the
We used
the
to
Zoomers.
say Delulu to mean it like we're joking with you. It's supposed to be like lighthearted and funny. And if we're pissed off, we call you delusional.
All right. Well, I mean, I've just seen that in the lexicons online and stuff. It's because I was trying to figure out what people were saying to me, and I was like, "What the
Delulu
fuck are
came
these?"
about around the same time as Cray Cray.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well, Cray Cray's not great because that reminds me of people calling people Riris. So I mean,
That came after.
no, that came before. No, Riri is fucking my generation. That's fucking I always forget my own generation's fucking name. What are Xers? Yeah, we're the one fucking letter one, and I forget that one. But no, we came up with Riri because We came up with it explicitly because the special needs things in high school, like for the severely disabled people, mind you, were called Wing Lake rooms in Michigan, right? And but we weren't supposed to mention that. We couldn't call people retarded because you get in trouble for it. So kids started using the code phrase "Riri" as a way to get around if they had to mention something about something going on, like if a loud, ruckus occurred or something
You're
like
the
that.
only one I expect to know this code.
What?
Look where my finger's pointed.
What?
Look where my finger's pointed.
BID?
Yeah. You know SIG?
Yeah.
SIG code?
I'm drawing a blank right now.
The language pharmacists speak?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
You know BID? You're just gonna look it up, you faggot.
Yeah, because I don't remember right now. But yeah, no, I know that there is a pharma
It means
lingo.
twice a day.
Did you know that pharmacists and hospital staff also have their own slang because they're not supposed to say certain things?
Yes.
It's pretty messed up, actually. A lot of the things they try to get away with. If you look up,
Kind of like how if a cast character at Disney tells you to have a magical day, they're telling you to go
that's saying
yourself.
"fuck you," yeah.
Yeah.
But if you are a quote unquote treasured guest,
I
they think
stole
you're a
that.
POS.
I started using that at CVS.
Yeah, treasured guest though is they think that you're a terrible
Sorry, if you were a
person.
customer of mine at CVS and I told you to have a magical day, I'm telling you, you're a fucking bitch. Go fuck yourself.
I gotta say, I do the same thing, with a smile. You go to work and you're outside trying to smoke a cigarette before you clock in, and somebody's like, "Hey, good morning, how are you?" And you're like, "I'm here." That's code for please keep walking. I want to look at my phone and smoke this cigarette in peace.
In hospital room, if you see anything on sign-in sheets for like a hospital and they have a G next to it or a GOM, that's short for Gomer, which is an old military term for get out of my emergency room. And that's basically whenever the staff are trying to write you down as like a problem person. Not that you don't have emergency issues, but that your personality is just going to be in conflict with the staff. They don't even use that anymore. Now they might just say GOM or GO. But yeah. But that started in the Vietnam War, apparently.
Yeah, they would do stuff like say certain things to us. They would call us high speed, but if you were high speed, you were a Riri. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where you going high speed? Where's your cover?
Sorry, I went to school with Riri's.
Whoa.
Not all of them.
Well, no. How would you get them all in one room? No, I'm just kidding.
Some of them were behavioral issues. Some of them were simply just for being promiscuous. Some of them were for drugs. But some of them were a little slow. Leroy Jenkins!
My generation had a lot of really mean terms for stuff like that. Like special ed were just called speds. And then you had the ones which weren't actually like so much disabled as they just were naive, and we called them spurgs, which were just short for someone who had like minor autism. I'm trying to think of other ones that people. I'm not promoting these, by the way. I'm just remembering. See, we would get in trouble with that because that was too obvious of a.
Yeah.
Because
we would just go. Da-da-da.
Yeah, but the DTDs, yeah. The thing is, our librarian at high school, at the public school before I went to the boarding school, she would actually write down the new slang so she could basically circulated to all the teachers and parents to know what's going on with the administrators. It's really weird.
Do you know the Giga Guy, Giga Goo language?
Sounds familiar, but not
Some
up the
people
top of my
call
head.
it Babel language. Some people call it Gibble. Some people call it, what was it? Bababook? No, Baga. Egg speak, maybe? Bigabagugwa?
I've
There's a
heard
lot of-
people do that online sometimes, where they it sounds like it's backwards baby talk, but it's because they're trying to speak in code.
Yeah, I'm the only code I know is Pig Latin, and I can speak it very well. Ooh yay!
What is John about in the chat right now? Okay, Corky, I know that's the Down syndrome show guy.
Yay.
Window liquor. Okay, that's another one. Big Will is not a term for fucking. Don't make fun of Big Will like that. Gilbert, he's college educated technically. Gilbert Grape was not the person who had the problem. It was his brother Artie was the one that had the disability in that one.
That's why that one is such a good code. It's because you have to understand the movie, and two, you need to know Gilbert Grape's pain with dealing with his obese mother that had to be, craned out of the house, and his retarded brother.
Yeah.
So glad.
Oh, and the fact that the neighbors, the lady, the next door lady was like basically more or less raping him.
Yeah.
But
all the words that we used to use.
I mean, I'm
Like
glad that the world is improving in that area, but still.
When I was a young teenager in the 90s, it was almost every response that you didn't have a response. Like if somebody said something and you didn't have a response to it, almost everything we said was your mama. You know what I'm saying?
No, I remember that.
If you didn't agree with something or you thought something sucked, you say that sucks or that's gay.
Yep. That's gay. We called everybody gay.
I got suspended when I was a kid for saying the word gay. And I got a lecture from a kid named Michael about it too. Mind you, now I identify as something, whatever, my own thing. But he went on a fucking lecture about it though too. Like he knew I didn't mean it that way. He was just using it as a moment to try to impress a teacher. That was, but yeah, no, I get the fact why people are kind of sensitive about it now. But
yeah, I don't tend to be around too many sensitive people.
What's that?
I'm the most sensitive person in this community.
What do you say?
Actually, I am not even joking though. I think I probably am the most sensitive person in this community, though, to be fair.
I mean, do you put lotion on your butthole? It'll probably help.
No.
It'll also help you remove the stick.
I'm sorry, I had to do it.
Yes, John, we could see you.
You're not banned. Although that can be fixed now. Just kidding.
Oh wait, no, he was correcting the other comment.
So no one's gonna pay attention to the fact that my avatar is now homeless. Guys, really? No? Okay.
Are you homeless? I thought you moved.
I haven't moved yet. I'm still in the process of moving.
Alright.
Maybe. I mean, it's complicated right now. I don't want to get into it.
Alright, we can talk backstage later if you want.
But
Or not at all, it's up to you.
Well, I mean, you can also get up and go warm yourself.
I feel horrible because it is my fault.
Apparently, there's always community fires burning in the background. You know what I mean? Go warm yourself up.
Right. Don't need to. It's 70 fucking 1 degrees here.
It's only
Well, then do like that other dude did and put the dog on the grill. You know what I'm saying?
Put the dog on the grill.
Homeless people always have a dog.
Let's see.
I got custom singing. You thinking about cooking up Nicodema custom?
Oh, please. Nicodema would fuck him up despite being a cat. Nicodema would fucking beat the ever living shit out of Custom. Are you kidding me? That cat's an alley cat. He raised him, but he let him hang out with the bad cats for too long. Before we knew it, he was taking over the gang, the pride of alley cats. Using what they call hobo razor blades, the broken glass bottles.
That's not what we call them, based off of oh god, what was that movie? Was it Movies? I don't remember what the name of the movie was, but it was one of those with oh god, I'm blanking on everything right now. Like Mallrats and
Oh, I think you're talking about Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
yeah, Jay and Bob, but they were in a movie that had like these guys worked at a fast food restaurant called Movies.
Oh yeah, Clerks 2. That's Clerks.
Yeah, they had a whole nother word for it. You know what I mean?
Oh, right. That whole scene.
That's our word. We're taking it back.
You know what's really messed up though too about that? If Nepotes was in that film, the other guy, the guy who was the inappropriate guy, would be stopping every 10 seconds to lecture him about being appropriate.
Hey, if you don't hurt somebody's feelings with comedy, I don't know what you're doing. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's true for somebody. It might even be true for yourself, but we are not that different that it wouldn't be true because sometimes people laugh more at the people in the audience that get their butt hurt than they do at the joke itself.
Let's see. Who's messaging me?
I'm gonna let you guys go. I got some stuff to do, and I might see y'all again this evening. But if not, I'll see you again when I see you. Take care.
You too. Have a good one. Peace. No, that's not KJ. If it was KJ, he would be talking about whatever state he's in. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so no one's
I'm still here.
Are you?
No.
Are you?
I don't know. Are you?
No.
Is custom? No. Custom.
It is kind of cold in my apartment though right now for some reason. I don't know what that's all about. I should probably
Same
open a
here, I
window,
just
but I also
cuddled
don't want
under a
to have
blanket.
anyone.
It's so fucking cold in here.
Just doing your mama jokes. Your mama's so small she can hang glide from a Dorito. Your mama's so fat when she sits around the house, she sits around the house.
Your mama's so fat when she wears a yellow dress. People go, sexy.
I don't get that one.
She's the size of a car and she's wearing a yellow dress.
How does that equal sexy?
Yellow. Taxis in
Oh.
old days were yellow.
Oh, I thought you said sexy, not taxi.
No, I
You-
said taxi.
You got to speak into the mic.
What? Your mama's so fat when she wears a red dress. People go,
Yo,
"Where's the
Kool-Aid.
fire?"
No, it's hey Kool-Aid.
Oh,
Where's the fire?
yeah,
Because of the
she
fire
loves-
truck.
Yeah.
But that would only make
It's not even
sense if
2
fat people
days.
were quick and moved as fast as trucks. Sorry. Come on.
Not even close to the time where you can eat.
My name is Cosmo G, and it's so plain to see. I'm back in my hometown with my new family. Ba-dum-bum. Oh no, he's not Cleveland Brown. My bad.
God, it's so cold.
Is it? It's not cold where you're at. You gotta open your window.
Oh, it's so cold. We are
Hold on
cold.
here.
We're
So
so cold.
cold, it's so cold.
Hey everybody, it's me. It's Custom OG. How y'all doing this evening?
I don't even have that avatar anymore.
Sir, would you please not interrupt me, Custom OG? I don't go to your workplace and knock the dick out of your mouth.
I suppose not.
I'm gonna have a tasty Custom OG beverage right now. Which, as we all know, Custom OG only drinks White Claw seltzers in the fruity flavors.
In
No,
reality,
I've never had one of those.
in reality, I'm just drinking a Prime.
You're allowed to drink that shit when you have diabetes?
They're sugar free. You can get sugar free ones. Yes. You didn't know Prime was sugar free?
No.
Oh, well, they are. Or at least the one I got.
Now, Custom OG. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Custom OG. Ba-dum.
Shut your fucking hole! So, what do you got to say about Madness throwing the N word last night? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, as Custom OG, I can tell you, I don't approve of any such there than words.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
Was he using it explicitly towards a black person?
No.
It was towards Stoney.
Oh, that's right. I did catch out because I did actually shut that off because everyone was screaming at each other at some point at like 2:00 in the fucking morning. So I shut it off because it was like, God damn, guys, what the hell's your problem? But yeah, he was yelling at everyone, including Gruffman, and everyone was yelling at each other, and it was all, I don't know what that was all about. Not cool. Not cool. We all need to be better people, except for Venomous. He needs to be a worse person. I don't know why I'm saying that. I just don't like using all statements. Always got to throw exceptions into there. Bizarre when you see custom drinks, strawberryta out of Stone's ass crack.
I've never drunk in one of those before.
No, he would never do that because that would be considered work. Okay, nah, I'm just kidding.
What?
That'd be labor for you because you'd have to go over to him, you got to get him bent down, then you'd have to pour it, and you'd have to drink it, and you'd have to get on your. I don't know. Too many steps for custom. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
You know, you're going to catch some hands in a minute with your fucking lip.
Oh wait, I know exactly what kind too. Hold on. Where is that? What's that from? I can't remember what this is. Yes. Here we go. This is custom coming to correct me. Hold on. You there, Zai?
Yeah.
All right. Can you share this real quick?
Yeah, put it up. There it is. Where's my mouse? Ow.
We just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes, if that's okay, and just maybe... Yeah, there it is! Slapped you! You probably think I'm finished, huh? No, there's another one! Oh my god! Don't worry, bitch, I didn't forget about you. There's a slap for you! Slap, slap, slap! Yeah, there you go. Here's a little reach around the back of the head slap. Oh god, please! You have to get away! He won't ever stop! Oh, I'm going slap happy!
All right, well, just let me do the talking.
Well, I feel it.
Yeah, it's gonna watch out. Anon is just as unblind as custom. That's not true. I've streamed from work before, by the way. But before I was working at home, I'm just working part-time now. But I have 2 degrees there, buddy. So keep running your mouth.
Keep running your cocksucker, and I'll show you what's going on.
Moonlights for the FBI. They wish. No. No, to be honest, I'm not very well adjusting to the part-time right now. I didn't adjust very well to working from home either. I don't like it. I don't like it, and I don't like the part-time gig either. My health has gotten better, but at the same time, I don't know. I might just search for a different work. I mean, it pays the bills, but it's not exactly whatever. I mean, why am I even talking about my personal life? I'm supposed to be anonymous. Fuck.
Although right now I'm custom OG. That's right. Custom OG. I come from a land where men were men, women were women, and I wasn't sure which restroom I was supposed to use. I'm custom OG.
I don't know why I'm doing it. So stupid. Just bored, I guess.
You're drinking too many primes, motherfucker. And it's fucking with you.
All right, so this is now I'm gonna be Desire. I can't do his eye. Joyce's eye. Is she even his? Is she his? Or is she on the telephones?
What you talking about on the telephone, man?
What is I's catchphrase? Wibbly wobbla wobbla.
You ain't no weeble wobble.
I ain't no weeble wobble.
That's MDK's catchphrase, though.
No, well, I can't steal that then. Too cracked is on drugs. Who is too cracked? Oh, too cool for school. Whatever. DJ, you sort of say a lot of things about people, and I guess just because we give you attention that you keep popping back up. Oh well. Don't know what that's all about. I just don't know what to do with my time now that I got more free time. At least without spending fucking bucket loads of fucking cash. I guess I could spend more time trying to get another fucking job, but I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something with my time. I have my fucking hobbies and I have my fucking volunteer work, but I wish there was something, because that's all on fucking schedules usually with other people. So because none of my hobbies are like singular person hobbies or stuff I do with other people, so I always have to sync that up. Volunteer work's only like fucking once or twice a month, only because they want to keep people on rotation. You guys seen The Wizard, the movie? The Wizard is changing the happening word from crack to shit. What the fuck? Crack to shit. What the fuck? I don't know what he's trying to say there. I do like the movie The Wiz, though. Underrated as far as I'm concerned. People say it's like,
He's
oh,
on
it's
down, he's on down the road. He's on down the road.
one thing that people don't seem to recognize in that movie, which I thought was weird, is that the Munchkins in Munchkinland, if you pay attention to it, is supposed to be modeled after a play lot, which makes sense because if the Munchkins are kids, then that's like where she's laying. Like that's the inspiration in Dorothy's mindset. She's thinking of like a playground because Munchkins short, kids short, playground. Somebody pointed that out to me a few months ago when I was watching it, and for some reason that had just never clicked in my head. And they're all dressed like kids too, despite all being adults. So, because it's showing like how different inspirations would have creeped into Dorothy's mind for how these different places are created differently from the regular Wizard of Oz. Just like how the Wicked Witch of the West has a fucking runs a factory and sits on a toilet throne. He quit our battle last night. Anon and I missed him. Who quit the battle last night? I'm sorry. I'm not even really into it right now. For some reason, my head's just swimming. Let me check my blood pressure because that is a lot of caffeine for somebody with a heart problem. Probably shouldn't have drank all that fucking energy drink bullshit. Especially when I criticize Custom for all that crap too. For all the sodium content. Let's see. No, actually, I work for a... Well, I can't say what I work for because I signed an NDA, but no, I work for a company that has headquarters downtown. 155 over 112. DJ, since you're new here, if you are new here and not just Sony, whatever, I work with computers. I can't say what I do. I work for a government contractor. I worked full-time until last year when I fell down a flight of stairs, and then I had some tests done, and in addition to my other blood problems, it turns out that I had heart failure and kidney failure and diabetes on top of all that crap. So they had me work from home after the accident, and then some months ago, I went from just working from home on the company. They brought in like a desk and computer and all that shit for me to work. And then recently I've been doing part-time because I've been getting a lot of stuff taken care of medically. So that's what's going on with that. But if you would have been on here more than a year ago, then I'd only be on here occasionally. I had what they called a vagal episode where my heart just basically stopped. As I was walking down some stairs with some coworkers, and as far as I understood everything, I have a blank from it, and I woke up in the hospital. But they played the security footage for me where I just basically took a step and then I just fell straight forward, and the stairs were at a 45, so yeah, it wasn't great. I woke up with a bruised up face, and they weren't sure entirely because I already had other problems. I have polycythemia vera with comorbid thrombocythemia. Yeah, I did hit my head because I didn't just drop down like straight down like a stack of cards. No, in the video, my left foot hits the ground, and then you just see me topple forward and go flying face first downwards. It's actually hard to watch. But they said that they detected an arrhythmia when they brought me in, and then they started running other tests because they already knew that I had blood issues and then hypertensive issues, and they're like, it looks like your heart's more fucked up than we had previously thought. And then I had a friend in New York who was a doctor, who was a specialist, who was gonna go out to fly to him to get some stuff checked, but because my blood pressure was too high, they didn't want me traveling or anything like that. So then I had to wait another month, and they came over here, and then they sent me to some other specialists. I've already put up some of my medical paperwork. Heart's messed up, kidneys messed up, pancreas is messed, like everything's basically pretty screwed up. But I'm on a bunch of meds now. Actually, I just picked up more yesterday. I was on stream at about 3 something before I remembered that I was supposed to go pick up my meds, and they closed at 4. So jumped off here and ran over there real quick. Still, actually, you know what? I think I still have that in the bag. I haven't used. Oh wow, this is heavy. Forgot that I had other stuff in here too. If I open up the bag, and then open up this bag. Can you guys hear that? That's more meds that I just picked up yesterday. Because I'm not out yet, because I still only have my med wheel that has all the different stuff in there. In your 40s, you find out what your health problems are. It sounds like you have. Yeah, I do have major health concerns. Some of them are congenital, and other ones are partially lifestyle based. I'll be honest about that. No reason to be dishonest. But luckily, I get all the good meds. So. Oh wow, they just replaced all of them. I still have a whole bunch from the other ones. Huh. Wow. But they actually believe I'll be able to either reverse these or at least maintain them well enough. So at my last checkup, they reviewed my more recent blood tests and they said everything's looking good right now. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to have bad days or, things aren't going to work very well. Or if I'm making dumb decisions like fucking drinking caffeinated drinks when I have heart problems. Probably not a great idea. But I have made a lot of choices in regards to my diet, though. Type 2 diabetes. Matter of fact, I should check my blood sugar right now. Got my... The only thing I don't like about this is that because every blood tester has its own strips, you either have to see if you can find the strips for it or go buy a whole nother kit, which they're not expensive. They're like $20 or less, but still it's annoying. It feels bad because it's like you're throwing tech away, and I don't like that. Let me alcohol pad on the finger. It also makes all my other things because I have to get dental surgery. Been getting dental surgery and still have more to do. And diabetes and hypertension and heart failure all complicate that a little bit. Especially since I am super nervous when it comes to anything dental. So they check my blood pressure while I'm there, and of course it's always going to be super high. Let's see here. Pull that back. Get a tab thing out of here. Yeah, but surprisingly, I'm not obese though with the type 2 diabetes. Just that I wore out my, yeah. I will admit I do have a sweet tooth, but I replaced, let's see here, all the sugar in my house with, hold on here real quick. Oh, 109. That's not bad, especially since I've been drinking beverages. That's actually super good. Actually, since I'm drinking, but they're all like no calorie. So, and then I had some celery earlier, and I had some other stuff. But I have changed most of my eating habits. Is your enamel gone? I mean, I have a few cavities. That's not the big problem with the teeth. The problem twofold is when I was living in California, I had some roommates who kind of pranked me because there used to be this truck that would drive around that would sell things like soda and stuff like that out the back end. And but one time I noticed that they were selling meat out of a cooler, and I joked about it with my roommates who are Latino, and they said if I didn't buy the meat, I was racist. Now they were joking, but they were trying to pressure me to get it. And sure enough, when I bit into it, there was some buckshot in the meat, and that cracked some of my teeth. So I had to get those, and over the years, of course, trying to take care of it, trying to get the right dentist, and trying to see whatever. As I was trying to get that set up, they got worse. So then I had to have two of those teeth in the back removed, but one of them was an extra mutant tooth. I had an extra molar, so it's not that bad. So it's more like just getting one tooth removed, really. And then I also have to get a few what they call crevice cavities, because despite brushing and everything, and the little crevices of my teeth, there were cavities started to thin out and form. So while the enamel isn't all gone, it's thin enough that they actually want to do all that. And then I do have one tooth where it went up, and a cavity is on inside the side of a tooth, so they want to do a root canal on that one. They're going to cut off the top of the tooth because the root is still all in there and everything's fine. They're just gonna drill everything out, fill it, and then they're gonna get a cap on top of that. And then I also have to get that one tooth replaced. And then they also want to go through all the crevices of my teeth and check and see what ones I might need to get the new ceramic filler in, just because they're worried that all of them have just been for years and years and years. Only the one that I had removed hurt. That's it. Recently, the one that I had removed on the 6th, which surprisingly, that guy did amazing work, because I actually went to a dental college because I wanted to get it, done cheaper, and they took my insurance. So, and that one, they actually did have to get a pry thing, because they told me ahead of time that they think, because it would, like I said, it was like the mutant tooth, and it was kind of like almost somewhat fused to my jaw, so the jawbone. So they had to get it in there and kind of get a tool to chisel in between it, but he did it super quick, in and out under 60 seconds. Pulled it out. Great job. The only pain was they had to do a double, because I can't use normal anesthesia. They had to do something first to numb the area where they were going to inject anesthesia first. So they had to use anesthesia for anesthesia, kind of basically a topical to numb the area first, and then got this big needle full of something else to inject in there, so he could bam, 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 grab it, pull it out. He did it all in one shot, though, too. So, like, he didn't have to break the teeth open or anything, or break open the tooth when removing it. He was able to get it. And that's what I'm dealing with right now, because now I got I ended up getting a guard just the other night, because my teeth, I started grit, because your jaw has to kind of readjust to there not being a specific tooth there. So I got a mouth guard. So sometimes when I'm on here, I'm going to sound kind of weird because I've got it in my mouth. Because I grit my teeth now, it's probably going to be like that, according to online sources and the dentist, for about a week or two. So, especially if I'm doing something where I'm already going to be gritting my teeth a little bit. So, online gaming and shit like that. But other than that, no. I mean, if you look at my teeth, they look completely normal to the average person. But to the dentist, they're just very concerned about the thinning enamel in the crevices of my teeth. And the fact that I got that one cavity that snuck in through the side of my tooth. Because even though I floss, it still somehow managed to get in there from the sideways and work his way in. Nope, no braces as a kid. No braces. No, I did have fillings when I was a kid, but there's a whole story with that. Reason why was I entered foster care when I was 3 years old, and I didn't have any real tooth care prior to that. So when I entered foster care, I ended up having to get a whole bunch of fillings when I was a kid. But I take brushing seriously. I actually have 3 toothbrushes because I go in there because after getting those fillings when you're a kid, of course, you get slightly traumatized by the experience when you're that young and having to get, and those were like with the baby teeth though too. And then when I got adult teeth, those came in, I still had to get a few fillings, but still that was like when I was like a teenager. I'm in my 40s now, so I don't like the idea of having all those problems. So I'm just you fool is trolling you with these boring questions. Hey man, that's fine. It's better boring questions than just dead air. Let's be honest here. That's why I'm even responding to it, because I just don't want dead air. Plus, it's answers I can actually give. So a lot of the times people will say things that I don't have answers to, or no one up here will necessarily have answers to. And that's fine. People can ask boring questions, or maybe he's asking questions to gather information for trolling later. Who knows? I don't care. I'm an honest person, or at least I try to be. When I come up here and I'm not honest, I usually make it so obvious, because it's usually either for joking purposes or to mess with people or whatever. But if anybody else has any other questions, interesting questions, we could talk about that stuff. Like we could switch topics. I'm just glad my blood sugar is under control right now. And my blood pressure is not really that bad. I'm actually kind of feeling good. I might have to move soon, but still, unless I get the paperwork for the rent renewal, it really depends. So everything's going good for me for the most part, except for the having to go from. Did you ever have foster parents? Yeah, I had foster parents, and I got adopted when I was 8. Yeah. I went from the poor area of Detroit to the rich area. I'm not going to say where, but yeah. I got warbucksed, me and my younger brother. That's incorrect grammar. That's also incorrect grammar. But yeah. It's part of the reason why I identify a lot with the Juggalos, though, too. Despite people hating on them so much. A lot of that early music that they talked about is stuff I actually fucking experienced. It's not just a fucking joke, necessarily, entirely. And I know a lot of people think that stuff is, but you witness some of that shit personally, in real hand. You know, that sort of music does actually have a tendency to take weight off, because we live in a world where people all just pretend there aren't problems, or if there are problems, it's because people force them on themselves, and that's just not necessarily true. Oh well, who cares? This is the Unbreaded Podcast. This has been Nabisco Roundhouse speaking. How are you all doing on the radio land? Anonymous had to take a vacation right now because he's boring us all to death with fucking bullshit. Dickhead. And we are currently wondering whether or not Di and Customer D are currently still live. Are you guys live?
I'm alive. I'm eating.
What?
I hear an echo.
What are you eating? Better not be hot pockets again. Sausage. Those things are like 500% fucking sodium. You're not supposed to be eating sodium. Got them. Come on. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
No, but like for real, man. You gotta cut your sodium, man. Just like I gotta cut my fucking energy drink fucking usage. I go for the fucking zero sugar ones, but still, the caffeine's apparently not good for your heart. I'm sure the rest of this can't be good for my fucking kidneys. I'm on medication for that shit too. I love that too, because they're always like, whenever I have to go to like the different hospitals, different clinics and shit, and they're always like, do you drink now? Do you do drugs now? And they're all like, how are your kidneys so messed up? Like, I don't know, man. Guess it's eating habits. It's those energy drinks, man. Non hasn't had sex in 20 years. How's a non had sex in 20 years? I don't know. Let me do the math here. Yes, I have. It's just not something that's a primary concern in my life, because I have mastered the art of jerking off, which makes relationships in that area completely unnecessary. So, good luck being dependent upon other people for that, DJ Bloodspray. Fucking loser. I feel sorry for all you people who have to be dependent upon others for things. Fuck. You fucks. Because when the apocalypse comes and you're going to be running from the fucking zombies, and then you're going to be like, oh no, I need to find somebody to fucking have sex with. I'm going to be out there, hand in hand with myself, taking care of business and not having to worry about getting taken down by some zombies in the middle of coitus. So that's all on you, buddy. That reminds me. Start the zombie apocalypse. All right. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. But to be honest, in person, I'm actually not this very nerdy. I'm usually just a very silent type. It's just that if I'm going to come up in here and try to help them with the podcast, I'm going to just try to keep things going so I keep talking and come up with bullshit to talk about. But Customs roommate's there. Hey, Customs roommate. How you doing?
Yeah,
Really? I should put my headphones on myself, actually. I just ordered those new headphone cuffs too while I ordered those dice. So luckily I'll have that. What's even going on over there?
Well, my roommates.
I don't know. Stuff's moving around. That's why I got quiet. I mean, I'm trying to carry this podcast.
Carry these nuts in your mouth.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Absolutely not, sir. First of all, wash. Second of all, no. Calm down. Are you hitting on me right now, Custom? That's not okay, sir. We've had this discussion before. No. Oh, let's see here. Fuck. Because there's a ban on me talking about the subjects and stuff I'm interested in for whatever reason. So it's kind of hard to find topics and stuff to talk about. We don't talk about that, Venomous. That's not talked about. See, nobody's into anything tech-wise. Nobody's into anything espionage-wise. No one's into anything interesting like poetry, essays. No one's into research. No one's into medical stuff. No one's into off-the-grid living. No one's into computer crap. No one's into everyday carry or survival stuff. No one's into stuff like meditation, social engineering, subcultures, underground cultures, underground history, things like techwear, activewear, 3D printing, VR, parkour, tricking, calisthenics, kinetics, free running. No one's into self-defense. Well, no, that's not true. Custom, you're into self-defense. What do you think is the best self-defense system out there? What's your favorite martial art?
Probably kickboxing.
Which kind? Muay Thai?
Yeah.
Brazilian? Okay. Muay Thai, kickboxing. I mean, I go with it. I mean, so I've had some training in a lot of things, paid training. I mostly focused just on boxing and wrestling, though. What's up, Axel Nightblade? Oh, thanks. I actually have a huge list of stuff on here, but they've all told me not to bring up my quote-unquote boring fucking list of hobbies for whatever reason, but I'm doing it anyway. There's a whole bunch of other stuff on here too. If anyone's ever done geocaching, that's kind of fun. Do things like cult research too, tracking smuggled antiquities. That kind of stuff can be fun. Believe it or not, it's kind of a weird hobby, but there's a whole bunch of people who you only have one hobby, collecting hobbies, right? Yeah, me too. But an interesting one I think Custom might actually like getting into is, believe it or not, Custom, there's an entire fandom, or I don't even know what you would call this, hobby of people actually tracking drug traffickers and how systems ebb and flow and where all this stuff is. I think you might get into that. Not because you're into drugs, but because I know that you're into things like fucking Scarface and all that shit. So to see that stuff in the real world, sometimes in real time, is kind of interesting. Get to see what paths and where they smuggle and what they name their submarines and stuff like that. It's kind of fun. Stacking, patients' rights, advocacy, and retribution. Right to be Forgotten project. Soft biochem availabilities. Counterfeit tracking. That's a fun thing. Maps and miniatures, which I originally wasn't into because I thought miniatures were kind of like a dorkish thing, like with people who are obsessed with trains. But there's a whole thing there with that, especially people who do like D&D and Cyberpunk and all that sort of stuff, miniature stuff. Especially to see ones that are really good at miniature as opposed to the ones that have very like rounded, lame edges and stuff. But that's interesting. Air traffic control monitoring. Shit. What other stuff is in here? Home space modding. General security, so things like lock picking, entry, all that stuff. Fly posting, all guerrilla advertising. Modified commercial machine learning, robotics and AI development, drone and remote piloting. I should put some of my drone videos up here. I don't think I've ever shown any of my drones. Although it's kind of messed up to do that in the city though, because they got everything called sky fencing, and I don't like that. It's really annoying. And while there's also this whole underground thing for drones which don't have those chips for sky fencing, it's considered like a serious crime to even be in possession or even seek out those ones, unless you could prove you had it before those were like required. Modernized personal medical self-care, micro horticulture gardening, and terrarium kits. Oh, that's right. I haven't shown my terrarium in the garage. I'm meaning to show that because I did get the meditation, urban exploration, everyday carry, emergency preparedness. That's one of the big ones I've been trying to get everyone to do, is make sure you guys have a emergency preparedness bag. It's a good, I mean, even the fucking CDC and other fucking government agencies tell people to have an emergency preparedness bag. They encourage that shit. Like, it's not bad to have stuff just in case. Just get a first aid kit, some flashlight, some food stuff. That's fucked up, Benimus. See, I can't highlight anyone's stuff on here because this isn't my channel, and I'm not a fucking mod or anything, but I would have highlighted that for you, Benno. Let's see here. Surveillance jamming. That's a good one. Oh, there's some new stuff going on with surveillance jamming, because as there's been surveillance expanding, there's always got to be surveillance jamming running side by side it, because there's a lot of things going on with that people aren't even aware of. For instance, they're tracking everyone's bus cards now for public transportation. So if you're going to be using public transportation, I would suggest getting a new card each time, instead of reloading it. So that's not attached to your account or anything like that. Let's see here. Crowd control spotting. Culture jamming. Computer security, which is my specialty. Tech assistance donations. What is that one? Oh, right. Okay, that's for social service, helping people. Volunteer work. SSTV and Vara. Urban and macro photography. So not the kind of stuff Benno's into, of course. Benno's into wrestling and music, fishing, dreadlocks. I'm guessing headbands. Interesting movies, underground movies. What are your hobbies and interests, Custom? What do you want to talk about on here?
What do you mean?
What are your hobbies? What are your interests? What do you want to talk about on here?
What are my interests?
Yeah. It's not a difficult question. I can name some
Well, no.
for you. You're
What?
into martial arts, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what else?
Not much else.
Not much else? Damn. What video games do you play?
Old school ones like Mario and Twisted Metal.
All right, so you're into vintage games. What about TV wise? What do you watch TV wise?
Like cops type shit.
All right, that's something. I watch those with Zai backstage sometimes. She likes to go through that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I think we lost Zai though. I think she's been on the phone now for what, 20 minutes?
She's sleeping.
Sleeping?
She's sleeping. I had to mute her. I had to mute her mic because she was snoring.
Oh, all right. I'm waking her up. Hold on, give me a second here. I'm gonna wake her up. Bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba 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 da ba. There she is. See, now we can hear her now.
Hold on, guys. I got a phone call.
That was me. I was calling you.
No, I'm on the phone right now.
Okay. All right.
I'll be there in a minute.
All right. We should be talking about if whatever one's. Wait, is my. Yeah, there it is. We should be talking about who's going to be possibly going to the gathering or not. Because it doesn't have to necessarily be that, you know, you have to be super into everything there. Because I'm still going to try to go despite my financial issue with my medical bills.
I would go, but I can't get a ride from anybody.
Yeah, you're in California, so that is a bit difficult. And flying, I don't know. Train that you could train it though. What is the train from there to there? Hold on. Because I think the closest city is Columbus, Ohio. Let's see here. From let's see here. Train. What does that even cost? Shouldn't be that much. I mean, I take that every few months anyway. Not to where you're at, but to LA or New York. So from where I am, and that's not that big of a difference. Let's see here. All right, let me just go to Amtrak instead. I don't like these other weird sites. I'm just doing like a random thing here, seeing what the return and stuff where that would be. Traveler is an adult. Done. Why can't I press go? Why is it? It's not letting me do it. Like, what's going on here? Oh, that's why. Okay. No, it still won't do it for some reason. Why the fuck? They need to fix their site. That's pretty fucking dumb. I should be able to type in Columbus, Ohio, but it's saying that there's no train stations for like one of the largest cities in Ohio. That's dumb. I click on it and it does it, and then it just blinks off. I don't know what the hell that's all about. All right, let me just do it this way. Cost. They used to have a good site, but for some reason now it's just not working right. I think it might be because I have all these cookies and stuff blocked, and so it's not working very well with it. Because everyone wants to track you and sell your data for whatever stupid reason. Origin. Oroville, CA to Columbus, Ohio is how much for Amtrak? Don't care. Yeah, that's not that bad. It's going to be about between $300 and $400 on average. So,
damn, that's a lot of money, dude.
I usually pay about $200 when I'm going from Chicago to LA. I get a cabin though, so this doesn't look like it's. There should be cheap. We could probably get you on Spirit Airlines though. Let me see what Spirit Airlines is for. Spirit Airlines. They're super cheap usually. Fly Spirit. It's not letting me. Yeah, all these sites want to use location services because they assume that you want to buy a ticket for yourself, and they don't want you to buy tickets. They're losing business because they don't want people to buy tickets for other people, and that's just dumb on their part. Really dumb. Expedia.com. Leaving from. Because every time you try to do it, it tries to correct you and be like, no, you don't want to buy tickets for that. You want to buy tickets for your location. It's like, no, I don't. Let me select what I want to buy tickets for. I mean, for fuck's sake. Like, why? Why would you not? Why are you trying to sabotage your ability to make money? That doesn't make sense. Search. Come on, Expedia. Give me results here. Oh, yeah, that's even more. How's that more? That's the same thing. 300 to 4 something. So between $300 and $500. Man, it sucks where you're at because I guess it's because you're not on a main path. Because you'd have to go to Sacramento anyway. Because that is the closest to where you're at anyway, main city. Why do you have to live in the middle of nowhere, Custom? What the hell? Who's Ren Rogue? Who's Ren Rogue? Who's this that just joined us on here? Who is this?
Greetings. I was Axel Nightblade down in the chat.
Oh, okay.
You seemed, interesting and bored talking to yourself, so.
Oh, yeah, kind of. We have Dead Air Danny up there who's custom OG. So he's supposed to be running this. And then Zai either falls asleep or gets on her phone.
I have friends with streams like that.
Yep. Who is this character that's your avatar that looks like a Muppet?
Oh, that was, what is that? Oh, Angel, there was an episode where he got turned into a Muppet.
Oh, okay.
Like Angel the Vampire from Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Gotcha.
Slash his own show. Probably had a reason why that was set as my avatar, but I don't remember.
Yeah, that's right, 621. That would be actually a lot for him. That's 300 a ticket, and then 300 for the transportation. That does add up quite a bit. But so, what other communities or podcasts do you usually pop up on, if you don't mind revealing any of that?
Lately I've been on. There's a guy called Gen X Jeff that does a Outliers in Exile show. Hang around him. I sometimes pop around Flow State's channel, but that's just because I know him. Not on the internet.
Is their mic going in and out, or is that on my end?
Let me see if I can fix that. Is that better?
Is
that any better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that if I do the auto, I turn off all the automatic stuff, and so I sometimes have to manually set my volume.
It seems like it popped back. Now, I know Gen X Jeff from something. Who did he do a thing with? I'm trying to remember. Oh, wait. I think he knows what's his face who was on here, Untrackable. I think he knows. Let me see here. I think it's either Untrackable or somebody else that he's been on with.
All right. Is my mic any better now?
As far as I can tell, I think so.
Okay. It's someday StreamYard I will trust its audio to be reliable, but it seems to change. Get it working one way and then it changes.
Oh, yep. 2-second glance. I did find Untrackable's been on Gen X Jeff stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, they're in a few other places. I used to be hanging around in back before this was easy to do. Like there was a guy that had a bot that kept open a GoToMeeting chat so that you had like a basically what everybody does now with the live streaming and the panels, but before it was convenient. So
right.
I'm a relatively old denizen of the internet in that regard.
Right. See.
And I keep intending to start doing some of my own stuff, but I haven't got around to it yet.
Yeah, I've played with it around a little bit, and we plan on setting up another podcast. Just because this podcast has come into conflict with other podcasts as what happens, and so we're trying to create one that's more a little bit less controversial in that area.
Right.
Just because
there's
not
a
that
whole, like, there's that whole drama like market.
Right. Just trying to get
It's
a
like-
space for the people on all these different places that don't necessarily have beef with everybody on every other place.
That's kind of me. I don't really have any large beef with anyone.
Oh, we can start some. Custom, go. No, I'm just kidding. Custom, are you even there?
I'm here.
Okay. Zaya, are you still on the phone? I think she probably did the phone and then went back to sleep. All right.
Reasonable.
Let's see here.
Well, I know you were talking. You were listing, topics of interest. I have some interest in a lot of those, so
Any of them stand out to you specifically, or?
I don't know. I mean, like the easy one is martial arts, but that's just because I have a lot of experience with that.
What specific martial art?
Traditional Taekwondo, ITF style.
Custom over here is looking for someone to possibly train him.
Well, there you go. Well, I'm currently not doing any training, and I kind of live out in the middle of nowhere, but I know people almost everywhere, so I'm actually if somebody wants like a vetted instructor, I can often come up with one somewhere.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of McDojos out there.
Yeah.
I used to be part of the what the fuck was that called? There's a community of people who like out terrible martial art teachers and stuff. I forget what the hell that was called. Bullshido. I used to be part of the Bullshido community where I used to do video compilations of some of the most fraudulent nonsense out there. But that place got toxic real quick though, so I had to dive out of there.
Yeah, I've been on a few of those conversations because I actually ended. So I got my black belt when I was 12, but I actually earned it, and so I'm a good exception to the rule on certain complaints that a lot of places have, where they're like, oh, they're churning out these little kids and giving them black belts, and I'm like,
Right.
It's true, even though I technically match those demographics.
It's weird though, because there are actually some people who are trained well, but then they have a tendency to exaggerate or go on the dark side just because, they have the opportunity to do so. And there's people who are actually willing to buy into some of their nonsense though too. I'm not sure if you knew of Greg. What the fuck was Greg's well-known name? He pretended to be like, he obviously had some Taekwondo training, but then he started to pretend to be like a ninja master. What was his name?
I don't know anyone named Greg, but I know people who have other names that are basically that.
Trying to remember. No, it was a big
Mr.
controversy. No. What the hell? Oh, Chosen Ninja is what his name was. Deceased a few years ago, but it was a big controversy thing where he had conned a lot of people into thinking that he had like Japanese ninja training and stuff. And he had made up a lot of stories and ended up pissing off a lot of people for trying to mislead people and trying to get people to pay for stuff, and obviously also sometimes being a bit of a creep. So he got called out by a lot of different communities for that sort of stuff.
So,
And then-
again, don't know that person, know the archetype though.
Yeah. And then of
Yeah.
course there's the whole thing with Frank Dukes, which I won't go into because that's its own rabbit hole.
Oh, that's well known, or at least I'm aware of it. It did make for a great Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, though. Anyway.
Yeah. I won't even lie. I love the movie, but
Yeah,
that
the
guy,
movie's great.
the guy, not so much. But yeah, Let's see here. What other things were there? Oh, there's the whole Black Dragon Society crap. Trying to think about other weird controversies in martial arts and the whole Bullshido movement to expose nonsense.
It's a drama-prone industry,
Oh, yeah.
even in the sort of like, not the McDojo side of it, because I've been involved in it, and I don't know how many years at this point. Almost 30. But I've competed internationally and stuff, and like the politics gets so petty, and then you get the geopolitics in there, and I mean it's just like at every level, and then you have lots of people who enjoy, who are a little too happy to exercise their authority at all levels, and yeah, I mean it just turns into like stupid.
Yeah, I used to go to.
It's stupid at so many levels. You just have to endure it.
So I live in a major city. I live in Chicago, and I used to go to watch competitions though too. But it kind of became hard to watch sometimes, where you would see different team leaders and stuff throw fits and trying to sabotage. Like they legitimately try to sabotage other teams and during performances and stuff, and they try to like talk up the referees and stuff. It's all messed up.
I mean, there's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of game to play, but a lot of people don't take it way too far. Like you do want to give all the advantages to your competitor, but you don't want to actually sabotage the other person,
Yeah, it just got hard to watch. So.
Yeah, I can imagine that. I mostly, at least stateside, I went to an open tournament every now and then, and that was always chaos, and people had camouflage belts, and traditional Taekwondo is not super showy. It has a very effective, like, physics-based theory of power, so it's very good at actually executing, but it's not, we wear plain white uniforms, and we don't jump up in the air, and our kicks break things instead of being, higher or.
Well, because I've always thought of because Taekwondo is not my thing, but I've always thought of it kind of like, how like the difference between wushu and karate is that wushu is constant movement, whereas karate is more just like singular movement, quickest movement to get something accomplished. And I feel like Taekwondo almost feels like an evolution of that. It's about getting that movement completed rather than having to keep the movement going.
Yeah, I almost want to say it's in between, because it karate has a most of the traditional karates don't have sine wave theory. So like Taekwondo we have sine wave theory, so you move in, you have more motion along more axes in order to generate power instead of just straight line, right? It has an understanding that to actually produce the most power, a straight line is not ideal.
Is that like how they talk about grounding theory of generating power from pushing off and then making sure you turn on as many axes as you can before you make contact?
It's related. I mean, you do want. It is important to be grounded, right? Like your stance and your connection to the ground is always going to be the critical, right? That's kind of it's. As no pun intended, it is the foundation, right? And then there's movement is, it's like sine wave, like you lower your center of gravity to start, and then you go up, and then you go down into the movement, and then you can get into. There's different words for it. There's sub theories like spring style and everybody. You're also like counter rotating your hips, so you can get a lot of different elements. Sort of maximize, generating power and then syncing them all up to where the point of contact, they all, click into place. And part of what clicks into place is your, connection to the ground.
Are you taking notes, Custom? Are you paying attention?
But like a lot of people are only familiar with like Olympic style Taekwondo, which is the sort of reduced in my opinion, it's sort of the reduced seriousness sporty version, right? Like they wear the big chest protectors and they can't punch each other in the face and stuff like that.
I'll admit it. Like late at night, I might watch international competitions and stuff like that if I get bored, just because I have my favorites.
If you ever watch any old ITF World Championships, you might see me.
There's a channel. What the hell is the name of that channel? It's something called Blue Hippo or something where they actually rebroadcast some of these things.
Well, I don't think anything I've ever been on has been broadcast in the United States, but
no, it's international.
Broadcast in other countries while we were there.
Yeah, no, this is mostly international stuff. It's Blue Hippo Films. Mostly wushu, but they do branch out from there occasionally.
Yeah, well, it's
but yeah,
people always ask like, "What's the best style?" And like, the best style is the best instructor you can find. I kind of
good answer.
I think of it as sort of I've heard the pyramid analogy, and I think that one's pretty accurate. It's like they start in different places, but if you have a good instructor, eventually you will get to more or less an equivalent place.
Right. I started with boxing and then grappling and wrestling, and then went into more what I considered interesting systems.
Right.
I will admit I'm best at boxing and wrestling than I am anything else, because I was always told that fighting eventually devolves into boxing and wrestling at some point, if it gets super heated. But
boxing, I've trained with some boxers, but you learn to not be in ideal range if you go do some wrapped hand sparring with boxers. But
I do think that the boxing defense methods are kind of integral to all their systems, though, too, for covering. But that's just my opinion.
One thing I'm not good at is the ducking. I have excuses for why. I think part of it is I've done some tests to try to prove it, but I orient myself visually very much, and so moving my head around is not worth it.
Right, so you're always keeping something in focus, moving your head around, and it's kind of difficult to do it in the robotic style that you might see some. Well,
my tracking of where everything is, I think is off.
So one of the crazy things, have you ever seen the videos of early Mike Tyson doing his duck hitting and stuff like that? Oh my God, his training regiment was crazy.
Yeah, like my instructor was really good at that, and I feel like if I was any good at it, or if it worked for me, I would have eventually picked it up. But
I'm good at spotting. I'm good at spotting the need to block, but I'm not really good at ducking myself, to be honest.
Yeah, I finally got good at blocking. That was about 5 years in, because I'll be honest, like I was just more aggressive, and I didn't care. I had high pain tolerance, and so I dominated till I basically got my first black belt, and then I started the competition started leveling out, and then I had to learn how to actually execute on defense.
621 says Custom didn't need to learn any of this because he was so good that he had to retire because he was too dangerous. They forced him to. All right. Custom in his kitchen karate.
I was saying, there you go. Most people get dangerous about red belt, like right before black belt.
I think that also just kind of dangerous. There's two different types of dangerous as far as I'm concerned, though. There's dangerous who know what they're doing and dangerous who don't know what they're doing.
That's where red belt is, right? Like, at least in our sequence, where it's right. Typically, 3 or 4 years of training, and they start to get good, but they don't have any of the control.
Right.
And so they're just sort of like, yeah, they're dangerous, and then you get more and more control. So in a sort of how much damage can one do, or the more broad dangerous, the more well trained someone is, the better. But it's sort of the like how accidentally just all the time dangerous. There is a spot there most of the time in trading where it's like, okay.
Yeah, in boxing we called those. Well, at least my gym called those people thrashers, just because they had no idea how to pull back. They
Right.
they were all out. They weren't all necessarily being able to hold that out power.
Right. Yeah. Once you get effective, and then you have to start getting smart. That took me that took me about 10 years before my brain started completely working like 3 steps ahead, and
Yeah,
that was
people have to-
nice.
People also have to build that muscle power to be able to pull while they're also punching though too. Like that's a
Right.
whole thing though too. You have to really build those muscles up because that was actually difficult for me because I could always get the muscle power to go outward. It was difficult for me at first to be able to build that muscle to both hold and pull back at the same time while you're going outward. That's a difficult. They forced us to do an insane amount of dumbbell work with that to really strengthen those muscles for that. Because that's one of the worst things you can do is get caught out there after, if you follow through and you don't have the ability to pull back in time, you're pretty much screwed. You just opened yourself up. So you
Right.
really got to be able to do that.
Yeah,
sorry.
I hadn't thought about that. That's
Getting jittery on this caffeine.
I'm jittery because I haven't had enough caffeine.
I just killed 3 within the past few hours. So these
I'm on my first cup of coffee.
Need to
It
burn
takes
off.
a lot of coffee to do much for me. Oh, yeah, retraction is important. That's one of the things that's pretty intrinsic in the Taekwondo sort of theory of power and execution. Retracting is really part of the training from early on.
Trying to think of. So what other hobbies are you into, or other?
Oh, all kinds of things. I'm kind of physically laid up right now with some illness, but I haven't been doing much martial arts. The first time I got down with this sort of, I have like MECFS or whatever, and so I needed competition, but I was at the top of my game in martial arts, and I was like, it was a little bit too depressing to go do that when I couldn't hardly stand up. So I got into competitive shooting. So I've done a lot of competitive 3-gun, particularly. That's
really?
fun. Yeah. I even got to go do the practical World Shotgun Shoot in France a few years ago. That was pretty cool. I'm not as good as my brother. My brother, I don't know, it sounded like you might be familiar with firearms. I don't know if you know Jerry Michalik.
I don't.
He's legendary. And a lot of people have seen his video of him like shooting 6 out of a revolver, reloading, and shooting another 6, and extremely quick.
I've only been more into the more recent stuff that's popped up in the news, especially. What is your opinion on whether or not people in competition, if they take beta blockers? Because I know there's like a huge thing right now where they're doing blood tests on people for beta blockers because it helps them control their nervousness a little bit. And I'm just wondering what somebody would think about that who's been involved in that. Like that sport.
That's interesting. I haven't, like in shooting specifically, or just in any sport.
Shooting specifically. I mean, it's like become a thing in both shooting as well as in archery that they're now starting to disqualify people. Somebody was disqualified from the 2000, like it goes far back as like 2008, I think, that a Chinese Olympic shooter medalist had his revoked. And then they hadn't tested it for a while, and then they brought it back again, testing recently. I know it's been kind of like a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it being where it's like if you have a legitimate reason to have them, I wouldn't, because I see that a lot in competitions where it's like, okay, what is a performance enhancing drug for one person is simply a function, a basic function. But as far as using, I guess my first thought is that I think there are other ways to get there, right? Like I think it does sound like a shortcut because I think that you can train yourself with mindset and meditation. I mean, I think there's a lot of I don't know that it's necessary, so it does sound like a shortcut to me in general.
So, what do
So
you think about that guy that hit the news? Super, because I mean, like, it hadn't become like a really big thing. I don't think for the general worldwide community to be looking into this until recently. There was that whole thing about that one guy who didn't show up with like receptacle, these special glasses or anything. He just did, blank style shooting without sights or
Right.
anything. So, what do you think about it getting a new traction and some new attention because of people like that? And do you think that's more along the lines of, what would you call that? What is the term I'm trying to think of for like when somebody does something as kind of like gimmicky, but not necessarily the best, but it gets enough attention for it? Like, do you think that was do you think him getting attention for that is good or bad in regards for like that sort of sport and community?
I mean, I think the attention's good. Because shooting sports need that, because it's not an ideal spectator sport.
Right.
And attention gets sponsorships because it's an expensive sport. It's expensive to put on matches. It's expensive to participate in. So I mean, it really helps if there's civilian attention, other people's attention, because then there's a reason for sponsors to sponsor matches. I think it's a good sport for people to get into. It's got a relatively, as far as physicality wise, it's a relatively low bar for entry, right? It's not immensely advantageous or skewed like across gender. Like it is a little bit, as with anything, once you get much athletic stuff going on with like the practical shooting, like 3-gun, like I do, but it's not. Your ability to shoot straight is the most important part, and that's anybody can learn to do that pretty much. I mean,
All right, the term I was looking for was novelty, because whether or not novelty can be sometimes treated as a quick interest that then fades away because people might treat things like as if they're gimmicky rather than taking them more seriously. So you might get like an influx of people who might unfortunately either flood the space with attention and money, and then that can be dropped out real quick, or at the same time it might attract the wrong kind of crowd who might expect the wrong kind of thing.
I think in general the intention is useful, and the thing is it balances out. So like 3-gun, like I kind of shot through the sort of golden age. Like we had the TV show, we had the Pro Series TV show, and I even shot the Lady Pro Series one year. Like we had as much attention. Then John Wick came along, right?
Yeah. Right.
So like Taron Butler, who's like, he trained him in, like, basically that's what John Wick does. He's trained in 3-gun. By the third movie, he's actually like pretty slick at it, right? But all the crazy like shotgun reloads and like all of that stuff, all that's 3-gun stuff. And then things got a little slower, and there was some controversy, and 3-gun has always been what they call an outlaw sport. Like there's no governing body. There was sort of a pseudo, not a governing body, but sort of there was a thing called 3-Gun Nation, which went around and did sort of put on matches. They kind of had the ability to put on matches in underserved areas, parts of the country, and then they put on the Pro Series and some stuff, and then there was controversy, and so they kind of faded away, and it's back to being a pure outlaw sport. But there's a loose set of basic parameters of how the rules work, but every match is a little different. So I saw that, and it's like we got a lot of attention, and it was good, and it lasted a while, and it got a lot of people into the sport, and got a lot of attention to it, and right now it's kind of on a downswing. It's kind of a letdown after that high point, but I think it'll recover, and to be somewhere in the middle. Like I think it solidly established it as a shooting sport that will continue to exist.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I wasn't even actually sure they still had it in the Olympics until I actually had seen that in the news. So it's good to see it's still there because that happens
Yeah.
for me quite a bit, where I'm not sure what's still in the Olympics anymore. But
Yeah, I have a hard time watching the Olympics because it's just boring. And then I see the politics because where I competed at Worlds, like because my art isn't sponsored into the Olympics, we have world championships instead. And there was years where they teased us with going to switch to our style, and we would get to go to the Olympics. And I mean, I've seen how much the politics just take a lot of the fun out of it, and honestly take a lot of the honesty and like who wins out of it. At international level, you know, top level competition internationally, where there aren't a lot of cameras on it, and I'm like, I can only imagine how bad it is at the Olympics. You know, it would be a nice feather in your cap, but I know it's awful. You know, you go and you do your best, and you hope that the politics aren't against you.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I think it would be interesting if they considered. I would love to see one of the practical shooting competitions get into the Olympics because it is a lot more exciting to watch. Even if it's just single gun. So internationally, they don't really do a lot of 3-gun because in most countries that's not really legal. But they do single gun, so they have practical shotgun, practical pistol, practical rifle, and they do individual competitions. And you know, you're practical shooting. You're basically scored on. Essentially, it works out to accuracy divided by speed. So it's like how fast can you be sufficiently accurate? And so you know, it's a lot more interesting to watch than people standing there. You know, precision shooting is fun for the person doing it, but the real precision shooting is kind of boring because, you know, you just want to go up there and hit the target, and it's that guy with his pocket heads in his pockets. I love that because it's like, yeah, that's about it.
yeah. If anything, I think that kind of almost became a worldwide meme, to the point of almost just the outline of that. People can recognize that now. So that's
Yeah. I still see it pop up occasionally. And I think it's good too because, like him, he didn't appear to have all of the like gadgetry and stuff. And I think some of those, especially like the stuff they do at the Olympics, like you see those guns and all of their weird equipment and the weird glasses they got, and it's intimidating to people because they're like, I could, you know, it's so alien, and they're like, I have to have all this gear, and it's like, not really. Like most shooting sports, if you can shoot, you're going to be in the top 25%. If you can shoot well, and then the rest of it is, you know, a little bit of, you know, whatever the specific competition is, training, and then once you get in the very top, then you can start adjusting equipment, you know, but for gains. But yeah, I think that was another good thing about that, is it shows it's like, you know, it doesn't actually require nearly as much specialized stuff as it's often presented as. But and then there's still biathlon, I guess. I actually know I've shot with a lady that her and her sister used to do biathlon in the Olympics. I think that's the coolest shooting sport that's actually in the Olympics. And it's the closest to like a practical shooting thing, because it's like, okay, you got to go ski a place, right? You move and then you shoot, and so you've got
right,
you know, the recovery and stuff, because that is a big deal. I like the beta blogger thing you're talking about. Like, I can understand how people are having trouble, you know, if it cuts down on the shakes and stuff. It could be a shortcut.
Yeah, you know, I think I looked it up too at one point during this. It says here, because they promote lower heart rates and reduce tremors, beta blockers have been used in professional sports where high accuracy is required, including archery, shooting, golf, and snooker. I I don't know why I just mispronounced that. Beta blockers are banned in some sports by the International Olympic Committee, and in 2008 Summer Olympics, 50-meter pistol silver medalist, bronze medalist Kim Jong-soo tested positive and was stripped from his was stripped of his medals. So that's interesting. Oh, that's what I mentioned was the 2008, didn't I? Okay.
Yeah. Like so, like, and the other side of that is I know from training people in martial arts, some people are just higher strung. Like some people have that it's hard for them to calm down and like lower their heart rate
right
in that sort of situation. And so, like I'm kind of the opposite. Like I tend to slow down when I focus in, but. So if you equalize, like, say people are in the same amount of endurance shape, right? I do think there are people who they do have more sort of an anxious or whatever you want to call it, like their brain wiring does make it more difficult. I don't think it can, I think it can be overcome.
Yeah, I just think that there's like.
But I can see that it is harder for some people based upon the way their brain is wired.
I mean, it goes back to the whole thing with what they consider performance-enhancing drugs and like baseball and stuff. I think there's just two different crowds of thought with what people could be at their extreme optimal, even assisted, versus what they are without anything. And I think both of those actually have merit. I think it's still interesting to see what somebody could reach at their highest potential, even with assistance, because I think it's still just fascinating to see how far the human condition can go.
Yeah, full open kind of divisions are interesting. I think too, for me, like it would require some experimentation because it would be like, okay, like with the beta blocker thing, is it universally enhancing for most people, right? Or is it specifically for a subgroup, a sub sort of phenotype of people? And so I think that's an issue because I think certain things are, the stuff that's sort of, it's an easy argument to make for banning it is something that is universally advantageous, right? Or close to it. Whereas, like, I think there are things that are, and again, I'm not an expert enough to know precise. Like, I think, I do think some things are probably more like field leveling rather than universally enhancing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it levels the field. For people to
right, it, like people who are overly who are higher strung, it brings them down to where they are not disadvantaged by that sort of variation, right? Because there's things that create an advantage and there's things that reduce disadvantage. I guess is sort of.
Yeah, I was about to compare it to like handicapping in golf. So, it's kind of weird for some sports. It's perfectly allowed, but others it's just kind of demonized to a ridiculous level.
Yeah, and like I said, I think like it could be either way, but
yeah,
like that I can't. I mean, unless I have like run way out of shape and have run a long distance. I mean, just my personal experience, like I don't have the shakes, I get to where I can't hold the gun up before I have the shakes, honestly, most of the time. But I know I'm on the sort of opposite end of the spectrum. I can actually, like, I actually learned that in fighting, that I learned that I relax when I walk into a match. And I actually started like revving myself up and like pumping my muscles up before I went in. Like because I was actually reducing my speed. I was throwing kicks and punches slower because I was so chilled out when I was.
Right, so you had to get a full pump on before you could go out.
Yeah, because a lot of people, it's the opposite. They get wound up right when they go into like a fighting match, and I'm like, I figured out I was the opposite, and it took me a long time. Like, oh, I need to actually do the opposite. I need to pump myself up before I walk in.
I had to do that for wrestling. I had to do that just because wrestling is just a weird sport. I only got into it simply because my older brother, or I had two brothers. Both of them were kind of into wrestling more than I was, and that's the problem. If you have brothers who are into it, they're just going to take you down just for fun to test themselves. So I always had to, when doing anything competitively, had to pump myself up for that sort of thing. But it's good to have that, though, too. You have to get ready to go.
Yeah, well, it's just important to know what you have to do to balance out your predisposition, you know.
All right.
That does make an argument for the beta blockers being a generally enhancing drug, though, because I'm pretty good at shooting for that same, because I am pretty chill. But at the same time, I'm sometimes slow because of it. Like, I could be faster sometimes because I'm too, but.
This is that for me. I found because I went away from just body kinetics for a while though too, and got into weaponry melee for a while as well, just because, quite honestly, some of that stuff is far, even though it looks far fancier than hand to hand, it can actually because of the weight of the weapons, the items. Can actually just carry for you, so it actually becomes much quicker and much easier for some things. So for like anything, so I actually got real lazy with that for a while, just because.
Yeah, I've never done anything professional. I've done it on my own. Like once I got to a certain point, you start doing things to change up your training. You know, so like all of our patterns, to keep my mind involved, I would pick a weapon. And I would go through the pattern and think, okay, this is, you know, if it was a punch, I'd be like, okay, this is going to be a forward thrust with this weapon, you know, forward attack. And
boredom is one
And-
of the hardest things you have to defeat in any of this stuff, to be honest.
Yeah,
to keep
so
up with
I would train with, I would figure out what the weapon equivalent was. Like I've done it with like a bow staff and like a katana and stuff. And then I even got to the point I started learning my patterns backwards.
I started training with one. I honestly started training with the other side of my body after I got bored with one side, to be honest, because I just couldn't. After a while, it just got so boring. It became too easy.
Yeah, I've trained equally with most things. I was raised away, and then my main competition sort of like my world champion titles are in power breaking, and so I always train both sides. I have a good side and a bad side, but a lot of tiebreakers are done on your offside. And then also, if you ever injure anything, you've got to be able to perform with the other side. So,
yeah, I mean, like when I went for training, that's what they want you to do both, but you do always get like one side is your good side and the other side is not so great. But that's what I meant. Is I just kept trying to see if I could equalize it, and I never really got there completely. But
yeah, I find that my experience is that the sides are better. Their relative, like how good they are at different things is different. So like I'm generally right side dominant.
Right, same here.
Let's say like my side piercing kick, which is sort of the max, power breaking kick. I think I have beat it to death so much, or like a turning kick where you hit with the ball of the foot. I got to where I had some sort of a bone kind of like messed up in my ball of foot or out of alignment, and it hurt really bad to break with my right leg. And so I started actually like using my bad leg first. And what I found is that my bad leg was in much better condition. It's not as accurate. It's more difficult for me to be like pinpoint accurate with my left side. That takes more. I just kind of have to trust it, right? It's more based on repetition. I can't be don't have as much precise conscious control about its targeting.
See, for me, what's weird is I have the muscle memory.
But it was actually more reliable after enough years of training because it hadn't been abused. It was like, oh, it's like a brand new leg.
Right. I have the muscle memory. I was just gonna say I have the muscle memory on both the same, but the problem is I have more mobility with my right, but I have more strength with my left, and I hate that because I could spin like crazy with my right, but I'm always gonna have more power with my left. But it's doesn't meet that same, like even remotely in regards to the actual speed, and it just drives me nuts with that because as much because you'd figure you do more with what that side, it's going to be more, strengthened. But for some reason, my left side is always stronger than my right side.
I think you wear it out. That's my observation with myself. Is my right side has more internal, like, small injuries, and just it's not as solid anymore because
Right.
it's been used so much. Yeah, it's more precise and flexible, and like I can, it's more under control than my left side, but it isn't like raw power. If I could execute the exact same technique with left and right these days, my left a lot of times has more power. It just has a slightly lower chance of actually hitting like precisely the target. So it's a little riskier, but it's just more solid. Like I said, it hasn't been abused like my right side.
Hey, Custom, can you post a link in the chat? Apparently, Gruffman wants to yell.
All
I
right.
don't know what that's about. I want to ask him if he can come up. He's probably still working.
Nabisco Roundhouse.
Oh, it's just a character I made up.
I was just trying to be like, all right, I have to watch out for you, future.
Actually, no. Kicking is actually one of my weakest. Yeah. But no, I come up here with just a bunch of weird named characters just for fun. that wasn't meant to be like in relate. Like I have Special Agent Dave Douglas. Just come here and mess with people. My regular.
So what do you like to be referred to as?
Most people just call me Anon, short for Anonymous. Just because that's my thing. Just because I had a whole bunch of other stuff in my real life that I didn't want to cross over to some of these communities. So I came up here as Anon. And surprisingly, it's stuck to the point where now when people say Anonymous in a bunch of these different communities, they're explicitly referencing me, which is hilarious. That I made the concept of Anonymous not so anonymous.
Not so anonymous. That is fun.
Yeah. But yeah, so I usually, let me actually just change this on here.
Yeah, no, the kicking thing. Like kicking was definitely my thing, and then I made an intentional effort to make my hands better over the years. So I think I'm above average with my hand game as far as within this art. But I trained my hands to be reactionary, to where I don't have to think about them. To where they see it opening, and they just do it. It's just like
that can be good, but that can also be very dangerous because there was a period of time where I was way overreactive with that sort of thing in situations which did not call for anything for that. I have accidentally.
There's tournaments where punches to the face are not allowed, and so I almost like I'm better at it now, but they're in like I'm going to call it my middle years of black beltness. Like I'm, like I'd established that skill, but then I didn't have the restraint on it, right? Like I didn't have an off switch, and I would go to like an Oathwood tournament where it was illegal. I basically just had to like almost stick my hands in my belt.
Right. It was reactionary, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like it was highly effective, and it was a good place to start. And then now, but basically, there for a long time, the way I would describe it is I didn't use my hands strategically. They were a very sort of, basically a default tactical response. Like but I didn't use them as sort of like to set things up. Like I eventually got past that. I have some combos I set up with hands now, but.
Because in my late 20s here in Chicago, I actually worked at a bar, and there were so many times I had to apologize because people do this thing where I don't know why people do this, but for like bartenders, they'll grab your shirt and tug on it to get your attention. And when people did that immediately, I ended up decking people just out of like reactionary instinct, and I'd be like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, that was not intended."
Yeah.
Oh,
well, always admit, yeah, because people do that. Even if they know you do martial arts, and I'm just like you have to install like the one, the split second, the check. You're like, go or no go, right?
Yeah, it got so Because after the third time, one of my coworkers put up a sign of "Do not tug on the bartenders or the attendants' shirts."
Yeah, the only time that I've ever actually like nearly hit someone, or I have been a couple people's noses. Like I stopped before I went full on, but like I didn't notice that I was doing it until like the punch was already on its way, and so it got stopped at their nose instead of stopped, before it got thrown.
See,
And that's when I'm like sick, right? Like when I like have the flu and I'm kind of out of it. If you jump out and surprise me, or poke me from behind, you may actually then you then like I said, then the thing is already on its way before I even notice it's happening. But
right, that's the thing with the bar environment, because there's already so many things going on and you're not even thinking about it.
Right, and you're already kind of in edge, in be prepared mode.
Yeah, I'm in the go zone, right?
Right.
So, yeah. I thought I was gonna get fired after the first fucking time too, because the owner was so afraid of getting sued. Man. I completely forgot about that until this conversation.
Yeah, got obsessed with and decided to do a little stand-up comedy a few years ago. So I did like a 5-minute set on a lot of the jokes were like, the funnies of being a martial artist. And, one of mine was, it's like, people always ask you if they do karate, like all, I said, karate is a martial art, but most of them aren't. I had a better way of saying it, but, or the fact that they always would walk up and they like do the knife hand thing, right? Like they do the swish, swish with their, with their hands when they say it. They're like, you do martial arts, and then they do the hand thing. They can't help themselves.
Right.
Or like me, like I'm a power breaker, right? And I, break concrete with my hands and stuff, and trained by punching I-beams. People, without asking me, grab my hands and start examining them. And I'm like, this makes no logical sense. Like, you just found out that I am, clearly one of the best in the world at hitting things and breaking them, hitting things really hard.
Right.
And so you're just gonna like without asking, like grab my hand and start examining. So it's like,
well, it's like that joke from the Batman movie of, let me get this straight. You think your employer is a vigilante who goes out and beats people with his bare hands, and he's super rich, and you think that your plan is to blackmail this person?
Right.
Like,
exactly. You're like, wait, I don't think you thought this through.
But I know there's also a big thing, though. Do you know what wolf theory is? In
maybe not.
So wolf theory and power breaking is this idea. It's just because the guy who came up with it, his last name was Wolf.
Okay.
The idea is that if people do power breaking enough, you break down the bone, and and then it heals and breaks down and heals and stuff. And the idea is that if you just keep doing that over and over, of course, you're only ever going to get stronger, ignoring the fact that you could also create fractures and problems could develop. And so there's this big thing now where people are, analyzing people's hands and looking at them to see if they're like really power training or whatever, because if it's not all like deformed, then you're not trying hard enough or something. But doctors have talked about this too, that if you do that, there's also a good chance, depending upon your genetics, you could just be fracturing yourself over and over again, making it worse.
Yeah, I mean, I've met people with brittle bones. I saw a guy break his arm, just kind of in class, and you're like, all right, that was off. I've seen people break their arms power breaking because they missed, and they hit on their bone instead. But I don't know if you ever saw the show Fight Science. They did a study on that, and they, at least their opinion was, yeah, the idea of the microfracturing and then growing back denser bone. They thought that was probably accurate.
John, that's BS, because as we debunked earlier, who was it? Blood Spray stated that I hadn't had sex in 20 years. And so the joke there was, that's because I only need to do it with myself, sir. So which is it? Do I need help with it, or do I not need help with it? Come on, John, keep it together. If you're going to criticize, at least get it right. Custom, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone backstage or no?
No.
All right. Zai, are you alive? God damn it. Hold on. I got to call her. See if she's... Let's see here.
But conditioning
Sorry.
is definitely a thing, though.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry for interrupting the flow. I just wanted to
No
respond
worries.
to that comment and make sure things are kept awake. Let's see if we can wake up.
Conditioning is pretty interesting, though. Like, it's. I think there is room for probably some research to take some of the traditional approaches and study them and refine it, make it more efficient.
I mean, that's like the whole thing with like Jeet Kune Do, right? With what Bruce Lee was trying to do, trying to combine different systems and
Yeah, well, just conditioning. Like, not all arts are heavy into conditioning because not all arts are heavy into power breaking,
right?
And stuff. And
I mean, but
I've met people that have like their special sauces. They're like potions that that they were taught and that they put on their hands. And there's people that have big old calluses. And I think the reason, like, some people always grab my hands. My hands don't appear like I don't have the telltale signs. But I've done a lot of conditioning. But I did it for interior work, not for,
I do think though that most systems at least teach muscle memory, or at least try to make use of it, and I think that technically is considered conditioning, at least to some extent.
Well, I guess in a broader sense, I guess I could refine it to be conditioning of tools.
Right.
Like, you got to work up to it. But like what I condition with, I have a little like, this like a little hand anvil for like doing body work on a car. You put down the palm of one hand and you sit there and condition tools on it.
Right. They had us with my martial arts instructor. We did something called 30 and 30s, which is that whole thing where you try to express your hands open as wide as possible and then clench it as hard as you can, and then just do that over and over and over again in different positions, trying to stress your body out until you can actually. Apparently it increases your strength or grip strength twice as much. And so I found that actually one thing I learned from one art I was able to transfer over into grappling because of that. Because the grappling instructor wasn't even aware of that specific sort of exercise, which is weird because you'd figure it would be their bread and butter. But
almost basically like a stretching exercise for your hand.
Yeah, but it does actually, if you do your 30 and 30s, it does actually, you can actually feel it like when it's done though, when you're done doing the exercise during the recoup period.
But the like going from relaxed to tense and rotations, I mean, that's essentially, it's how we did like serious stretches for gains.
Right. It's just that usually, like, when I hear other people talk about stretching, they're talking about loosening up rather than trying to actually tense up.
There's loosening up, there's warming up, there's warm up stretches, and then there's stretching for gains. We would typically do partner stretches, where it's like, say the front stretch, and it's like, okay, they push it to your partner pushes it up as far as they can. Then you tell them to stop when it hurts, and then you push down on them, right? Like you do resistance, and then they relax it a little bit, and then you do it again, and you do that like 2 or 3 times, and you get instant gains. But then also you're conditioning the muscles.
Yeah, but
because the idea is you want to be able to hold your leg up there, not just reach up there, right?
Yeah, but then when you reach your mass, there's always that problem of always having to fill those gaps though too. Because if you overfill, I found, at least for me, if I overfill those gaps, it kind of gets lazy. So like with my forearms, for instance, I maxed those out as much as I possibly could doing the sorts of exercises we were doing, to the point though that it kept the shape, but it didn't actually seem like it still kept the flex though. So it was just kind of weird.
Yeah, you gotta balance things out.
Yeah.
Did you do deconditioning, like where you you stand there and let somebody whack on you in order to sort of decondition some of the nerves
No,
and stuff?
see, that's the thing, is that all of my instructors always said that was, as far as they could tell, was bullshit. Is that they were like, no, that's just like what those dojos do, that have that as like as a theory, and while that does actually help, because like you said, with like nerves, but generally
Well, you
overall,
can't really decondition nerves, but you can decondition your response to them.
yeah, exactly. And so he was like, it depends on, like, different ones had different responses to it, but the general overall consensus amongst the instructors were all like, they thought that was bullshit. And then we would actually sometimes watch videos of really bad trainers putting their students through it, and they would kind of like make fun of it a little bit, despite the fact that it looked very painful and wasn't, but whatever. But that's just the people I hung out with. So
I can imagine bad ways of doing it. The way so you do it with partners, and so like if it's a sort of an inward, cross block or whatever. Trying to be generic in my terminology, you would work the blocks against each other. I think it's also really good for learning how to orient, in order to actually like have strength with a lot of moves. But so it's a multiples, but in general, it works.
I mean, I think the videos we watched were less like training and more like whenever you have those ones that are like very cult-like groups, and they have you walk the line as like a rite of passage where they beat the shit out of you. Like, that's the stuff of videos we were watching, and they're like, that's just fucking horseshit. Like,
well, that's just not, it's not, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect, and that's just that just sounds imprecise.
Yeah, it's because some of those McDojos are very cult-like, and so they kind of have to like do it as like a rite of passage.
I'm very aware. Yeah, we did that on people's birthdays with our belts. Like, it was pretty minor. You had to run the gallon. We got to like slap you on the behind.
Belt whipping. Yeah, belt whipping. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I personally lean even more to like, I believe very much in precise training rather than the intensity of training, and I've tested it too. Like, the one person that I've trained to like compete at top levels, when my coach sort of passed that along, and I became he basically was like, I'm not training people for high level stuff, you are. And so the one person that I basically was their only instructor for 6 months, right? So I had them all to myself, no interference. And I got to try some of my theories. Like, I worked on precision, and I was like, I observed them, and I'm like, we're going to do this exercise. And like for fighting, like we didn't actually do real fighting until like the week before the qualifier. But it worked. I didn't know, because I was like, I'm setting up these dominoes for like 6 months. And I'm like, the idea is like, I'm going to knock the dominoes over like the week before, and then it's all going to come together.
Hopefully. Right.
It worked. I was, my student actually she made the team in fighting, and she actually medaled in Argentina, which is, it's basically one of the national sports in Argentina. They take it super serious down there. And she got a bronze, but I'm like, that bronze she got, like, there's a lot of gold medals. They're a lot easier to get than that bronze down there.
Yeah, I didn't get into it because of like competitions or any of that. It's just simply, originally I got into things because I had an older brother and a younger brother, and they would often team up to do sibling bullying in that sort of a way. Someone would grapple someone, or someone would do something. And so that's how I originally got into everything. Mine was never.
I wanted to be a Power Ranger, I'll be honest. That was my motivation.
Yeah, I know that's a big thing, is people have the I guess you would call that like power fantasy sort of stuff.
I just wanted to be a Power Ranger, like literally full stop. I've met one other person who that was why they got into it, but but most people, it's like self-defense. They want to be able to, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. Like I can't, like, it's one of those things, like I can't imagine not feeling comfortable defending myself like that. I've been sick a couple of times where I didn't feel it, and it's like, wow, that's a torturous mind, like, existence.
Yeah, I only even went from one system to another after I found out that this stuff was not insanely expensive, because I always assumed it would be. But if you can get a good instructor for like a reasonable amount of money, it's
Most
a
good
thing to try to pick
instructors
up.
charge reasonable amounts of money, is my experience.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the things that I was just trying to tell Custom up here, because he wants to get involved in something, but he thought it would cost way too much money. Telling him that,
Yeah, don't sign contracts. You like a lot of them, they make you sign contracts and stuff.
and vet them.
Yeah.
You-
Do you have any idea like what part of the world Custom is in?
he's in Northern California.
Northern California. So like San Francisco area?
Sacramento area.
Okay. Because I know a very serious school in like one of the suburbs of San Francisco. And they may, and most schools have sort of like peripheries, right? Like they'll know the other people in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so as far as that's, yeah, I actually do have a good contact there.
He can't travel very far though. That's one of the problems right now, Val.
Well, like I said, what it would be is like there might be somebody. A lot of times, there's sort of the big school, right? Like,
Oh, then there's
and they'll
satellite
have
schools.
black belts that that teach a little class in their town, or right? Like, it would be a starting point for that part of the world. Like, I could ask the guy I know there. Be like, do you know anybody there? They could point you in the right direction. It's one of those things you end up knowing if you're in an area in martial arts. You end up knowing who's good and who's not. Because the people that invent their own style and think they're hot stuff, they won't leave you alone. They always show up, and you're like, I could happily ignore you.
Oh, Custom's a few seconds behind, and I could hear you through his mic.
What, do you got headphones on?
Do I? Yeah, I have headphones on.
Well,
I've had to ever since that one day, if you recall. But
no!
Don't you do
Was
that,
that
man!
loud?
I swear. Why, Gruff Man? What do you think? I think Gruff Man might think you might be from a troll community or something. I don't know. Let's see here.
Oh, talking about me? I mean, I only troll if it's really, like a serious challenge. I like to troll trolls who are bad at it.
Yeah, that's more or less how I originally started in some of these communities, to be honest. Well, that and the fact that people kept doing this really annoying thing where they would reference previous things that happened, but they do it all in code. But like, why are you going to be in public doing it on code? Like, it just makes you look like a douche. And so I actually started gathering the information and putting it up for people so that they would know what people were secretly referencing. And then that turned into people getting offended. And then I started making fun of those people because they were trying to troll me, thinking that if they trolled me, I'd take it down. And instead that backfired and I started trolling everyone. But
makes sense to me.
Right. But wondering what Gruffmane's on about right now.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody here knows me other than, the last few minutes of conversation, but I am a real person. And I I'll be honest, I basically I don't have to overplay my achievements in martial arts.
See, I'm not very well. I'm not. I wouldn't call myself professional or anything like that. I just took courses, just because. But
yeah, I am the 2-time world champion of destruction. That's my sort of most exciting achievement for those in the chat. Because that was one of my jokes. I'm like, that's one thing that I wish the U.S. would adopt other countries' nomenclature for. Because in other countries they call power breaking destruction. I'm like, that's just so much more fun.
That does sound cooler.
So when you win, they go, "You are the world champion of destruction." That's
I'm
my
sure.
motivational like video clip. If I ever get down, I go listen, and they go, and insert my name here is the world champion of destruction in a really weird like accent. It's funny, but it's an attempt at being in English.
I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back.
I don't actually have a six pack unless you're talking about beer, Craft Maine, but I am the nightmare of building materials everywhere.
Custom, you got to start highlighting comments, man. This thing's been going for like
How
3
about I like
hours.
this one?
There you go. There you go. This is your podcast, man. You can't have your guest just carrying the whole show. You have to chime in occasionally. Come on. What the hell?
You don't even give me a chance. Y'all can talk too damn much.
Because you've been quiet, man.
I know.
And you better
I'm
watch
quiet
out,
person.
sir. My fortune cookie says your present plans are going to succeed, and I don't have present plans. Don't make me have some.
I think my like radio, my radio senses tingle, and it's like no dead air.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did I forget to mute? Damn it. Sorry. This recently he's been made fun of for being quote unquote dead air Danny for allowing the podcast to go quiet for extended periods. So sometimes we just come up here and try to fill the air.
If you're gonna have like a long form one, that's okay. Like I don't know how long you usually set up here because it makes it sort of a place you can come to, not a place you have to show up for.
Right.
Which is a niche because there's some people it's like okay they have like a time they come on every day and then they go for a couple of hours and it's like okay if that works out you might go and join the conversation but it's not kind of it's not a hangout. And I think there is I like hangout places where you can go and you can if you want to talk and there's nobody to talk to you can go lurk and then somebody else will show up eventually. The original like group I used to hang out with, that's kind of how we did it because it was a 24-hour room and you'd go on and a lot of times there was somebody on, but if there was a dead space, you'd be on for a while and somebody come check the room and then you'd have somebody to talk to.
Custom just to let you know I've been trying to wake up Zai and I don't think she's coming back. Could you unmute her to see whether or not she's just there and snoring or
I can't. If she mutes, I can't. When she mutes herself, I can't unmute her. Then.
Ah.
Yeah, it's one of the things that StreamYards has. If you guys mute yourselves, I can't unmute you.
they're respecting our autonomy? All right. She's not answering the call, so I'm just gonna text her on Discord instead and see what happens.
The comment. I won't tell you no lies, and I keep my hands to myself.
See, a rumor has done.
So you were talking about like AI and stuff. What's your take on some of the, I guess, sort of the present, relatively near present comings and goings of it?
I think it can be a useful tool, but it's currently not exactly in the best optimal state right now. That the attempts at trying to refine it seem to be working, but at a much slower pace than what people thought. That we should not be over-reliant on at the current spot. That some of the fear is mildly warranted, but I think it's also blown out of proportion because of fiction and people's tendency to view future technologies or emerging technologies through a sci-fi lens, usually in the warning aspect.
Right.
I work somewhat in that field. I can't talk too much of it because of reasons. But, well, I signed an NDA. So it's just one of those things where I like it, and I have a tendency to overutilize it, both in my daily life and other stuff. But at the same time, it's just kind of like,
I feel like it's finally gotten to the point where it's advanced enough that I'm probably going to start utilizing it for certain purposes. I think as a research aid, it's going to be very handy, and a few other things. But I've basically I know enough about how they work because I have a master's degree in human-computer interaction and kind of cognitive AI theory, and it's was my specialty, and it's like, so I understand. Like I always tell people, I'm like, all these things that you're obsessed with, like they're basically just like reasonably functional chatbots. Like they're not nearly as smart as they sound like they are.
yeah, I mean, LLMs are not like gonna take over the world in the next fucking decade or whatever, regardless of what.
And I've just kind of been like, I know the limitations. I'm like, I don't want to like. It's taking a while for me to get impressed. I'm like, now they're getting good enough. It's like, all right, I think I could start using them in a, for certain things. But, and I'm of the opinion that, there's the varying, doomsday theories. I'm of the opinion it's going to be, because most of them are all around there being sort of like this master AI. Like, I think there's going to be, it's more likely that if there is, the small chance that you get sort of AGI consciousness, you end up with, it's going to happen in multiple systems almost simultaneously. And you're going to end up with all these systems competing with each other or going off and doing their own thing. Like the idea that one's going to like suddenly be superior to all the rest, I think that's actually the least a lower likelihood scenario.
Yeah, I don't think Skynet.
I think you're going to end up with a bunch of them competing with each other. And so they're not going to be focused on exterminating the human race or whatever it is that people are afraid of.
Right. I don't think Skynet theory is going to be the big threat. I think the big threat is people becoming over-reliant on them in areas where
they shouldn't.
Or they're going to be. Yeah, they shouldn't. Like, I have a feeling that
it's basically going to be like the exacerbation of human error is what's going to be is the doomsday scenario, where it's like it's not the AI's fault. It was human error, and then it was the impact of the human error was like exponentially multiplied because of the access to the AI.
Yeah, I'm thinking like that we're going to see headlines mostly associated with people in industrial work. Probably like they can put something on autopilot and it not working out the way they thought it would.
Right. Or somebody accidentally puts AI in charge of something, or is doing one thing with AI and doesn't realize that it's affecting something else. Basically the blindness to the, there's going to be too much black boxing, right? Like people are going to be doing stuff and they're just going to trust the AI to sort of not make accidental mistakes or, kind of accidentally domain crossed or something. Like I said, human error just like multiplied.
I am dreading because they already kind of automate a lot of these phone systems for like basic typical bullshit. And the thing that I'm most dreading is the government getting its hand on AI and trying to run a lot of these different phone and communication systems and email with AI, assuming that that's just going to solve most of the problems. And then
I feel like it would be better than the doesn't work hardly at all automated systems now, but
yeah. But the problem
but but all automation is problematic in that area.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking, like, have you ever seen the film Brazil?
I don't think so.
Oh, so in that film about the future, everything's very bureaucratic, but also kind of run on automation. And so one of the big plot points is that somebody gets mistaken for somebody else, and then somebody else gets mistaken for somebody else. And it never gets corrected, despite one guy spending pretty much the whole film trying to correct something because people won't listen because it's all, everything's automated, though. That means it can't be wrong type of thinking.
Right.
That's like what I'm dreading the most, is that them deciding that because they can implement AI, they're going to remove more and more of the oversight, and not understanding that you might actually need more oversight in the beginning of that until the training model is good enough to be able to do what it needs to do.
Yeah, well, I think what you described is a lot of what I imagine. Where it's not so much the technology; it's going to be the sort of the culture that evolves around a misconception of a lack of understanding of the technology. Right? Once something like this gets where we're seeing the consumer level, common, it's like they don't understand it. And so there's going to be all these like there's going to be a culture built around a skewed understanding of it and then the black box nature of it. So they're going to trust the AI because they don't have, right. It's this sort of, they're going to become accustomed to that, even more accustomed to this sort of black box thinking, but they're going to assume more authority than they should. Yeah. Behind that, but it's going to be kind of a mixed. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I can sort of see the shape of it, the psychological shape of it. What I'm trying to describe.
There was actually an episode back. When was Sequest DSV? That show that was the 90s, right?
So I think that would have been 90s.
Yeah. So there was an entire episode about that too, where Sequest ends up being transported to the future, where there's only a few humans left because everyone became over dependent upon the AI, thinking it was like magical, when it was really just trying to do its best to figure out what people wanted and giving it to them. And that's like one of the things where people are going to either, if they're not already trying to over demonize it, a lot of them also treat it like it's magic and it's actually going to do what they assume is the best or the most optimal. You know what I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, I think the paradigm shift, and I've had this theory for a long time, is when you increase the fidelity of communications with computers, and that's what these chatbots are doing, is they're upping the fidelity level of our human-computer standard interactions, and that's the trick, is the fidelity increase, because people already, most of them treat computers like magic spells. Like I remember when one of the things that made me decide to get one of my degrees in computer science back in the day was. I'd seen a cartoon where it's like that learning computer programming was the closest thing to being a wizard, and it's like it really is. And I've worked in IT a little bit. It's like I'm a wizard, and I go in there, and you open up, but I know the magic spells that you go, but you open up like the command line or something, and it's really basic if you know what you're doing. But to everyone else, it looks like magic. But they don't speak the language, right? Like most people mouse click, right? It's the fidelity equivalent of like pointing and grunting. Is the up to now has been like the average level of communication fidelity. And so now that they can talk to them, their perception of the fidelity, the actual fidelity has increased, but their perception of the fidelity and their feelings about how they're communicating, like they're going to overestimate the level of that fidelity. And it's I think it's going to have some interesting.
It reminds me of the difference between people who are programmers and people who are skiddies. Like skiddies don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just kind of copying and seeing, and they know the output and they know the input, but they don't understand what's going on in between that. And it kind of reminds me of that because I've come up here and tried to explain things to people too. And they swear to God that I'm like 10 times better at things than I actually am because they don't understand the simple little parts that I'm doing in regards to the input and getting things out of that. Because I'll come up here sometimes and I'll run some scripts I've written or I'll run some fucking basic Python or some C, and everyone on here just thinks I'm just fucking, they think I'm like doing some super extreme stuff. It's kind of like if you ever run update on a Linux machine with like APT, and the only thing they're seeing is a whole bunch of text scrolling back and forth.
Right,
You're not
right. If you command line, you are a wizard. Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where when you understand what's going on and you can read what's going on, it doesn't look like it's all that crazy at all. But it's just kind of funny that that magic that people have, it's kind of hard to see that afterwards after you learn how things work. For you, you're just looking out for the parts that you know of. So it's just kind of funny to see seeing things in sections. It's kind of hard to see that magic again. But then when you see other people see it, it's kind of like, oh, okay. Like it's the same sort of thing when people put things into the input box for like ChatGPT and something comes out. And it's like they don't understand that it's basically just parsing data and sorting data and trying to make connections and giving you, LLMs are data bots. They're not, an actualized intelligence at this point.
Right. They're capable of more, but they're really not smarter than. I mean, they're not in a lot of ways. As far as usage, they're not that much smarter than a search engine. There's more they can do, right? Like there's more kind of outputs they can provide to you from prompts, but it's still mostly in knowing how to prompt it.
Right.
I don't know if you've experienced this. Do you ever run across people and you have like a moment of shock where you're like, because you see someone like totally fail to Google something, and you're just like, you realize some people can't even like.
Oh yeah, so
they can't write these prompts to get something really simple out of Google, and I go, oh, yeah, like some people can't even Google.
Yeah, it's probably a bit more frustrating because I have a bachelor's in computer science, but I actually have a master's degree in epistemology. So it drives me even more nuts when I sit there and I explain it in detail, and people still can't get how to do certain things, or even know how to like teach themselves or learn things, or even how to utilize Google. And it's one of those things. We have a particular character that comes up here. His name is Little Nepotes, and he's one of those people who will ask you a question, but if you actually start to answer him the question, he'll interrupt you and be like, "Oh God, I can't believe you're actually answering the question." And it's like, what the fuck? Like, what do you expect people to?
I was gonna say, I like when people ask questions because then I can answer them. It's one of my favorite, like forms of conversation or one of the most reliable forms of conversation I can have with people. But yeah, some people don't actually want you to answer the question, which is very frustrating.
But the thing is that it's not a rhetorical question. Like he'll sit there and be like,
right.
I'm thinking about the subject and I wonder about this thing. But what he really wants to do is just make up an explanation and think that that's just like how truth works. Is that you just make it up and just run with it. And it's one of those things where it drives me nuts on here. Because everyone here is sure that he's always just trolling me with that, but sometimes it's very apparent he just really has that as like a mindset of how he thinks the world works, and it drives me nuts.
I think sometimes feel like there's something that they have this idea of what it is they want to talk about, and they want to like speculate about it. But then if you have the answer, they don't want to speculate on something else. They already knew what they wanted to speculate about, so they're like, "Don't give me the answer to the thing I wanted to speculate about."
Oh yeah, the whole thing is to reach the end game of what they want to reach a conclusion, in which allows them to spin off into another topic. And they were
right, but they don't want a useful conclusion. Otherwise, they would appreciate the shortcut of, oh no, don't speculate here. Let's speculate further down the line.
Yeah, there's just some people on here. If you try to talk about evidence-based theories about anything, they'd lose their mind and they get very angry and they're like, "No, I don't want to do that. I want to talk about this headline that jumped to a conclusion." And how I think that fits into my theory about some other conclusion I jumped to. And it's like, come on.
Right. I want to talk about the headline, not the body of the text.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Calm down, John.
I was just happy you used the word epistemology. I'm like, that's a good marker, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That gets you a little like checkbox.
Exactly. Like I tried to bring that up early in this community, but didn't exactly always work out. Like I've tried to explain because I have this thing right now going on where I have what I call a fallacy bounty, which means when people can point out logical fallacies and other conversations during when people are having like their meltdowns or arguments on the podcast, I pay them $1 on Cash App. So that's what I have going on here, just because it got really crazy where people were just fighting, but they were just utilizing cognitive biases and logical fallacies just as the whole arguments back and forth. And it just, for someone who's has any education in this whatsoever, it was not just frustrating, but it was just like, I could just see the damage being done in people's.
It wasn't just like nonsense. It was like reverse nonsense. It's like they're actually knowing less the longer this conversation goes on.
Exactly, because then they start to fill the gaps, not with an acknowledgement of what they don't know, but they start to fill it with things that they just assume are true, and then fill that with more assumptions. And oh my God, some of these conversations sometimes it's like, it makes me feel uneasy, and I just have to leave.
Yeah, I understand the phenomenon. Yeah, sometimes I go places where sometimes there's good conversations and sometimes it's like, I just leave. Like it's just going to irritate me if I stay. And nobody wants me to explain how everyone's wrong.
Right.
Yeah, people want you to join their side. I'd be like, they really don't like it when it's like, okay, neither of these sides are valid. They're both imaginary.
Right, and I've tried to make it entertaining to bait them into it, though, too. Like, at one point, I created bingo cards for everyone's personalities, and that seemed to have worked. But eventually, it just became more comedic than useful. Let's see. Hey, fucking Gruff or John, when do you two get up here and stop being cowards? Why are you guys always hiding in the chat? Come on. Gruff's been recently coming up more and more.
Chat people aren't real people. They're second-class citizens.
Exactly. There's a specific term they use for this podcast, though, but I'm not gonna.
No.
Custom, you want to use it? Okay, yeah, sure.
Do I want to use what?
Never mind. What does Rumor call people in the chat who don't panel?
F words in the chat.
There you go.
Oh, faggot in the chat.
Yeah. Unless it's also wrong here, because you guys are wrong about so many things, or not necessarily wrong. I'm going to say that the way that you jump to conclusions and then try to justify them are necessarily wrong. I'm not saying the end conclusion is wrong, because that itself would be fallacious if I just try to assume it's wrong. What I normally do is when you guys are trying to explain your thought process about why you think something is absolutely true, I try to check to see whether or not every single compartmentalized part of your reasoning is rational, supported, unsupported, evidence-based, or presumption-based. It's not the same thing as always trying to declare your end conclusion wrong. I'm not tackling your conclusion, I'm tackling your argument. All right? It's not the same thing.
And sometimes don't forget the warrants. Sometimes the warrants are what need attacked.
Yeah, no, that's true too. I don't always necessarily focus on the intent, though, with them. It's just some of them utilize like straight textbook logical fallacies, and I even break it down with propositional calculus, and I use cross-comparative analysis and try to show them like this is what you're doing, but they have like sometimes they have like 10-second attention spans, and they just get frustrated with it. They're like, it's just kind of hard. But yeah.
So far, I'm liking the general vibes of this podcast or live stream or whatever. You guys are disrespectful of the chat. We're having a good conversation, and it's kind of a show up and do whatever space.
Yeah, it gets pretty wild at night though. Some things kind of fly by. It gets crazy sometimes. Just
that's
the other
okay.
night. Yeah, you'll learn the different characters.
I'm sure it
that-
has there's like different shifts. If it stays open all day, then that's the way it usually works.
Rough Maine.
What up?
You do have a main.
Yes, he does. I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit, guys. I gotta.
What the fuck?
I'll be back.
All right.
I know. Just as soon as you get up here, what?
No. First of all, you sit there and called me a faggot in the chat, and called me scary for not coming up here. I'm tired of you fucks calling me scary.
It worked though, didn't it?
Oh, you see, it worked, didn't it?
Fuck your goddamn reverse psychology bullshit. How about that?
Are you still at work or are you at home? It looks like you're at home with the ceiling fan. Yeah.
Yeah, I spent $8,000 today. Not happy.
On stock, I hope.
Yeah, on stock, of course.
Was hoping somebody didn't. Well, hold on. I'll DM you what I thought you were talking about for a second.
No one broke in.
Okay, that's about to, because you said not to bring that up on chat before, so or on the panel. So
I don't really care. Yeah, my shot got broke into. I don't give a shit. It was just it was hurtful at the moment.
Oh, at the moment, all right. Because you're just always talking about how you're dealing with the crackheads, and I thought somebody might have trashed one
All
of
the
your
time.
That's a risk, though, isn't it?
Well, the crackheads aren't that bad. It's just the young motherfuckers that like to linger around the parking lot.
Oh, the burnouts.
Yeah, the little hard ass thug teenagers that think they're in a gang, but they're really not.
Yeah. The problem is in Chicago, they usually are.
I mean, down here, it's a toss up. Like, the gangsters like to wear, like, girly shit now. Because Atlanta is, like, the gay capital now.
Right.
So, Custom.
So,
why are you being so goddamn quiet?
I don't know. I wasn't quiet yesterday, though.
Yeah, I know. I was proud of you. Congratulations.
Thanks.
But I am going to bitch you out, though. Why the fuck you let DJ
on?
Was he, like, a spot holder, or are you still cool with him?
I don't have any problems with DJ.
Are you serious?
Dude, what did he do? What did he do that everybody doesn't like him?
A year ago, he came up and he told a story, or more than a year ago, a story where he basically admitted to raping a special needs guy on cam, mind you. And then he came back later when he was called out on it and said, oh, no, he meant it as a joke. But there was no laughing. There was no punchline. And when asked to explain the joke, he couldn't. That's why.
So you got video?
I don't have it because at the time I was on my phone on the train when I was watching. But I know that hold on. There are dozens of people who were watching.
I was there.
Yeah, there were people who were watching, man. Everyone saw
I
that.
remember DJ having a black eye the day after.
And he's come up here, and there's video of him coming up here afterwards, admitting that he talked about it and said it, but just saying it was a joke, and with him not being able to explain the joke. Because the whole setup for even why he confessed was people were telling messed up things that they had done in life as like some sort of like thing, as like confession booth type thing. And that's when he opened his mouth and said that stuff. And that's why it's one of those things where there was no punchline. It's just that he had lured a special needs friend of his over to his place, plied them with alcohol. They went to sleep. He did something, and when the guy woke up, he stole their phone so he couldn't call the police. That's why why people don't want him up here. He acknowledged he was a sexual predator.
I'm glad you worded it like that because I would have made it sound like 10 times dumber.
No. Well, it's just one of those. Everyone knows that this my big thing on here is purging the people who need to be purged, and there's the red line in the sand, and the whole thing here with all these different communities is no more sexual predators should be. People who are coming up here and acknowledging that they're fucking perverts in that area don't need to be on these podcasts. They do not need to be platformed. They do not need to be put in areas while they're also begging for money or trying to get access to things. Like, no, that doesn't need to be. No, I was surprised. I thought you knew about that, Custom. Are you going to tell me that you didn't know that about that whole story?
I think Custom was there when
I've
it
heard
first
stories,
broke.
but I haven't seen any video about it. Like everybody says there's a video, but I haven't seen it.
The video was deleted because it was on Jamie Nicole's channel, and DJ begged her to delete it, basically.
But he's been up here and on other places talking.
Oh yeah, he
about
did
that.
admit to it like a year ago on Unbreaded, you know.
Where the fuck was I?
I don't know. Probably being pissy back then. I don't know.
You were in the high mountains training. That's what you were doing. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Please don't. I'm like, I can't. We obviously this isn't my podcast. I can't tell you what to do. But I'm going to ask you to please not panel him. I know that Stone will panel other perverts occasionally, just because people call them out, and he doesn't consider them that bad because it's not that they did something, but they knew somebody who did something and they protected them or some crap. Because I know he's paneled Blue and he's paneled other people. I kind of just like, I know you guys sometimes just want content because that will get you views, but please, because the problem is you lend credence to these people when you do that, and the next thing you know, they're going to be chatting up the wrong people, and it's just going to be a problem. I don't think that you want to be part of that, right?
Not really.
I mean, I guess I should do another thing for creating another sus list. I should probably revisit that because there are some changes to that needed to be made anyway. So I'll probably do another stream, one of those sometime, just so that we can.
Oh, you talking about that big ass like bracket that we made together and had tiers for it, like different folks?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember that.
We need to just redo that. Just so people remember. Because some of these people are trying to slide back. Jay Carnage has tried to slide back recently. Blue's been testing the waters. Fucking what's his face tried to get up here the other day.
What up, Dan?
Jacob tried to get up and all this other thing, and it's just like, I thought this stuff was settled. Why do we need to open up?
We're opening old wounds that don't need to be open again.
It's not even wounds. It's just that we shut the door on these people, and people are like, "Oh, let them talk more." And it's like they've already said everything they've needed to say to condemn themselves. There's nothing more that needs to be opened. That door, because that's just re-platforming them. You know, it's like we don't need to re-platform the people who have already said their piece and they've already exposed themselves. Like, it's just weird. Like, I get that's content, but you're also opening them back up to audience, people to talk to them, and next thing we know, we're going to see some shit on the news, and do you guys really want to be associated with that?
Another thing that got underneath my skin with DJ is how much he would hit on all the straight males after they told him countless times, no, stop hitting on me, and he wouldn't stop. So that got on my nerves a lot. Because I got tired of getting called sexy and shit by another man. I don't care that he's gay. It's the fact it's DJ.
He's violating boundaries and he's acting like a predator is the big issue, is because that's what predators do, is they violate boundaries. You've addressed a boundary and he pushes past it. That's one of those things that we don't need to be giving those people credence when we let them up here, because that's the thing, is they think that makes it okay. You give them an inch, they'll go a mile with what they, oh, I'm accepted back in the community. That means everything I did wasn't wrong because I'm not punished for doing what I did was wrong. So they'll just think it's approval, and it's a big issue.
Well, let me
Hold
be
on a
belligerent.
second.
Go
Wait,
ahead.
hold on. Let me address this Lemon Pepper dude. Hey, Lemon Pepper dude. Stonehenge isn't here right now, but it's good that you're back from the army or whatever. Yeah, CPN is out of prison, and he's on. I think he's off probation.
He was never in
That's
prison.
it. You guys. What?
He was never in prison. He was in jail.
Yeah, jail. That's right.
You went to prison.
Yeah, I sure did.
So claim that shit. You did something harder than Raya. Congratulations, Custom.
Yeah.
You deserve a cookie.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't last long in prison.
I will say that your nunchuck arrest is probably the funniest thing I've ever seen on the internet. I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
You have to admit that's funny though. Getting arrested for nunchucks is pretty funny.
That's like the sort of stories that you joke about telling people they could happen, and then so if it actually happened to you, that is impressive.
Oh, what's hilarious though?
You know
is
what's
that with,
funny? You know what's funny? They passed the law. They recently passed the law where nunchucks are not illegal anymore.
Yeah, I was about to say the funniest part about that is like a year after he got arrested for it, they fucking repealed the law.
Yeah. So now, before you were supposed to be like a karate master and shit in order to possess nunchucks, but now you can just possess them. I need to get some good. I want to get some Pyrex.
John, why do you want to be on the Gooner list?
I'm not adding that as a category, John. Fuck you. That's not okay. Because half of y'all would be on the Gooner list. Are you kidding me? I'm pretty sure half of you all aren't even and never come up here because you're probably jerking off, to be honest.
I mean, Dank, why don't we run that to Keen? Me and you.
They need to have a Juggalo call. I don't know if you want that, because then what's going to happen is you're going to get a bunch of Juffs who are problematic, and you know that.
That's fine.
Do you really want to have that problem? Because there's already a prison population problem with that specific problem.
I mean, they would be the content for a little bit.
That's what I keep saying, though, is that certain things don't need to be content, though.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen, A9?
That there's a reputation that's
what,
created
Justin and fucking Destiny pops on?
No, what I'm talking about is that you know very well that because the Juggalos have a tendency to push the envelope, that certain perverts try to hide amongst the Juggalo fan base, and the last thing the Juggalo fan base needs is to be represented by a bunch of perverts. Because then next thing you know, everyone's going to be targeting people because of a few fake Juggalos who are perverts in, trying to use the fan base as something to hide in. It's a problem. It's been a problem. And that's the thing that I was talking about with the prison population. I didn't want to bring it up. That's why I hinted with that, is that in the prison population in the United States right now for the last decade, it's a thing where they consider Juggalos to be perverts because of a few perverts who got caught and were trying to hide in the pushing the envelope music scene. And that's the thing, is we don't want to encourage that view because we want to distance the underground from perverts. We don't want perverts there. They should be expunged. They'd be thrown in the wood chipper. That's why I keep saying about don't fucking platform them though. Don't platform them. Don't encourage them is what I'm saying. I mean, identify them, point them out, put the camera on them, but don't associate them with things that they're not actually associated with, because then you're just going to hurt the innocent communities who they're trying to hide out around. Like, I don't want to hurt fucking innocent fucking juggalos by all of a sudden having all juggalos labeled with something that some fake juggalos were associated with. Especially when it's supposed to be like, that'd be like all of a sudden if a few juggalos started running around in KKK stuff or fucking Nazi shit, right? And then everyone's like, oh, put the camera on them, but don't clarify that they're not juggalos. Instead, just make everyone think all, you know, juggalos are all fucking racists, right? That's what I'm saying is like, don't do that. That'd be like, you know, getting the Swifties, the Taylor Swift fans, all associated with, let's say, stealing cars. And now everyone thinks that people who, you know, ones who don't really like Taylor Swift, but they know that they're, you know, more middle to upper class and they'll be around better cars, so they hide amongst them to steal fucking cars and shit. Oh, now everyone thinks everyone who's a Taylor Swift fan steals cars, right?
I
Like,
mean,
you don't want to
I believe-
platform those people. Like, that's all I'm saying is that when you do that, there's consequences for that behavior when you're thinking, oh, it's just content, it's not going to hurt anybody. But then next thing you know, people are getting, I mean, they've already had to talk about like the FBI fucking with people for wrong reasons. Like, do you really want to encourage the FBI thinking that they have a, you know, a right to violate people's rights for the wrong reasons?
See, that's the thing about I completely understand what you're saying, Anon. I do, and I'm not trying to undercut you, but that's the thing about Locale. They don't really have guests that often. It's just the main host talking shit to each other, and that's what I was trying to do last night.
Oh no, I saw that. That was funny as shit. I just think that if they're gonna do like a Juggalo Locale Live, like specifically have an entire separate show or something, that needs to be way more vetted and not throw up incorrect representation. Like, throw up any idiot you want, sure, that's, you know, fair game. But I'm just saying, like, don't necessarily focus in on or try to weed out the ultra bad representation, because you don't always want to put the worst of the worst representation up, especially if it's inaccurate, right? Because that's going to create its own nest of problems that nobody's going to find entertaining except for a few sick people.
Yeah. I mean, technically, isn't it what we do every day over here?
Yeah, but we point it out, though. Or at least I do. I point it out. I obsessively point it out, but yeah. To the point that it drove Benimus insane, but yeah.
Shout out Ben Pop.
Ben Pop, yeah. I'm the sheriff, and Ben Pop is the anti-sheriff. We work in conjunction. Although, actually, sometimes he does it now, too, because now he's really on this whole Tom Hanks thing for whatever reason. For like a month.
What's up, Tonic?
Yeah, what up, Tonic?
Tonic in the chat.
I remember when Tonic called Marty a hard R. Oh, shit.
I remember like a year ago, all y'all were telling me I was doing God's work, and that now you're all like telling me I'm fucking a buzzkill with this shit. I swear.
Who the hell said that?
What?
Who said that you were a buzzkill?
Oh, I get fucking messages all the time telling me to stop fucking outing people. You'd be surprised, especially from some fucking people you wouldn't think. But yeah, thinking I need to calm down on that shit, and then I'm exaggerating the problems or whatever. But I'm gonna go mute myself now.
I feel you, because I'm about to jump off here and eat my food. So, Custom, can you hold it down for about 45 minutes?
By myself?
I mean, you got Girl here.
I mean, I'll try.
I mean, I'm bored and talking mildly alleviates it. So
Yeah, don't be rage quitting, Gruff Man.
Not rage quitting. Did you work today, Custom?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Was it a good shift at least?
It's tiring.
Do you deal with the general public?
I'll tell you one day behind the scenes what I do.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that's the only thing I wanted to know. Like, if you did, like, I completely understand.
Something like that.
All right. That's all I wanted to know, anyways. I don't want to know too much in your life.
Don't worry, I won't kill you if something goes wrong.
Well, you should tell me, anyways. You fuck.
Yeah. You know what I did, Grub Man?
What'd you do?
I fucked up and I got some kratom.
Oh, you fucking idiot. God damn it, Custom.
I figured you didn't know.
No, I didn't
Everybody
know.
else knows. Everybody else knows. You weren't around when I was talking about it.
No, I wasn't around.
I got a bottle. I've only taken one time since I've had it.
So you took one little sip out of it?
No, they're capsules.
Oh, okay. What is it, like Dava or what's that other fucking word I'm thinking about?
Just regular kratom.
Oh, okay. You know what? As soon as you said that in the chat, Anon, I knew you were talking about that video.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
he's not the only one who said that, though.
Yeah, I know. I've seen countless other prison fucking people talk about juggalos being fucking pedos and shit.
Lemon Pepper Louisville. I wish you could show your guns, but you can't show any guns on him. You can show knives and swords and shit.
What about 3D printed ones?
Not even any. Dude, I got in trouble for having an airsoft gun.
I mean, what if you were like trying to demonstrate how the product works? Isn't that a loophole?
I don't think so.
It's educational purposes. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the slide of the gun. This is the hammer. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's like all the
They
way up
don't
until
want-
all up until
They don't want gun
2013. Hold on, I just want
they
to say
punish it
something.
pretty hard. They've been doing it for years.
2015, it's not illegal to ship gun. It wasn't illegal to ship gun parts to certain places, but it was still illegal to ship a gun. So it's kind of weird where you can talk about it on here. We talked about it for like what, 20, 30 minutes? We talked about it, but you still can't show one, which makes no sense, in my opinion. But whatever, I'm muting.
What are you eating?
I bought some fucking Taco Bell that I have not even ate yet. It's just been getting cold.
Cold Taco Bell isn't good.
Yes.
I like cold Taco Bell.
It's not that bad. I've had worse. Try to eat like White Castle or Crystal's cold. That's disgusting.
We don't
Sure,
have either
like
one of
Taco
those
Bell.
things.
Tastes like what I imagine white people hypothetically think Mexican food tastes like if they've never actually had it. That's Taco Bell.
That's the only restaurant that survived during Demolition Man.
That's true. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
Wait, except for the international copies, which they switched it to Pizza Hut.
What? For real?
Yep, in the international versions of the movie, because nobody else knew what the hell Taco Bell was, execs changed it. So even if you get like the copy for like England, their version, it says Pizza Hut, and they changed everything. Let me see if I can find a video or something about this shit. It's fucking weird. Let's see here.
This is how Mandela effects are born.
Shazam was a real thing.
I swear I
had the
remember
VHS.
Shazam.
I had the VHS.
I'm pretty sure I saw the movie. It was like early 90s.
Yep,
Back
very
when,
early. Well, mid 90s, really.
All right, Custom, can you? I've got a video to share.
and was it the Fruit of the Loom one? I know it had the cornucopia.
Oh yeah,
Because I literally remember being at a store and they had like a display.
yeah, I remember
And
that.
I saw the cornucopia and I asked Mom, like, what's that? And that's when I learned the word cornucopia.
Demolition Man, released in 1996. There's an odd detail that was changed in this film in post-production, such that the North American release is not quite the same as the European release. I hadn't seen this film since the 90s, so I was quite surprised when I watched it again recently, this time in German, and noticed a somewhat odd change from what I remembered. All references to Taco Bell in the original version have been changed to Pizza Hut, including changing the spoken dialogue, the subtitles, and even digitally superimposing the Pizza Hut logo on top of the original Taco Bell logo, although, side note, they missed a few here and there if you're really paying attention. At first I thought I was going crazy and I was just remembering the movie incorrectly, but some of the logo changes are quite poorly done, such that it's very obvious that they've been superimposed in editing. So, what gives? Well, it turns out that Taco Bell was not very well known in Europe at the time, and in fact, still isn't terribly well known in many European countries today. So the producers decided to change to a more recognizable brand for the European release of the film to reduce confusion in those countries.
Yeah, I didn't want to get struck for playing the whole video, but yeah. I thought that was weird.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now you know.
The more you know.
Some solid random trivia. I do love that movie, though. It's one of the greatest.
Yeah, and part of it was also based on what was that book? Oh, come on, it's one of my favorite. Why am I having a brain fart on this? Brave New World. It's partially based on Brave New World, and they make it pretty blatant throughout the whole thing, especially with the names of characters and whatnot. But yeah.
Yeah, because what's her name is Huxley. And...
Exactly, and they even kind of hint to with calling him Savage or several times throughout like the film or whatever. Yeah.
Right. It's such a great mix of, it's like you've got the philosophical underpinnings, right, which are solid, and then then it's funny, and then you've got this action movie with Stallone and Wesley Snipes, and one of my favorite Snipes roles, honestly. The whole thing is just chef's kiss, at least from my perspective. It's all the good things that I like in a movie.
Is Zai sleeping?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tried waking her earlier, but nah.
I went incredibly hard on her yesterday. I kind of want to apologize, but fuck it.
Dude, trust me, don't worry about it. I went off on Nepotes while she was there backstage at a thing, or not even backstage. We were in a group call, and I went way over. Like, you guys would probably never talk to me again if you saw the way I talked to Nepotes and the things I said. She's
No,
been in shock.
We've all seen you tell that man you hope.
You haven't seen that full side of me. I went everything I'm against. I did to prove to him that I'm willing to cross that red line to get to him.
Yeah, I know. I remember you saying some words you never say and shit
Yeah.
like that.
So
We've heard it.
it's one of those things though where she's kind of been slightly in shock since then. She says she'll get over it, but whatever you went through with her recently, trust me, she's still kind of. If you notice, she's not really her normal self over the last few days because I feel like I really did more of a damage to her than I did to Nepotes, despite him being the target audience, and I actually feel horrific.
Oh God, you should have seen how she was when you got upset with her for playing that song and your neighbor came busting on your door and shit like that.
Yeah.
She was fucked up for 2 weeks about that shit.
Well, because I also had left and was angry at her and everyone else because that sort of stuff happened one too many times. Everyone knows I'm really against that stuff to begin with, and then that had real world consequences. I haven't moved yet, but I'm still packing stuff and moving things back and forth. But yeah, the thing is, yeah, I don't even want to go into that. So like she knows I completely forgive her for that, but I don't ever want me to actually hurt anyone who does not deserve to be hurt in these communities. And I don't even necessarily want to hurt people at all. I just want people to understand red lines in the sand, accountability, all that jazz. And I know I've gone way too far with that stuff in the past. I've posted apologies and explanations and not excuses over on my channel. If anybody wants to go over there and click on the public commentary posts or whatever the hell they're called, explaining my position on that. But recently I went overboard to the point where I had actually felt like I had almost crossed a line I couldn't come back from, to be honest. Despite it just being words and just targeted at Nepotes just to get the point across to him. But I do think that some of that splashback may have hurt Zai in some ways. I feel real bad about that. So, but yeah. And I know I also went off on everyone during that whole thing with the stuff. Yeah. I really went off on people, but I'm saying I went 10 times worse than that recently. So it's just one of those things where I got to pump the brakes on that and realize that that's just not something, that's not who I want to be. That's not something I want to do. And that's not something I can just try to justify and be like, well, people are instigating and I'm responding. That's not okay. And I understand that. But
well, it's not like you're calling the law on them or anything like that. You're all right. You just said some foul shit.
Yeah, I know.
You're all right. It could be worse.
Could be worse is not an excuse.
It could be worse.
Google, what is it called? Moral relativism. Yeah.
You know I can't do that while I'm on here.
Yeah.
You son of a gun.
Oh, did you get the messages for the information that you wanted, by the way?
Yeah, I actually was reading a little bit of it while I was dealing with that shit at work. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and reread through all of that, but I pretty much got the gist of it. He's just done with streaming right now.
Yeah, and he also wasn't the sort of stuff we thought was going. Like there was stuff going on, but not that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
surprisingly. In fact, I'm thinking about sending maybe some of that to who was talked about in that, just so he knows. But I don't know whether or not I gotta maybe ask that person is if I can forward that so he knows, or whether or not he doesn't want to know. I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's if you're given that information and that there's like a tag team group of people who are going after you from the sidelines and you kind of know, but you don't know that it was that organized.
Yeah.
You know, it's just one of those things like, do you tell someone? Do you not? Because you don't want to violate someone's trust. So I'm gonna ask who sent me that information whether or not I could tell the target of that information. Because it's just kind of, yeah. Lemon Pepper says if one of those things go on wrong with the cryptid. All right, I'm gonna mute again. I've overtalked already during this whole
You're okay, motherfucker. Custom.
So
It's only us again, bro.
yeah.
It sucks. I have to join to keep some words going on, or this shit was gonna be fully silent. You know
Mm-hmm.
that we gotta put an end to that. We gotta fucking be stupid and do shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you were talking about it the other day, but I completely missed it. What's your favorite Jackie Chan movie?
Probably Super Cop.
Which one?
Super Cop.
Yeah. Apparently, the Super Cop we got here in America is Super Cop 3. So,
You know the one where he breaks out of prison?
yes.
Where he
Okay.
breaks the
I know
dude?
exactly what you. Yeah, that's actually, that was my runner up. My first one is Rumble in the Bronx.
Yeah, yeah, same. Rumble in the
Both
Bronx.
wrong. It's
That
Snake
was
and
filmed in Canada.
Shadow.
Huh?
What?
Both wrong. It's
Snake
Snake
and
and
Eagle Shadow is a good one, yeah.
He's a
Yeah,
medallion kind
Snake
of
and Eagle
guy.
Shadow is real good. You should watch it on YouTube.
No, I never watched Medallion. I refuse to.
It's not that
I've
good, I
never seen
promise.
that one either.
It fucking sucks, guys.
Yeah, you can tell
I
by any
figured
sort
it
of
did, that's why I
commercial
never
stuff with
watched
it.
it.
So
I watched it as a kid, and I was like, "Yeah, this shit sucks." I'm used to Jackie Chan like doing crazy ass stunts, falling off buildings, and fucking going through shit, not just him fighting a magical medallion.
Yeah.
Was that the one where it was finally going to be like him and Jet Li in the same movie, and it turned out to be like really lame?
No, the
That was
medallion.
Forbidden Kingdom.
I think that shit was like 2001, 2, maybe. I don't know if that movie ever came out though.
well, they were both in Forbidden Kingdom together.
Okay, I knew there was one of them.
Was that Jet Li? Custom, was that Jet Li in Forbidden Kingdom? You would know.
Yeah, Jet Li and
Wasn't he
Jackie Chan
bald
are
in that
Forbidden
movie?
Kingdom. Hmm?
Wasn't he bald in that movie?
I think he played a monk.
Jackie Chan had long hair in that movie because he was like a drunken master.
Okay,
Oh, I
wait.
thought he was talking about
Let me
Jet Li.
rephrase. Was Jet Li bald in the movie?
Yeah, Jet Li was bald in the
Okay,
movie,
so
yeah.
yeah, I have seen it. Okay.
It was the Jackie Chan not so good years.
And Jackie Chan urinates on Jet Li.
I feel like there's like a
I think
transition.
it's the other way around.
Went from like Jackie Chan movies to movies that happen to have Jackie Chan in them.
Well, okay, if we're going off that logic right now, I think Jackie Chan could beat Jet Li's ass any day right now.
Hold on,
Yeah.
sir. Hold on. No, hold on. Jet Li, what?
Jet Li is dying from
was an
some crazy
Olympian
ass
martial
disease right
artist.
now, and Jackie Chan is still spry. You know what I'm saying? Jackie Chan can still go right now. Jet Li can't.
Jackie Chan is strictly an actor. I don't care what anyone says. And Jet Li is an Olympian. Don't forget it. No. Absolutely. I love Jackie Chan, but Jet Li was an actual Olympian. Look it up.
What was that fucking movie that Jet Li was in?
Kiss of the Dragon.
Yes, that one exactly. That was the one I was thinking about.
Oh, with the acupuncture needles?
Yeah, with the
Where he knows
acupuncture needles.
acupuncture?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it really
that's
gonna
a good
be that,
movie.
or is it gonna
The
be
shrimp
Romeo
and
Must
chip
Die?
or fish and chips.
The shrimp chips.
Yeah, the shrimp chips.
It's okay. It was like one of his early ones was like Black Mask. I always enjoyed that one.
My favorite
That one
one
was
Jet Li was Hero, but I forget what the America is. That what it was called in America too, or hold on.
Yeah, it was a. That was an interesting movie. It stood out.
Well, a lot of people didn't get the secondary plot that was going on, which was kind of like the framing device for the other plots.
Right.
The unification of China, and yeah, but
Yeah, there was thought put into that movie. Honestly, like one of my favorite Jet Li's is completely just entertainment, but the one where it's like him and then he's like killing all of there's an evil him that's killing all of his like parallel dimension versions. It was also an early Jason Statham appearance, like before anybody knew who he was. That was fun. It's the only movie where Jet Li fights Jet Li. Classic martial arts movie trope, but it usually works. Double Dragon, the one, several others like that.
That's one pissed off dog.
And y'all ever watch like the old like Sonny Chiba movies? There was these ones called Street Fighter, and like at the time they came out, they were rated like X or something. They're really cheesy now, but those were kind of fun. And they have nothing to do with the Street Fighter game.
No, I ain't never seen that before. Gotta check it out.
It's like a samurai
I think there's
movie.
two of them. There's like Street Fighter Returns. I don't know, but yeah, it's like Sonny Chiba in like the 70s or 80s. He does a lot of neck crunching and like off screen neck crunching. I'm sure that's why they were rated whatever they were back in the day.
Hey, did you know that Custom was the last winner of the Kumite, and now he has to go back and defend his honor?
No. His defeat of all the others was so great. He's no longer allowed to compete. You got to.
Nah, he's gonna compete because now someone's better than him, and they're going for the master.
Someone's better than Custom OG?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Now Custom's gonna have to humble said young warrior.
It's always fun.
They better know how to block Hadoukens.
Oh yeah, man. What if they have projectiles? You got to train for that, Custom.
He's got to get those beans that they have in DBZ.
He's got to do the Jean-Claude
Senzu
Van
beans.
Damme training regiment from fucking Bloodsport. Reenact the fucking powder in the eye scene.
Perfect scene.
All right. Well, I'm gonna make a late dinner. I'm gonna hop off. It's nice meeting you, Renrogue. I'll if you guys are still here later, I might pop back up. All right. Peace.
You're afraid of the government more than ever? Lemon Pepper Louisville? Hey, Tonic, why don't you join the panel, fool?
Always be afraid of the government. Because it's always dangerous.
He said after being in the army, the government scares him. We have invisible soldiers. That's cool. Invisible soldiers. Gruffmane's a punk for just leaving out of the nowhere. You just up and leave without saying goodbye or anything. Gruffmane, he's a punk. Remember that. I need a pack of cigarettes. So, do you have any video of you breaking anything?
Yeah. On my old channel somewhere. I can
It's just like
send
one
you a link
slab.
if you want. Let me see. Let me think of the best way to do this. Yeah, some of my I've got several videos of like some of my big breaks. Haha.
What's the most bricks you ever broke in one time?
Concrete, because you know it's usually concrete with your hand. I've probably done. I think I've done 5 or 6 with a knife hand. I've done. So like at world champion type stuff, they use rebreakables, so it's consistent. And usually they use double strength rebreakables. They're supposed to be the equivalent of 2 1-inch pine boards. I've done 6 boards, I guess, with an upright knife hand too. That's actually probably harder than the concrete. And then my turning kick record is 9, which is pretty. That won me the gold one year. Was I was the only one that broke the turning kick minimum. And then the year I blew it out, I broke 10 with my side, the equivalent of 10. It was a 10-point break with my sidekick, and then I was also on the team breaking, and I was the sidekick breaker for the team breaking because we all do 1 break a piece on that one, and I broke 12. That's still my record.
Damn.
I could have broke more too. Like it was, I nearly fell down. I went through it so clean.
Pretty cool. I joined the army to protect my daughter and take care of her. I'm not scared of the government. Damn, Sonic, you're eating too? Is everybody fucking eating right now? I eat at like fucking 4 o'clock.
I'm not eating anything right now.
No, it's 6.
I'll go eat later when I get hungry. I eat in the middle of the afternoon too. So. I'm mostly just drinking coffee. All right. There's a link to a playlist in the back chat there. That should take you to some videos.
Cool. So you break like just like little slabs of wood.
Yeah, a lot of times we either break, concrete tiles with our hands a lot, and then like 1-inch pine stacks with feet. Like I said, most of the breaks on there are there's a couple from like a couple of my black belt testings, and those are with like concrete and stuff. But most of my world's breaks are up there. They're all rebreakables,
Yeah.
which doesn't look as sexy, but it's for consistency's sake.
Mm-hmm.
They crack up on a new pack every couple of divisions.
How long ago did you do all this stuff?
My last. So I won the tops in 2010 and 2014, and they only have the competition every 3 to 4 years. And if they have it every 2 years, I skip because 2 years is just too often to do it. But and then I the last time I competed international was 2018. I went to Argentina. I didn't get gold that time. I got a bronze, but that was the last time I competed internationally was 2018. And then I was looking at the last one with all the the sunshine illness. It was everything got messy, and like I was looking at I had one kid to train and maybe take in would have been like 2022, and I was looking at I think it was going to be in Amsterdam, and I was looking, it was like it would have been a terrible story because it would have been like the most boring trip to Amsterdam ever with all the restrictions. And then I kind of looked at it and I'm like, all right, I don't have anything to prove, and I didn't really care to go by myself. And then I didn't want to take an underage student with me because I was like, if I get stuck in Europe, I have friends over there. Like, I'll be fine if I get stuck in Europe or something for a couple months. But I'm like, I can't go and like be the guardian of somebody else's kid and with all that stuff questioning or up in the air. So, and then I have my MECFS got re-triggered again, so I haven't been able to work out much the last couple of years. But I don't know. I'll be honest. Like if ever I won on the team, like in like power breaking and stuff, there's nobody that can beat me in the U.S. And my 2014 one, I was actually pretty sick when I won that one. That was part of it. I wanted to prove that even after I got sick and really weak, like that I could still do it. And I did. Yeah. I didn't blow it out as hard, but I still did good enough. The first time, like nobody could touch me. Like 2010, nobody could touch me. Even in sparring, like but sparring is all politics, and so I wasn't allowed to win my match in sparring. So, but yeah, like I was really good in 2010, and then that also like it made it harder to get up the motivation to train really hard for anything other than breaking, because I've seen how like it really hit home that year how much the geopolitics settings of the day, doesn't matter how good you are in any of the events where the judging's subjective, it's a toss of the coin whether or not you're going to be allowed to win regardless of how good you are. So I basically changed my mindset. And when I go to something, whenever I decide to go, I go to win breaking if possible. And I've never not medaled, but I go to try to win breaking, and I train hard for that, and then I go and I enjoy the full contact fighting, because there's not a lot of opportunities for full contact fighting for me. So I go and I have fun with the fighting, and then I get thrown out because I get medically DQ'd last time for no good reason. I think I got medically DQ'd because I was hitting the hometown like Argentinian maybe a little too hard. It kind of they had an excuse and they're like, "You're out." I'm like, whatever. So I only got 2 minutes of full contact in 2018. I was kind of sad. But I guarantee I had the hardest hitting gloves at the whole match, because they have like rules for like what the requirements are on the gloves. And so a lot of times, they'll be like, "Oh, here's an easy one that everybody ordered." And I've been doing it so long, like I have a lot of different gear from over the years. And so mine were different, but they had like really thin padding in them. But they met all of the requirements. Like the thickness of the padding was not one of the requirements. It's things like nothing, like your palms have to be clear, right? So that you're clearly not like holding anything in your palms, and they have to be a certain color, and they have to cover your fingertips and different things. And I had these old ones that had pretty thin padding, but they met and then I did a little modification to make them where the palms were completely open. And I got one of the coaches to go like pre-approve them. And I know the other person's face hurt because I know how hard my hand hurt, how much my hand hurt after, I only got to fight 2 minutes, but it was like my hand hurt for 2 weeks. I'm like, haha, I did my job. They will remember me. Because sometimes, like I said, sometimes that's all you can hope for. It's like, can't expect to win on merit. Then my goal is to be like, I will go, and as long as they sigh with relief when the match is over and they don't have to fight me anymore, that's my criteria for winning. If they don't want to fight me again, I won. Anyway, tangent. But yeah, no, I don't have any students to train right now, so it's, and then the politics, even just in the States, just the state level politics, the national politics make my head hurt. And I have to go deal with that if I want to go compete internationally, and it's not always worth it.
Yeah.
I wish there was I wish there was heavier there was like they had heavier weight divisions for like women's MMA, because then I could probably find some fights to go every now and then just for funsies. But most of the women's MMA is a lot lighter brackets than what I fight at.
Yeah.
Because I fight at like the low end of my fighting weight would be like 170. And I'm not big. Like I always fight, which always puts me in the hyper weights, which is the open ended. And so there's always like really tall girls and like really big ones. And everybody always asks me, like, "Are you in the right division?" Because I look like I should be fighting like heavyweight or, yeah, I don't really look like a middleweight, but I look like if you just glanced, people would guess that I would fight in the heavyweight, which is like under 150, I think, like one. And, but I actually weigh about 30 pounds heavier than I look. when I'm fighting. So, and that's heavier than most of the MMA brackets. I looked into doing like some professional wrestling just for giggles a few years ago, and then the the virus hit and kiboshed those plans for a while.
Wrestling's fun, but you get injuries. Like, you get a lot of injuries from wrestling.
I mean, everything's got potential for injuries. You know, I'm not gonna lie and say that I don't, you know, I enjoy things that are at least a little bit dangerous. I, you know, only allow myself to do things that are a lot a bit dangerous occasionally, as an exercise in self-control. That's funny. When I don't feel good, it's like I don't always want to compete, but and it's been this way even before I had like my sort of disease. But it's like best I always fought was when I had the flu or something because I don't give two flips and I just like get down to business. It's kind of the same. It's like I'm not, you know, physically as able. My physical powers are diminished right now, but that just means I you know, if ever I have to like if ever I go train or fight somebody, I'm like I use all the, you know, mental tricks I know, and it still works though. Kind of proves the like the old master trope, you know, where it's like the frail old guy. It's like that. There's a lot of truth to that. It's like if you know what you're doing. It's one of the few silver linings of getting sick when I did. I was like, well, I accelerated my advancement into, you know, grumpy old. I know more than you do, even though I I don't want to lift my leg off the ground. Like, I'll beat you with experience and ill intent.
I got some pretty good kicks. My kicks ain't the greatest, but they're all right. You know, I'm 45 years old, so and my kicks are still pretty good.
Well, it's one of those things. If it came down to like a self defense situation, I don't need to kick higher than anybody's you know, hip joint. So, I mean, I can, but there's no point in it.
Yeah. Kick him in the leg like twice, and that's all it takes. Sometimes you just gotta kick him in the leg one time, and their ass is fucked up. They can't do
Well, if you
anything.
kick them in the right spot hard enough, they won't be able to sit back up. It's my theory.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get to the point where, you know, it's like I enjoy training, but I don't have to train all the time, and I don't have to go to classes and stuff. I mostly train myself.
Hmm. I don't have nowhere to train at. There's no room. No room anywhere for me.
Well, you can, you know, there's a lot of ways you can modify stuff where you know, if you have enough room to do one stance, you can get a lot done. I will never not do Taekwondo. I end up taking years at a time off now, just because there's not much going on. And my instructor moved. The guy I've always trained with, he moved to where he's like 8 hours away, so I can't just go bop over and work out with him.
Yeah.
And then with the virus years, the school that's been going here in this little town, honestly, one of the best schools in the world, strangely enough, but it was in a little bitty town in the desert, and it finally is he moved away, and then the people that took it over, they couldn't, the numbers didn't crunch, so there's actually not even a class for me to go to around, and when I'm bored and want to go spar or something, I have to drive at least like 2 hours to find people to go train with.
Damn.
So it's not worth it unless I'm gonna get in a good training session.
Yeah.
But yeah, technically, like, my next thing is someday my instructor is gonna tell me, because I used to care about like when I got my next black belt rank, but I don't anymore. It's just sort of a formality. And I've put in the years now, so I'm actually eligible to test for my next one whenever my instructor wants me to. But I just don't care about the pomp and whatever. Like, I'll be exactly the same amount of good the day before I get another rank as I am the day after. So, and I got put through the ringer for my 4th degree test, so I proved that I was I had a target on my back. They were trying to make an example of me. They made me do like all kinds of crazy extra, like, not usually made to do stuff, and stuff that's out of my wheelhouse. Like jumping is not my talent. I'm gonna say that. Like I can do it, but it's not. I definitely am below par as far as like my natural skill at jumping and stuff, and so I had to do all these like jump in the air and spin 360 and do like 2 kicks, like, and I pulled some stuff off that I'm like, I didn't know I was capable of, because of that test. And I'm like, after that, I don't give a rip about like getting new ranks is just a chance to like go do a fun demo or something. Like, I just take it as like, oh, it'll be fun. I don't care anymore. And I used to care about like trying to beat the age limit, because there's kind of a soft restriction on like they wouldn't let anybody under 35 test for their 6th degree, and I was actually gonna be eligible like 2 years, like at 33, so I was gonna go fight the system and see if I could force them to let me get the rank then. And I just didn't care enough at that point. There was too many politics. I wasn't in the mood to go play politics and get it done. So. Right before I got my first black belt, one of the black belts that was a few years ahead of me came and told me, said a tournament, said, because I was all excited about being black, but she's like, yeah, black belt's fine, but except for the politics. And it was a very true statement. It's like, oh, for the good old days, politics weren't that big of a deal.
What were the politics like?
Oh, there's just, there's class level politics where there's, people that enjoy the authority too much, right? And they want all these like etiquette things, and then you get up to, okay, well, there's etiquette rules and ranks, and so if you don't carry your instructor's suitcase around and open doors for them, and if you don't do all the, like, there's just levels of, what is or isn't necessary as far as like etiquette's concerned, and there's people that want you to like overdo the etiquette, right? Like, it's like if you do what is acceptable, they take it as disrespect, even though you're just being neutral, right? So like there's different opinions between different schools and instructors, and like my instructor's pretty chill. I honestly believe, like, given I have a pretty, I don't know if you're familiar with like psychometrics and, you know, analytical psychology, but I have what would be considered, I'm highly disagreeable in my personality. I don't take being told what to do very well. And I think the combination of that, I started martial arts when I was young, and I had, and having traveled the country and the world and seen a lot of instructors, the instructor that happened to, you know, be in the town that I grew up in, like of all the people I've met, I don't know if, I think a lot of the rest, I think if I'd been in anybody else's school or under their tutelage, like I probably would have quit after a few years, because we would have butted heads. But my instructor is closer to my personality, and so he let me get, you know, didn't push me the wrong directions and pick the wrong fights and stuff. So, but then when you go out and interact with others, it's politics, and then you get, you know, and then the different schools have different ideas, and then you get international, and then it's all geopolitics and fighting internationally with the USA on the back of my uniform identified me like it's, like I said, it's the US team does well in breaking because it's really hard to cheat us out of it, right? It's like, I broke all of them, no one else did, I went. You know, but patterns and sparring and stuff. I've seen years where if you were half again as good as your opponent and you're from the US, you would be allowed to win. I've seen years where it didn't matter how good you were, and I was fighting one of those years, like, it didn't matter. You were not allowed to win. Certain countries, like, nope. The only medal from the US that year was one of my team, actually was in my bracket. It was a girl and a lady, and she was, her first opponent didn't show up for the match, and so she had a default win, and that defaulted her into the bronze. They give out 2 bronzes instead of fighting them out at Worlds just to save time, and that got her into the bronze bracket by default. And in my match, I fought this tall Spaniard girl, and the thing is that even at like local level tournaments, you usually the next day you find bruised spots, right? Even if you fight somebody that's not that good, like you end up with some bruises, some sore spots. And the only match I've ever fought in my whole life where I had no sore spots the next day was that match with that at Worlds, and I was not allowed to win it, but it's like that I was in I was in tip top shape and was trained out the wild. Like I really was like untouchable that year, and I don't think she ever actually hit me, and I got warnings. The guy would like look at me, and then he would do like the signal for like punching someone, and then give the signal for like, no, don't do that. That's a you know, a minor foul. And basically what I translated was like, hitting the other person, you're not allowed to hit the other person. It was nuts. But yeah, like those politics at that level, and then there's politics going on behind the scenes, right? It's like there's what's happening out on the competition floor that's influenced by the whatever the geopolitical things, and then there's the meetings behind the scenes, and the, you know, the dignitaries over there that don't compete, but they all the higher ranks, and they're competing with each other to see whose students fawn over them the most, and then they've all got grudges from past things, and then sometimes it gets deep enough. So like in 2004 they had it in South Korea, and it's a Korean martial art, but it was the first time they'd ever had Worlds there because of political issues. And the son of the founder of modern Taekwondo was supposed to come, and he didn't show up. And we heard that a lot of well-known, you know, high ranks were put in, you know, North and South Korea share an international airport, so they put a bunch of them on the terrace. North Korea was being petty, and so they were putting a bunch of them on the terrorist watch list, so they couldn't get into the country. I found out later that supposedly, like this is so crazy you can't make it up, right? Truth is stranger than fiction. The guy, the general's son, who was Choi Jung-hwa, who was supposed to come, and it was it was a big deal that it was in Korea for the first time. Like that was probably one of the most fanfare. I mean, it was in a big city in Korea. They had every, you know, streets all over the city. They had like posters for this thing. They had a fireworks show. They had probably what must have been like a significantly important in Korea boy band like did a concert for the opening. Like it was nuts. It was they really went hard. Anyway, he didn't come. He sent us like a video message, and then a couple years later, it comes out that had he set foot in South Korea, he would have been arrested because years ago, him and his wife had gone to North Korea to do like a demonstration of Taekwondo, kind of a outreach thing, and they had been detained and were like forced to undergo like spy training, and that he might have been like involved, was sort of forced to be involved with possibly this like assassination plot on the Prime Minister of Canada back in like the 80s or something. And so it also gets into those politics too. So there's like the politics of the North versus South Korea politics, which is sort of a microcosm for a bunch of other like geopolitics. That is also like integrated into the Taekwondo politics. There's a lot of it's politics all the way down. But yeah, there's some crazy stories out there. But what's funny is it was basically confirmed that people are like, oh, that's why this happened, and then like it was this missing puzzle piece from all these stories I used to hear from like the old timers, and then all of a sudden they're going, oh, that explains this thing that never made sense, and that explains this thing that never quite. And there's still politics regarding that because when the General Che, the leader, died, like he was kind of the figurehead of the international organization and kind of held everything together. And then the international organization splintered because he was originally from the part of Korea that is now North Korea, right? But he was born prior to the war. And anyway, so there was a group in North Korea that sort of like claimed that they inherited the organization, and nobody wanted to pay a bunch of us didn't want, we weren't going to pay our dues to a communist country. So we're like, no, thank you. And then there was two other groups that kind of split off. And it honestly still hasn't recovered. It's more fractured now. Like a lot of years, there's two world championships because there's like two big factions that don't that refuse, that are are like, no, we're the real successors, and they still have it, and they're both sort of equally powerful. So there's just where there used to be one big organization, now there's two. That leads to politics, to more politics. Yeah, that was. Hope that answers your question. More than sufficiently.
Have you ever broken any bricks? Those bricks for like making houses, like housing bricks?
No, I haven't really tried.
Those are the hardest stuff to break.
I mean, I probably could. The trick is it's hard to set it up right, and the danger is increased because the target is smaller. So the as far as like breaking concrete, when it goes, but it is still concrete. I've seen people break their arms, like those like scalloped yard tiles.
Mm-hmm.
Like some tournaments I've been where there was those, right, and they're pretty narrow, and they're not that hard to break, but because they're a smaller target. I've seen people miss slightly, right? Like they overshoot the forward back a little bit, and they end up like breaking their arm. So, I mean, honestly, that's the biggest. Like, I mean, I may try eventually because I get bored with things, but the logistics of breaking stuff is honestly becomes an issue with some things. But yeah, if you supported it right, like these days, like I wouldn't be afraid to try it because I'm the probability of me missing, right, being off target is pretty small, but but let's say there's a reason why it's not common practice, right? Your average tournament environment or something, they're not gonna put small bricks out there. Like concrete roof and tiles are I think my favorite. They stack nicely and seem to have a pretty consistent breaking. They break pretty consistently. But
Yeah.
concrete, the thing about anything hard like that, you don't actually have to go through it. It's all about transmitting the force to it. That's why we break concrete with our hands, just because with any hand technique, it's hard to reinforce it, right? Like any kind of bounce back, like it's at the end of your lesser appendage, right? So it's always going to be your ability to resist any kind of pushback is, and like boards, they have a pushback, right? Like they're bouncy. And when you're breaking with your foot, you're generally grounded to the ground and you can just hold against it, right? And with a hand, you sort of have the instant of impact, and that you can transmit so much energy into what you're trying to break, and then but trying to like hold that energy into the thing as if the energy tries to like kind of come back out of the object is much more difficult with hands. So that's why we typically break concrete, because it's all about concrete absorbs all of the force you put into it. It doesn't feed it back to you. And like as an extreme example, one of the guys I used to train with, Masters from Oklahoma, and he passed away a few years ago, but he was really good at power breaking, and it's a trick that I want to pull off someday. Like I haven't had a chance to work on it to make it just right. But he would put a board, which is pretty easy to break, one board on top of a stack of concrete, and then he would strike it, and the board wouldn't break, and the concrete would all shatter underneath.
That's pretty cool.
But that's as long as the board you transmit the force through the board bounces, right? It's bouncy, so it doesn't break, and then the force just goes on past it into the concrete. But yeah, there's things that I could probably break that are generally, again, I could go past the basic limitations now, but they're just the logistics of them. There's a lot of things that it's not smart to try to break, I guess is the way to put it. I'm always trying to keep it aware, because people are always ask me to like break random things in real life. They're like, "Can you break this coffee table we were gonna go throw in the pit?" And I'm like, probably could, but like due to physics and construction and who knows where the nails are and stuff, you're like, I'm not going to.
Yeah. I got told that shit too one time. Like, oh yeah, if you're fucking such a badass and you know karate and shit, then break this thing down. And I'm like, I don't want to do that shit.
Yeah, that's a recurring theme.
I said, all right, I'll do. So I picked it up and slammed it down on the ground and broke it.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. There have been a few occasions where the object presented to me was like, okay, that's reasonable. This is logistically not like stupid. but a lot of times it's just like, it would just be unwise, and you might enjoy it, but I don't have anything to prove. So no, you can take my word for it. And then they always go kick it and squeak loudly, and they're like, ow. And then they're usually a little more amenable to it. They're like, oh. Generally, I'm going to show off, because I used to do some teach some high school kids for like a summer course. in it'd be random subjects, but I would I was like I would always do like an introduction of myself, and it doesn't hurt to be intimidating when you're trying to establish your authority to a bunch of classroom full of high school kids and you have like no extra time. So I would like do a little slideshow of like some of me doing some stuff, and then I would take like one board and I would get somebody to hold it, or I would set it on a desk or something and do like an unsupported break, and that was usually good enough. It's relatively low risk, but that was a fun way to show off. Yeah, when I have to show off, I just go do an unsupported break or something.
Yeah.
My one of my most impressive handbrakes I still haven't beat was my first degree black belt test. I was 12 and I hadn't ever been allowed. I generally hadn't been allowed to break with my hands much because we do try to keep, we don't do a lot of hand braking until people are at least 13 because so we don't interrupt development of bones and stuff. And I'd done a little bit of breaking like at a tournament here and there, but I'd never had to do it at a testing before. I'd always only just been allowed to do the foot brakes, and also because I was instead of concrete, they had me do a board, and it was just one board because that's all it like that was all they wanted to see, and I broke it into 3 pieces, and I still haven't repeated that feat. Because if you basically my hand was moving fast enough that it took the piece around either side of my hand out in the middle, right? It took the middle piece out faster than the sides could fall. And I've also done I've seen videos of myself doing like a downward knife hand. It's really interesting. And like it doesn't happen every time, but like if I get everything just right, I will drive my hand down hard enough that my feet come off the ground. I didn't believe it till I saw it. I was doing a demonstration for a TV station. We were doing they wanted to do a piece, and so we in their studio I did I don't know, I broke like 4 tiles or something with a downward knife hand, and so they had it on video, like high quality video, and sure enough, my feet like lift off the ground right before impact. And I was like, that's weirdly cool. Yeah, physics is fun.
Yeah.
Like I'd heard about that like the hypothetically that happening, but I'd never seen it. And yeah, I didn't hardly believe it till I saw it on cam myself. It was fun. Of course, then you start trying. Then for like the next year, I overthought it after I learned that happened, and then I ended up hopping, and that doesn't work. Hopping is terrible.
Hopping.
Yeah, you don't want to jump. Like some people do that, but like that, there's you can break a lot by jumping. Like there's a certain amount you can break with non-ideal technique, right? But the methods, and then they're a little easier sometimes, like jumping and stuff. But there's sort of a hard wall, right? Like it will only work so far, and then you're gonna hit a wall, and that technique will no longer. It won't pass that wall because it's an inferior technique. It's like if you're trying to pull on something, right, and you pull. You think pushing down on like a hard lever, right? Like you're trying to like break a bolt loose or something. You feel like you're stronger pushing down, but there's a physical limitation to how hard you can push down because you will eventually just pick yourself up, right? You're always can exert more pressure by pulling like up on a wrench handle against where your feet are you're pushing against your feet and the ground.
Yeah.
It's that sort of stuff.
I used to break a lot of shit for fun, like bricks and like 2x4s and shit.
I've never had a shortage of things I needed to kick. I grew up on a farm ranching, so there was always cows to kick or trailer hitches to kick to hook on and things.
Mm-hmm.
breaking useful construction materials that were not designated as these are breaking materials. I usually didn't do that. Now, when I'm on the field, if it wasn't reason to break things, like as the years go on, like I got better and better, the less often I actually go do a break, because the more I learned how to, like, you train the small things, right? Like, and it all accumulates to being able to break more when you go up and you put a big stack in a holder or something. But 90% of my training is bag work, or just like I have all these specific drills that I do, like if I'm training up for a tournament or something, and very rarely, like a very small percentage of it is actually breaking stuff.
Yeah.
Part of it is the mindset. It's like I never carelessly break once I started doing serious competition, because I started doing things to train myself so that every time I walked up to the board holder, I was in a serious mindset. There was never a casual break, because in competition, you don't get a second try, right? Like, you walk up there every time in practice, at a tournament, doesn't matter. Practice the mindset that it was always for the money. Because a lot of people train themselves to break on the second break, because they go up and they're not in the mindset and they go, oh, oops, and then they realize how they should have done it better, and then they'll succeed on the second try, which is great. Except second try doesn't count in competition.
Damn, that sucks.
So, the whole thing about, it's like if you start doing something seriously enough, you don't get to have it as much fun with it anymore. There's some truth to that. I get to the point where it's like I don't do much casual breaking. If I'm going to do casual breaking, I do it with such like a bizarre technique that it's nothing you would ever do in competition. Like a back fist, right? Like something that's completely. I don't touch my the sort of main techniques that are used in competition. Like, those are only ever treated with super seriousness. And they are only practiced when perfect practice is allowed, right? The whole perfect practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. That's where you get to eventually. Smallest little details make a huge difference. No, honestly, honestly, I do fighting for fun. If I enjoy fighting. That's my fun. Breaking is my pride,
Yeah, breaking's pretty fun.
Breaking is my science. But sparring is fun. As long as I'm sparring somebody that doesn't mind getting hit reasonably hard. Light sparring is not as fun as it used to be. And also, my version of light sparring is about twice as heavy as most people. It seems.
Where the fuck you at, Splitter?
What are you doing? Were you at the bowling alley?
That looks like fun.
I can barely see it.
Who the fuck is you up on my stream?
You suck at bowling, dude.
Man, that's what? That was a 9, an 8, 10 fucking split. Wait till the next one.
I only claim to be a master at elf bowling. Back in the good old days of the internet.
Were you pointing this towards me? Don't point it at yourself. What? Don't point it at yourself.
Which way? What? You're doing that. Point it.
She hit the wrong button. Or it is.
God damn.
Coffee refill time. Elixir of pseudo-sanity. So I gotta ask the name of your show or whatever here is that a reference to the crazy guy with his manifesto that Nick Ricator used to read every
There
week?
it is, custom. That's a size 14 right there. That'll go right on your neck.
You suck. You suck, dude. You suck, dude. You suck.
Sorry to interrupt y'all's conversation. Shit, fucking 9%. Hello back, custom.
I was motherfucker. He sucks at bowling. Balling out of control, 621. Ballin'. He's a baller. Shakala. 20-inch flames on the Impala. Been a while since I listened to it. Yeah, it's been a while since I listened to it too. Everybody in the chat, if anybody wants to join, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Join that way.
I may bug out for a bit or for now, but I enjoyed it. I'll be back. I like your platform here.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Like the vibe, so until another time.
Okay. I'm a baller, shot caller, 20-inch flames on the Impala. I got weed that used to go in my pipe, but I'm too lazy. Weed, hee hee hee, hee hee hee, hee hee hee. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, you know, Venomous sucks at bowling. Dun, 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 dun. Better to miss, better to miss. Sucks at bowling, sucks at bowling. Better to miss, better to miss. It's been a while. Motherfucker. Where you at, Tonic? You still in here? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey, what's up, man? There we
What
go.
up?
I'm scrapping. Oh shit!
Not much. What were you eating?
So I had a panini with cheese and bacon and some salt and vinegar chips.
Oh.
I like to make paninis now since I bought one of those panini makers for myself. I'm
Nice.
buying I got an air fryer. I think it's coming tomorrow, so I'll be able to air fry stuff now. I heard I can cook chicken wings in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking love chicken wings. They're just kind of a mess. What's been going on over here? I saw Big Will fighting with Madness a couple days ago.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know, but Madness dropped the M bomb.
Hard ER or
Yeah.
oh oh no. Oh no. That's not good. That's Jesus Christ. Why? Why would he call what like was there even a
I
blacked
don't know why
out
he did it.
panel? It's just called it's like you're on us. Jesus Christ, that's uncalled for. Um yeah, my friend Steph was trying to get on the other night, but she couldn't because Madness. I don't know if you were passed out or something, but Madness was just screaming, and she comes back to me and she's just like, "He is way too upset to let me on." And I'm like, he must be drunk, something like that. Hold on, I gotta wash this out real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I know. Fucking. Yeah, it must have been something. Got worked up about. That's hilarious, though. I love Madness. I hope he's doing well. I hope the best for him. I love that guy. But when he gets worked up, he gets so fucking worked up.
Yeah.
God, it's so fucking funny. So I saw Spooky and Rumor on here the other day. I fucking dipped when Spooky came on out of fear, actual fear.
Yeah.
But Rumor was telling me all about Chantel, Shanny for Christ. I was trying to go over her, and I was like, I don't know shit about her. but I know exactly who does. But as soon as Spooky came on, I was too intimidated. I ran, I fled in terror into the night. Horrifying. Let's see. Skeletor's been very sparse with his uploads lately. Have you noticed that?
I ain't subscribed
Really?
to him.
Oh man, I just looked him up the other day. I was like, what is fucking Skeletor doing? And he did like some kind of birthday stream. I want to say weeks ago, but it's members only. And that's the only thing I've seen. And the rest just some videos. But you gotta think Control is she really do anything right now? No. I haven't seen Control do something in a minute. I guess she assaulted somebody and she's out of jail for that now, so. Ooh, is she back to last year? Let's see, hold on. Check. Let's see. Controller. What? Her channel used to come right up. Now it's just a stupid Drake song. Maybe if I type in Lil Cow. No way. Hold on. Really? Do you know who Rich from Review Tech USA is?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to that. Bigger YouTuber. Metal Cat's Revenge? What is this channel? Hold on, what? Hello. Control Cyrex, Groovy Jimmy. Margaret Jimmy, Controlla, Tibbs TV, the Billy Cybertech guy. Hello.
Somebody else saying you were a mod for Cyrax. You can't even sit. Remember your old Twitch show when you were modding for Cyrax? Totally.
Oh no. I was just looking at shit on this Great Gazoo person. And it turns out they modded for Cyrax and were responsible for a lot of channels getting deleted. What's up, Warlord? Get up here. Miss Warlord.
What up, Warlord?
Yeah.
Well, and Alex, LOL. Controlla is a dumbass bitch, and she's shaped like a fucking. So like, I don't want to hear anything about Controlla. She's a dumbass bitch. No, listen, Amber, listen. Controller is a dumbass bitch, and everybody that trolls her and like the Outcast Owls and everything, they're in the right, and she deserves it.
Oh my god. That's crazy though when you look up when you look up Controlla, she's synonymous with Cyrax. Like the videos are put to one and the same in the algorithm.
Damn.
That's nuts. Wee. I remember the days when it was just Heel Grappler 6 making memes about her and shit like that. Hell, that was even before my time. I was there before the shit really blew up. The shit really hit the fan with all that control and everything. But it was already she'd already made waves in your guys' community, fucking trying to fight people and argue with people and that shit, especially the drama Kiki girl. There's plenty of history. It's just didn't have me in it. I had to learn. I didn't even learn. I just kind of heard passing. I remember. I was actually thinking the other day at work. I'm sitting there, just kind of at my desk, thinking about like the older streams, and I was thinking about a stream that I did where it was CPN, Zero, Siznak, Marty, and Spooky all having this entire like huge, humongous argument. And I'm like, oh man, I really need to go back and watch that one. Like, 'cause Rumor was watching, yeah, one of the older fights. It was the fight she was watching was after I had left. Right, I had done my own thing. Um, and it was a fight about it was a fight between Prison Mike, Spooky, and Violent George. And Prison Mike was being told like he was a bitch. You know, the bloody Kiki thing, like it's funny that he got his back turned on him and shit like that. And shit, I see Prison Mike every now and again. I do. In chats here and there, but been pretty sparse. I never had a problem with him, to be honest with you. He did that whole troll on me, and I remember him reaching out to me and be like, "Hey, you know, it's just us doing a troll and stuff like that." And he was always very nice to me after that, and so I appreciated that. You know, so I never held any resentment towards him. Yeah, I grew to love Rumor. I love the shit out of Rumor. You know, but she's a sweetheart. It's hard not to love someone like that.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, she can get aggressive. She's got a mean streak. And I wouldn't want to be on the other end of it, but yeah, when she's your friend, she's such a good friend.
Yeah.
How's Courtney doing?
Fuck if I know.
I hadn't seen her in I don't watch her channel. And she was like making it kind of somewhat big with the Cope stuff. Cope's just blowing up. Surprised the hell out of me that people still follow that guy. I was hearing about him. I was watching a thing on him. Apparently, he leaves his food out for 24 hours, so it's room temperature, so it doesn't hurt his teeth.
What the fuck?
This is insane to me. Yeah, it's fucking insane logic. Fucking, I can't really fathom that, you know. Like, say you got a burger, right? Burger's got fucking lettuce. Lettuce is gonna be wilted after fucking 24 hours. It's gonna be wilted after 10 hours. Wilted after like 5 hours. It's gonna taste so gross. It's so slimy. Like a tomato, God forbid, a tomatoes in there. Ah, it's disgusting. You guys just eating that crap. Eating fast food. That's all he eats, fast food, or he tries to make his own food, which is always awful because he doesn't know how to cook. Like, it's crazy
Who you
whenever they're
talking
like,
about?
you know, it's Cobra. You remember Cobra JFF?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I think I got a picture of him. Yeah, right here.
Oh, okay.
He looks rough. That's a recent picture of him. This
Yeah.
looks somebody. Yeah, this looks like somebody who wants to take an Advil that's like a 45. Wow, Warlord, I love that picture. That is a great picture.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Ninja kind of threw it through one of the AI things or whatever. So I was
That's
like, I'll
really
use
cool.
it for a little bit.
Yeah, I like it. Warlord, what's crafting, buddy?
Not much, man. Just chilling. Enjoyed
Chilling.
the nice day. Here got up to like 75.
Oh yeah, it was pretty nice weather. I wish I would have gone outside. I don't know. I stayed inside all day for some reason. I was waiting for packages and shit. Fuck, man. So what? You know what madness was going on about yesterday? Why you used the hard ER? What happened with that?
I have no idea.
Me neither. I don't know
No,
why he did it.
so
Rip,
odd.
Rip Big Will Channel clipped it. The RIP Big Will Channel clipped what happened.
I think the channel's even got a clip of me on it. That was still one of the funniest trolls I think this community I've ever seen. This community was the Big Will is dead troll.
Oh yeah, that was a good troll.
Another racist derogatory. Okay. Yep, he said it. That was uh
Oh, I'm happy seeing Brad's back. He's healing up from his surgery. At least he survived that.
yeah, good to see him back. And he kicked that Prester John fag to the fucking curb.
But yeah, I seen
And
that.
well, it's gonna age so well because he went on a panel saying that he couldn't be kicked from that Discord.
Right? What an
So
idiot.
that's gonna be so good to put together.
Fucking
Well,
dumbass. He would not provide any evidence or proof.
well, and he keeps saying he's like part of a different community. He's part of these. He's not. He's
No.
part of like 2 other Discords,
Yeah,
and
he's a
all of them are
fucking
going.
nobody. He acts like his community is so big. It's like what, you and a bunch of fucking nobodies?
Oh no, it's not existent. His community is our community. He's just a loser in that community. This is the 3rd Discord he's been kicked out of because people just don't the mods just don't want to deal with him anymore.
Right?
Or the owner doesn't want to deal with him anymore. He just becomes so annoying.
That
He just gets kicked out.
Code had to go and hit up Brad to be like, hey, Brad, can you go deal with this?
Yeah, it's bad.
And Brad's like, yeah, I'll get to it after I can
That guy
figure
went
out
on-
everything.
That guy went on since November. Fucking November. Thanksgiving. Before Thanksgiving, he used to go in every fucking day, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Right? Like, fuck. And I just chime in every now and then because I get sick of seeing him and not providing any evidence of anything. And it's like, he's like, oh, it's not my job to provide you evidence. And I'm like, motherfucker, you just made it your job.
Yeah, it's like we'd throw down facts and you'd be like, I don't need to listen to you liars. I don't need to provide evidence. You guys are liars. You're a liar.
I'm like,
oh,
you're the
all
only
right.
one
Why are you fucking here then? Like, who gives a shit what we're saying? We're lying. So who fucking cares? Like, I don't understand. Like, why continue to give a fucking shit?
Right?
Doesn't make any damn sense to me.
Right then, I'm like, I called him out. I'm like, I see you're still here lying and everything. And he's like, no. I'm like, yeah, you are, but you're just going to keep on denying it like you always do. And then he went silent for fucking hours upon fucking hours upon hours because he couldn't come up with anything to respond back to me. So he would wait for you or Biff or someone else to respond because he knew he was outmatched with me.
Oh yeah, he doesn't like being dogpiled.
Hell, even if when I did go one-on-one with him a bit, he would stop pretty fucking quick because he's like, shit.
Right, because he doesn't know anything about you. He doesn't know who you are. So
Yeah, and he's like, he doesn't like
he had
that.
nowhere to go.
Nope. And I'm just able to keep calling him local and calling him the hamster. I'm like, no, you're the only hamster in here, buddy. You're the only local.
No,
So it's like, keep on milking yourself, bud.
Like I said, three different fucking discords have just booted his ass for the same fucking argument, and it's just like, oh my god. It's not even discords like where I know this was the only case where I like actually knew the owner, right? Like I had previously known Brad, so I mean,
that's the funny thing. People don't realize how long we've known Brad.
yeah, that was crazy. That was that kind of blew my mind, is that they didn't realize that we knew Brad previously, and they were trying to act like, they were going to like make some headway. And I'm like, holy shit, what a fucking tard.
Like, yeah, because like Brad, like before he had his surgery and everything, and he was doing his lives, and you gave me his channel. I went up on a couple of his panels, and he's like, hey, you found me after all these years? I'm like, yeah, thanks to Tonic.
Yeah. Well, and it's just like the only reason I'm at is because he was trying to help Boy Blue. Boy Blue is in a bad way, is drinking. He's still in a bad way, but Brad thought he could genuinely like help him.
Right.
And fucking no, there's just
no
real.
you can't help Boy Blue.
No, I mean, he tried though. He genuinely tried. Which, I mean, good on him. But no, ever since, yeah, and I'm glad that he came out of his surgery all right. That geez, that's some scary shit. Yeah, because
right, he was bleeding like a stuffed pig.
Yeah,
that's not good. I'm glad he made it out.
Are you gonna be a werewolf? I played some Xbox game. That's not a werewolf. That's just a guy in a hat.
Brad's a good bloke.
Oh yeah, he's one of the best. I love the guy. I just think it's so funny. I just think it's so funny that that guy was just like, "Yeah, it's unmoderated. I'll never be kicked. I can say anything I want." And I was like, "Buddy, just like literally
just wait.
Yeah. Unless Brad died. Like, he fucking. Yeah, sure enough.
Right? Hell, Brad's so cool. Like, just knowing him through YouTube and stuff, you're like, he said, if I ever get the cash and he's still alive and kicking, I want to fly out to Australia. He got a place for me to be able to stay.
Oh man, Australia. I wouldn't go to Australia. Man, I love Brad, right? I would never go to Australia. That place scares the fuck out of me.
Dude, that place looks so gorgeous. Like, I would love to go to Australia and New Zealand and Japan and stuff. Be so much fun.
Game ain't too bad. Frame
Yo,
rate isn't
doubt
the
it, you
fucking
could
worst.
have Australia. You fucking survived Florida.
That's true. I survived an entire hurricane.
Yep, that's basically the equivalent of Australia. It's Florida.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't let the country scare you.
Yeah. Warlord, you have a PlayStation, right?
PlayStation 4.
Nice. Yeah. I'm playing on Xbox nowadays. Fuck, man, you should get one of those to get a newer console.
I just haven't really been in
No?
the mood of getting any of the newer games lately. And the ones that I have been wanting, they've been making PlayStation 4 versions for it, so I'm just been sticking with that. Like, honestly, if they fucking actually ever release the fucking game for GTA 6, unless they decide to delay it for another 10 years.
Watch them do it. Watch them play it. Watch them play it. You're gonna do it.
Yeah, they most likely will. GTA 6 will just come out when the PlayStation 6 is released.
What am I doing here?
How you been, Custom?
Yeah, how have you
Good.
been,
How you
Custom?
been?
I've been pretty good. There to
That's
figure
good.
out ways to get extra cash and stuff. Trying to make my own business.
What
Oh,
are you
yeah?
trying to do? Like art? Like you gonna sell your art?
No,
Or?
not with the art. Me and another buddy of mine are we kind of thinking of a few different things that we could do.
I'm trying to like work more on music and stuff. About another synthesizer. Fuck, damn. And
Nice.
yeah, it's something else. It generates chords.
God, I still remember you fucking just making a lot of your music just using the old video games.
Oh yeah. I mean, I
Fucking,
still do. But
oh, hell yeah.
I'm just Yeah, I'm just using better shit. I got like a whole like drum machine now.
Oh, nice.
And like the chord generator, so like that makes it so it plays entire chords all at once, like just with the press of a button.
God, too bad your one computer got flooded. Because shit. You had some good old fucking beats.
Oh yeah, I had some shit on there
Beats.
for sure.
Like one of your best ones was paging Dr. Kiki to the ER.
Oh yeah, no, I missed that one.
That one was so good. Marty legit loved that one.
He did. And the only place it's on is if I open up the live stream. Like I fucking need to.
You need to clip that one. A part of like if you can find that live stream, you need to clip like that song being played or this part of that beat.
Right.
Because Marty fucking loved that.
He really did, man. He thought that song was the shit.
He did.
Because I have it multiple times because he demanded to hear it over and over again. He was like, "That's the funniest shit in the world."
It
Because
was so good.
It
Yep,
had like
yep.
a heartbeat monitor in it, like fucking, and I can't like replicate it either.
I don't know how you did it that one time, but you did it so good.
Oh.
Hits from the bong. Can I get a hit? Hits
Hell
from
yeah.
the bong. Pick it, pack it, fire it up. Come along. Take a hit from the bong. Don't get me wrong, it's not a new method. Inhale, exhale. Just got an ounce in the mail. I like my butt and my big fat cone, but the double barrel bong is getting me stoned and still it. Home skillet.
Skillet.
It smells like shit on the carpet. Still it. Goes down smooth when I get a green hit, or I get a good hit of the skunky, funky, smelly green shit. Sing my song, puff all night long. As I take hits from the bong.
We got the rare freestyle from Custom tonight.
Oh, and the freestyle, Cypress Hill.
No, I'm just joking. But this, like, off the top of his head, remembering the shit.
Off the top of the dome, I'm smoking on that double barrel cone. And you know, I'm getting hella stoned. But I'm not knowing what's really going on because I'm half fucked up and I'm hella faded. And you know, I'm not even hella congratulated. And you know, what the hell? I'm back. I'm reinstated in this game. Fuck where you came. I don't give a fuck if you've got any fame. I'm gonna chop off your face and wear it as a mask. Shut the fuck up, fool. You better let me pass or I'll chop off your ass. and glue it on my own. And I'm fucking hella stoned. And I'm doing a freestyle.
Wiggy wild. Get out like a wild
Like a
child.
tree.
Oh God, Tonic, you tried to freestyle. That's reminding me of back fucking
Oh God, no! Don't
Gathering in
remind
the
me.
Matrix.
Oh God! Thank God that's lost to time. Thank fucking God that is lost to time.
Oh my God! Luckily, no one clipped that shit. Oh my God!
You want to talk about horrible? You man, that's it. Horrendous.
Horrendous. That was bad.
Harry.
Like shit.
Well, where the fuck is CPN now?
I have no idea.
Where's my boy CPN? Where are you, CPN?
He's a
Come back
pussy.
to us, buddy. Is pussy?
CPN's a pussy.
I mean, is he like able to do fucking the what do you call it?
YouTube?
Juggle it? Yeah, YouTube juggle shit now? Is that
He
possible?
should be off. He should be off probation and everything. He should be off everything.
You
He's
should
just a
be if you
pussy. He
didn't
don't
get
wanna
fuck
do
up
nothing.
again.
He knows YouTube got him arrested and fucking put him away for a while. So maybe he's not fucking with YouTube anymore. Who knows? YouTube fucked up his life.
Yeah.
What? That's crazy. No way YouTube can ruin somebody's life. That's just nuts. This game's pretty fucking cool. It's like Dark Souls, but easier. My friend told me to download this. Ugh. Oh boy. I got a bonus for my work, so I went shopping all week.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Got a new keyboard. Got this new controller. Check us out.
Yeah,
Ethan
nice.
Blue. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Oh hell. I forget who informed me, but fucking apparently Blue has been letting back fucking Pedal Lord fucking Tony on his
Yep.
streams.
Yep.
What?
And Colton
Wait.
Grundy.
And
The
Colton
Colton
Gunn.
Grundy guy gives me the fucking creeps, man. I don't really know much about him, but the scenes that I have seen, like the little clips that I have seen, I just don't want to bother. You know, I'm like, I'm good.
But yeah, he's letting fucking Pedal Lord Tony on again. What the fuck?
Yep.
He's like, no.
He's letting everybody back on. Doesn't matter what you did. He's letting you on.
I wonder if I can get on there.
Oh, you probably could at this point, maybe.
Think so? Maybe. Who knows?
You catch him when he's not being sober, yeah, you probably can get on.
I mean, he saw me and he's like, "Oh god."
Who knows?
But I love how every one of my anybody who's trying to dig up dirt on me, every single time they're trying to find something, they go to Boy Blue. And
Because
just
that's the
makes
only area where they
Like-
can get any information.
God, it's such crappy information.
It is, but it's the only
but-
source they got.
There's a guy called ASMR who went on there recently. I think you know who we're talking about, ASMR. Sorry, Warlord. 'Cause
Yeah,
you watch
pretty.
yeah, you watch my show enough times, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I may get
Um,
him confused with another person, but yeah, I've heard of the name plenty of times.
Yeah, the one who's like, "Hey, baby boy," that guy.
Yep.
And so he fucking went over to Boy Blues and he tried to dig up information about me. Wait, did you confess that on Big Will's stream? Is that what happened? Do you have you gotta have a clip of this if you're gonna accuse him of it, Omelet. It's the only way it matters.
What?
Apparently on Big Will's stream you admitted to jerking off to teenagers.
I don't go on Big Will's streams.
Yeah, that doesn't really sound like Warlord. Jesus Christ. There's a video? Okay, post a video.
I don't go on fucking streams, Big Will's, so that's not me.
Or give the channel name. Every time with this, I swear to God.
I don't even acknowledge it.
Warlam, and then Warlam. You had a girlfriend for how fucking long?
For a long ass time.
Hey, there's my reward points. All right.
Custom, you smoking on anything good?
Yeah,
What are you smoking on?
of course.
That's something called
Smoking on
Sweet
purple.
Purple?
Smoking on that purple good. That purple good shit. It's not all the way purple, but a lot of it's purple.
I forget the dab what it's called, but I got some Donnie Burger. It's pretty tasty.
Got this
Pretty
one called
tasty.
Sweet Island skunk right now. Pretty good.
Pretty tasty.
I know what you're talking about with that all the way purple stuff.
Yeah, I got that goody good. That goody
Hell yeah.
good.
Like sometimes it shows up almost black. Sometimes I'm like, damn, that's so dark.
Right?
I had stuff that was called gold dust the other week. It showed up just bright green. You know, like almost unrealistic green. That shit was nuts. Think I'm being summoned on a panel.
People are
Mom.
needing you somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
shit.
If it's gay, I'll be back. If you guys are still alive.
Shit.
It's from the bone, motherfucker. Pick it, pack it, fire it up. If you ain't smoking, then shut the fuck up. You better get my weed ready, loaded in the pipe. 'Cause I say what I like. And I do what I do, and I say what I do, and I do what I say, so get the fuck out my face. You know what the hell I'm talking about? Fuck it, then you're gonna hear my Glock be popping about. Tat 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 tat. What the fuck, Matt? What the fuck, Matt?
Shit.
Spitting those frees. Spit those frees like it's free, but I'm not. I'm the OG. First name custom, you know me. $50 you owe me. Cause you've been smoking and gambling, rambling and shambling, gambling and hambling, mambling and gambling, stambling and shambling.
Custom leave them heads scrambled. They just can't handle the lethal rhymes that he be spitting out.
You can't handle this lethal barrage
It's like
of
1, 2, 3,
blows
the
to the
lights go
dome.
out.
Your lights go out and your lights don't return. Then you shouldn't have motherfucking learned not to mess with custom OG. Especially
Because
when
he's
he's on
gonna
a
put
kill
you in the
spree.
ground.
I'm gonna ground you, and I'm gonna ground and pound you. I'm gonna kill you with no sound, yeah. 'Cause I'm a ninja like that. I don't make no noises like that.
You
I'm
didn't
usually
realize
quiet like that.
You didn't realize Custom is the Grim Reaper in disguise. Even if you tried to hide, he's going to find you one way or another. So when it's your time, it's your time.
When it's your time, it's your time. I'm gonna get you and make a crime. I'm gonna sell you for a dime, and I'm gonna time, but no time for the rhyme. Smoking that lime.
I'm just happy it's finally getting fucking nicer out.
Yeah.
Because I had like fucking a few good weeks here where it was like a negative 30 plus degrees. So it was like, yeah, no, this sucks.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't like that shit. Zero and stuff, it's fine, it's whatever. But the negative 20s and below, nah. That stuff sucks.
I wish it would snow here, but it never does.
You have to go all the way up to the mountains to be able to find snow there.
Yeah.
But even then, it's super rare. That would be blow, speaking of freaking thunderstorm here. But it's not looking like it.
Get off my pillow, fool.
And Nicodemo.
Yeah. Still smoking out of the bong.
Yeah. I like it. Nice little bong. Makes it easier on the lungs a bit. Let it get cooled down with the water. Yeah, hell, my buddy go and get a nice AR a few days back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's cool.
like I knew a local shop and was like, "Hey, we should check this place out." And he got really, really lucky because he is left-handed. So the place we went to had one AR that was left-handed. So you got that and a scope for a good deal.
Oh, nice.
And like he's since the local shop he didn't realize how close it was to his place. He is going and getting his permit to carry.
Yeah.
Like the scope he got put on that thing. It's so freaking nice.
Yeah. That's cool.
Like once he gets that it actually sighted in just right, that's gonna be dead on. Man, anyone once he has that sighted in right, anyone's gonna be able to hit with it.
Yeah.
And it's the nicer one. So I can shoot the 5.56 and the 2.23s.
That's cool.
Because able to shoot two different ammos out of one gun, that's a bonus.
Yeah.
Makes it really useful for survival situations.
Yeah. I need an AR.
Yeah, they're nice. Yeah, like get an AR with a 30-round clip. Don't really need more than that.
A drum mag.
No, it doesn't even need to be a drum. 50 is usually when they start doing the drums. But you can get up to like 30 with them banana style like clips.
Mm.
Yeah, he's planning on getting a couple more things for it, but he's happy with what he bought right now. He's thinking he's gonna get a tack light on there at some point.
Nice.
And then attach a quick attach and unattach like little bipod just in them rare circumstances that he needs to use a bipod. Like if he's needing to actually use it to go out hunting, to go get some food, then the bipod is gonna be kind of handy for him.
Yeah.
But otherwise, for this home self-defense and stuff, that flashlight that he wants to get on there, that's gonna be really good. Yeah, hell, if I had the extra cash, I wouldn't mind like doing a little slight custom build for my own AR.
Yeah, you would customize your own?
The slightly go with make it a little lighter than what my buddy's is. And I could do that with this switching out to a more durable but yet lighter metal. Or go with even a carbon type thing. Go with like a 16-inch barrel. That would be a nice little compact. Well, apparently Fox found something entertaining for itself to do. I was kind of sticking around to see if he would show back up, but it's looking like he's having fun with whatever panel he disappeared off to.
Yeah.
That Fox gets around quite a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, yeah. I don't know, I've just kind of been taking a break from you being up on panels and stuff, and I'm kind of happy because seeing blues that ain't happened over at his channel, I'm just like, yeah, no, don't need to deal with all that stupidity.
Yeah.
It's like I thought we were all in agreement. We do not let Tony the fuck on any stream. And yet, Blue was doing that for the longest time. And then, oh, now he's back letting them up on streams. Sick fucking moron. Man, it is like dead around here. Like, he used to be popping on Friday fucking nights.
Well, I've been live for 7 hours.
And yeah, that definitely would do it. But still, I feel like this time of night, there used to be more fucking, like, people. Like,
Yeah.
what happened to fucking, like, CBD clouds?
I don't know.
Haven't seen that doing it for fucking ever.
Mm.
Like, he used to randomly come up on here fucking drinking. He would be entertaining from time to time.
Hmm.
Right. Shit, then I know Stonehenge kicked Neopets from being on Reddit here.
Yeah.
So
Kind of.
he usually would just be always fucking rambling. So there wouldn't be long bits of dead air, so he was good for that, I guess. But he was pretty fucking annoying to listen to, though.
Yeah.
Shit. don't know what to fucking talk about.
Yeah. It's hard for me to talk about anything. I've been live for so long.
Yeah, yeah, I can't blame you. Like, I just have nothing really to randomly talk about too much. Like, Tonic was up here, so it was nice talking with him. Having to fucking go and talk about this random old shit.
Yeah.
That's why I really don't haven't went live in almost like 2 years now on my channel. It's just because like got nothing really to do. Don't have the art supplies really to do a art stream, and even if I do it, no one really has the money to be buying artwork. So it's like, why even fucking bother doing it? Oh, I'm wondering if freaking is Tommy James still alive? For anyone know that?
Yeah, he's still alive. People have been talking about him.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad he's still alive. I haven't seen him live or anything on YouTube in a while. Another person I haven't seen on YouTube in a while, but is Two Fly Chris.
Yeah.
Don't know what happened to him.
I don't know. I built a spaceship made of crystal. It can travel 304 quadrillion miles in the time it has to have an extended dream that lasts all night. It feels like an uncomfortable instant. You're high.
Yeah, he sounds super fucking high. Seems like he probably ate some shrooms there tonight.
Probably.
He's tripping his ass away. Nick Customs coughing up a lung.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get an e-nail for my bong here that will fit into this spot where I put the bowl. And then we'll have a good little dab rig. Because I hate the quartz fucking crystal for fucking dabbing. That shit sucks. E-nail is the way to go.
Yeah.
Set it to the temperature you want, let it heat up to it, and you're good to go. Start dabbing. Freaking pulling a whole all day fucking like work shift with this panel. Jesus.
Yeah.
8 motherfucking hours almost.
Mm-hmm. Was thinking about ending this soon.
Yeah, no, I can't blame you. You've been live long enough, and they like people are just hopping up on the panel left and right, making you really want to keep the show going.
Yeah.
Like it's different when you have a good amount of people on panel and you're all this bullshit and having a good time. Then the hours just seem to fly by, and it's like sooner or later you're like, holy shit, we've been like live for 12, 18 hours. But you've kept this stream going a lot longer than what I thought you would have.
Yeah. Well, I try to stay around 8 hours. I try to do a stream for about 8 hours. Sometimes 5 hours is like the lowest. 5 hours.
That, yeah, it's a good amount. If you're not minding doing it. Uh, shit, but all right, man. I'm gonna hop down. You have a good night. Nice talking with you.
Oh, good night.
Peace.
Peace. You just sharded. That's good to know, man. I'm yammering. Have a great show. Yeah, Mr. Yammering. Well, all right, everybody. I'm gonna be going in about half a minute. $20 seconds. All right, y'all. I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow. I'm not sure what time, but I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Storm, are you sleeping? Storm!